forever and obviously interacted, but it'll be exciting.
Probably look just the same, I would say.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question.
Maybe gained a couple pounds.
No, you look great.
Happens as we age.
Yeah.
Bigger wallet. So I have a question. Brian's a great analyst. Like, why did it take us to get him on a Wednesday show?
I don't know.
I'm new to it. You know, I'm picking and choosing. I got to coach freshman football.
There you go. A lot of time.
I got other things that I'm doing. So.
Did you have a hard time? Guys always say they have a hard time early on when they jump to broadcasting, criticizing other players.
To me, it's not about being critical. It's about being analytical. That's my big thing that I've tried to hold true. And I'm fortunate enough, especially being here and watching, with Josh McDaniels. Whatever that was. Well, in that protection, you got to take account for Witherspoon coming off the edge. So that's not being critical. That's understanding, okay, he's there. He's going to improve for that. Obviously, you don't want to have that happen in the Super Bowl, but that will forever stay with him, right? I don't know if you saw, I forget where I read it, but he did an interview and just talking about, the lasting effect of when you lose a Super Bowl. You guys asked Devin about it. I was with Devin on 2 of those losses, the second Giants Super Bowl and obviously the Philly Super Bowl. And it's like, those stick with you every single day you come back to work out, every single practice, and so for Drake at his young age and with his attitude, that is going to resonate with him. And I guarantee he's never going to get caught with that slot nickel coming off the edge ever again.
You're listening to the best of the Greg Hill Show.
The Greg Hill Show.
Coming up at 6, it's the Greg Hill Show live on WEEI.
Sponsored by Pre-Flight Airport Parking.
The next time you fly out of Boston Logan Airport, park with Pre-Flight Off-Airport Parking. Download the Pre-Flight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable and convenient parking less than 2 miles from Boston Airport. Before your next flight, park with Pre-Flight.
Hey guys, it's Ted Johnson. If you have joint pain from a new injury, an old injury, or arthritis, eliminate that pain without surgery. Like me, Bruce relied on Dr. Franke at Boston Prolotherapy.
I've had some growing problems with my knees, old football injuries that I'm now starting to feel, and had been through minor surgery and then a series of cortisone treatments that just were not doing much for me. So I went to see Dr. Franke and tried the prolotherapy, and that was now 2.5 years ago, and I've absolutely been pain-free and inflammation-free for that entire period. It used to be I'd have to get a cortisone shot, every 6 months, and I have not required any of those shots. So it truly is a miracle. Dr. Franke is the way to go.
Stop trying to mask your pain. With just a short course of prolotherapy treatments, you can eliminate your pain for the long term. Schedule your complimentary phone consultation today at bostonprolotherapy.com or call 1-833-GO-PROLO.
Allstate is Massachusetts' trusted auto insurer, protecting cars across the state, from Boston to the Berkshires. We're by your side when you need us most, providing you with affordable auto coverage you can rely on. So switch to Allstate today, and you could save an average of $713 on auto insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their... Now gold. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, a robust new website, and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast.
minimum payments. With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction.
who I am as a hitter and as a baseball player, and just trying to stick with the process, get back to, barreling balls, making good swing decisions. And, I want to help these boys out, and I want to, do my part on this team.
With so much to love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the trusted 2026 Subaru Forester or Forester Hybrid has to offer. Buy with as low as 1.9% financing or lease for as low as $279 per month for 36 months. For complete details and to find your authorized Subaru retailer, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. I'm Courtney Cox. That's what's in your feed. Now, let's get to the Greg Hill Show.
Rev up those fryers, because I am sure hungry for one
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from 20 Guest Street, kid.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
This is the Greg Hill Show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring Greg Hill.
You guys are all the same. You do that so that your kid can start.
No, I'm different. My actual football career was good. I don't care if my kid sucks. I was good.
With Wiggy.
Wiggy's lifelong dream has been to be able to successfully sue someone.
He's a Super Bowl champion from East Boston, but his goal is to win a lot.
And Courtney.
I think I do research a lot when it comes to my skincare.
I don't think you read the science.
On the other side.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, there's two sides to every coin.
There is, yes.
And Curtis.
Brian Hoyer, the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. I mean, how many syllables? So it's stuck, so we're happy to have you here, and we can use that when we introduce you on the show this year.
I love that.
And Shime.
Good morning, Greg and crew. How's everyone doing today? Good, I hope.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you.
That's good.
Now,
let's get down to business.
Time to party!
It's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Morning. Good. Hello, morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
Boston. Greg Hill off. Greg Hill show without Greg Hill the next 3 days, but I am here. Chris Curtis alongside Wiggy. Good morning.
Good morning. What up, man?
My key card didn't work. Courtney, hello.
Hello, good morning. That's not a good start to your day.
No, I'm like, oh, maybe it's the garage. And I'm like, oh, I got some time today. I'm just hanging out. The gentleman at the front desk is always kind.
So nice.
And I'm like, oh, this will just be fine. He's like, I actually can't let you up. It's before 6. I'm like, well, sadly, I need to be there at 6.
Right.
So
It's a good sign. At least you're here. Right?
I'm here, and he's like, were you fired? And I said, I don't know.
If you're fired, you're working for free. That's never a good thing.
Well, if I'm working for free, it's not much different. But we have an unbelievable update if you're just waking up, and we woke up to something that is truly extraordinary. The final tally that you incredible listeners put together in a fundraising adventure that we all went on together the last 2 days. The final tally is a new record, not by $1 million, by $1.5 million. We hit $5.7 million last year, which was extraordinary.
Yep.
If you're just waking up, don't have your coffee because you might spit it out. $7,158,135 raised for the single greatest cause on earth. I have never felt prouder to work with Courtney, Wiggy, Shime, Greg, Ken, Mike, this entire team, everybody on air. What these 2 days were, the stories, for some reason, Courtney, they just they hit this year in a way that they have never before.
Yeah, and I think it's just so unbelievable how people put their hearts on the line to tell their stories. Like, I cannot imagine having a sick son with how many other children? There was a family of 6. So 3 other children sitting there watching their big brother go through the battle of his life and telling my story with a microphone in front of me. How vulnerable that was yesterday for Mason's mom. You're right. It hit different yesterday. Listening to the game last night when they said we're going to have a new record, and it was an anonymous donation of $1 million to get us past the 5.7 we raised last year. I was like, all right, we did it. Go to bed. When I woke up this morning and ever saw that number, that it was over $7 million. Curtis brings it up all the time with other fundraisers that you've been a part of, nationwide ones, that they struggle to hit less than $1 million. Like $7 million for a Jimmy Fund telethon, Nesson, WEEI radio telethon. Like it doesn't make sense in my mind. But it should.
People are generous.
It should, because we live in the most
it's
generous
year in and year
place.
out. I mean, I think Greg had said yesterday they've made over like 85 million or something like that since the whole beginning, and they give it up to people for that.
Yeah, I actually, Wiggs, met a listener yesterday who was complimenting just the way in which you had your arm around them. They were watching on YouTube, and they said how great they connected with what you were able to do the last 2 days. So I wanted to relay that
I appreciate
to you.
that.
I heard this yesterday in the afternoon. This may be the single greatest example of a strength. I mean, Connor is a young girl, I don't know, under 5. And so she was on with Frank, she was on with Rich, Ken, and Ted, and she was talking with her parents about how she was scared to arrive at the clinic. And then I just wanted to play this as Wiggs met a listener yesterday who was complimenting just the way in which you had your arm around them. They were watching on YouTube, and they said how great they connected with what you do the last 2 days. So I wanted to relay that
I appreciate that.
I heard this yesterday in the afternoon. This may be the single greatest example of a strength. I mean, Connor is a young girl, I don't know, under 5. And so she was on with Frank, she was on with Rich, Ken, and Ted, and she was talking with her parents about how she was scared to arrive at the clinic. And then I just wanted to play this as a just sort of capper to it. If you haven't heard it, it literally made my day. This is Connor talking about her experience at the Jimmy Fund Clinic.
Sometimes it's hard to get Carson out of there. She goes in there and she's having too good of a time.
I hate it, but like last month I hated it, but like I used to try when it's time to go home.
So I can see that. So you hate going in, but then once you get there, you're like, this is super fun. I don't want to leave.
Yeah, then at the end when Mommy said it's time to go, I tried and I said, please one more minute.
Oh, that's awesome.
If you don't hear that and want to give everything, like, I don't know, it's unbelievable what they're able to do there.
So she's there, Carson, my apologies, is there getting treatment for cancer, which is hell. And she's crying because her mom says it's time to leave. God, what a great, unbelievable cause. So to everybody there, to everybody at this radio station, everybody that worked on the radio telethon, thank you. But to most important, to the people that listen to this radio show, that donate and give, what an unbelievable compliment this is to your generosity, to the connection you have to this show, to this region, that for 2 days you raised over $7 million so that others may live. Unbelievable. So great way to spend the last 2 days. Greg will be off until Monday of next week. And today, I thought, just sort of the Red Sox win after waking up. They also came back after the Grand Slam. I was like, oh no, we're going to go back to where we were. And it was a great night for the Red Sox. They came back and won that game. And they've won 2 straight at Fenway. They are now 10 games over 500, 96% chance of making the playoffs. But I really wanted to get you guys your temperature today, because my lead's going to be on Christian Gonzalez. And the more I wait for this deal to be done, the more I'm convinced this is going to be an issue the entire season. I am
the entire season?
The entire season, because
so you don't think the deal's getting done then?
No.
All right.
Because it's so clear. It's like the Schwarber deal or like the Pete Alonso deal, right? This offseason.
Yeah.
Schwarber signs.
Yep.
And you're like, okay, we know what Alonso's going to get.
Right.
It was as clear as day. There was a comp right there. It's like you're in the final stage of buying a car and you're $1,000 off and you're like, okay, we're not going to leave without the car.
Yeah.
We're going to figure it out. We'll get it done. And the fact that we're now waiting on August 19th, he's not practicing. He's not in the joint practices. He hasn't been on the field.
Which they continue to say is a physical issue, has nothing to do with the contract.
Yeah, we know that's capital.
No, I'm just saying,
Right.
just bringing all the facts to the table.
But even if that was true, it's not a good thing. That
Not a
means
good
he's
thing for
injured
him.
again.
Yeah.
I just would like to know the temperature right now. We'll start here. Mitch, I want to poll right now. Who do you blame for why Christian Gonzalez isn't on the field, Kraft or Gonzalez? And I want the room to answer this question. Should the Patriots be uncomfortable and give
whatever the salary cap jump is year after year, he wants to be at the top of that, because I think that once the Witherspoon deal was signed, if that was the only holdup, Kraft is a very smart guy. He seems like he wants to spend money. He wants to remind people who he is. I think that deal would have been done immediately. If that's all that Christian Gonzalez wanted, was to be the highest paid this year, Witherspoon gets 101. You brought it up, Wiggy, yesterday, and I thought it was a perfect number, somewhere between 102 and 105 that Kraft could easily give him.
Right.
And I think he would. So my blame's on Christian Gonzalez right now. I personally, hold on, I personally think that he is holding out to do that never been done in football deal before.
Right, but that's the thing, like, his agent is smart, right? And you're asking if that's the case for something that when you potentially look at it, like, no one's going to do that. Like Will Anderson got his deal done this year, and he didn't do it. And arguably defensive end position is viewed as a better position or more of a playmaking position than a cornerback position. So I just
like it.
Yeah, and obviously you get paid like it. You don't see quarterbacks doing that. You didn't see Josh Allen go, okay, when I got my contract, I want to make sure if somebody gets say Patrick Surtain next year re-ups and does his contract, where Gonzalez has some escalator in there that kicks him up to average year salary higher than him. Like, I don't see that possibility. I think it's maybe what Devin McCourty said more than anything. It's the language in the contract. So they might be saying, all right, we'll give you $102 million, but if you have some type of injury that affects you Now that you don't get that full $102 million, you might get $98 million. So I think it's more of what Devin said than anything, the language in the contract.
Yeah, and for me, I go back to how I was really judgmental of both Chaim Bloom, Craig Breslow, about the Red Sox, about their desire to win every trade, to win every deal. And at this point, the Patriots need to stop concerning themselves with how it impacts other teams, what the language is about protecting themselves, winning a deal. They have reached the point now. This team is really good.
Right.
And Christian Gonzalez is the best. He's the second best player on the team, and he's the best defensive player by a wide margin.
Mm-hmm.
Your entire defense, as Devin alluded to yesterday, is predicated upon him being a shutdown corner.
Right.
And he knows that, and the organization is very skittish about getting into these. So I have some numbers about cash spending, about how I have been wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I have done a 180 on my Christian Gonzalez opinion. We will get to that during my lead. They said it coming up at 7:15, where we have Roman Anthony. The Roman Empire is back in Portland. He's actually, well, maybe he's hanging out with Greg at Old Orchard Beach. He had a big night. We'll hear from him, and they said it, and we will get to our leads coming up in just 2 minutes.
This
I call her Dua.
First name basis.
Yeah.
That's a bop.
It really is.
She's the best.
She is attractive.
That was.
Were they partying? Where were they partying? The Mediterranean. Her and her now husband, I believe.
Yes. Yeah.
Is she attractive?
She's very, yeah.
I just like the music.
Yeah.
Stunning.
I'm a huge fan. Well, Greg Hill show without Greg. Greg is up in Maine, well-earned vacation. Can I just say, I sent a text to Greg yesterday, and he is someone who gets handsomely compensated, and he should. But what he puts together in terms of fundraising for that event, the radio telethon, if you're just waking up, Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll say it all morning. We'll say it forever. Thank you. You incredible listeners donated $7.1 million.
Incredible.
$7.1 million in 2 days for the Jimmy Fund, for the patients at the Dana-Farber, for cancer research. And Greg, in his bridge building, is what was a huge catalyst in that. So
yeah, we should talk about this while he's not here too, because just to boost his ego.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think people understand how hard it is to get guests to come on and speak in front of a microphone, and what Greg is able to do year after year, the people he is able to bring on, and that don't just want to talk but want to give, is something that I am in awe of all the time. I think I put out 10 feelers and I got 0.
I know.
So
I know. Greg's like, Bill Chisholm on Tuesday at 9.
I'm like,
okay.
Perfect.
And that was his first radio interview.
Yeah.
And I would be
good interview too.
Yeah.
Awesome. And you know what was great about it, Wiggs? Was that it was really a platform where a guy who owns the team sort of was like, wait, I'm never in front of a microphone. I'm going to give my unvarnished opinions on things and just extemporaneously discuss the state of the team. And I thought he really was vulnerable about serious, like I could picture his PR team like sprinting around like
sweating.
Can we just like, is there a way to unplug this phone cord right now?
But I also think it's endearing. And like Christian, who's one of the head guys over at the Celtics, he's amazing. He's one of the nicest guys ever. But like, he opened the door for us to walk through, Billy Chisholm. Like, he brought up the Jaylen Brown situation, the fact that he had feelings about being a fan and then how you need to separate that from being an owner. And then we were able to then feel comfortable enough to walk through that door. And it wasn't like a gotcha question or anything like that. It was truly a conversation, which I think is very rare when it comes to somebody, especially an owner of a team, a new owner. I also think, like, we talk about media training all the time. Don't give Billy Chisholm any media training.
No.
Like, let the guy just run and say what he wants to say.
No, John Dennis was media-wise, and I don't think we want to have any of that. So we are actually broadcasting from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. Catches, Sean Flaherty from Catches cares. They gave $25,000. Thank you to Sean Flaherty. Thank you to Sean McDonough, who gave $25,000 last night on the broadcast. Just a tremendous, tremendous night. But before we get any later, let's get to this, Chris Scheim.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
Now let go of everything I ever had, 'cause I couldn't give the love you deserve. By the gunner you shouted, oh my God.
I do not know who this is.
This should be Sam Fender alongside Olivia Dean, a song called Rain Me In. One of the more popular songs out there right now. Absolute banger.
Rain Me In. Now, do you play songs when Greg's off for the lead that you would not do if you were here?
Yeah, absolutely. I literally said that to Josh. I go, this is 3 days of shy music with Courtney and Curtis requests. This is perfect.
All right. Well, I hear you barking, big dog.
There you go.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches. At Catches Law, they don't just work here, they live here. Their attorneys and staff are your neighbors.
This is the leads.
Oh, my God. I'm doing the leads.
There you go.
Let's rewind.
Hot start.
There
3, 2, 1, go.
The leads are brought to you by Subaru of New England. Thank you to the Bach family who donated $10,000. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Or did they do $25,000?
Might have been 25, I believe.
Let's thank the Bachs for $100,000. Whatever they gave was enough. With so much to love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Scheim, what is your lead this morning?
Good morning, Curtis. Yeah, Alex Bach stopped by on the first day of the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, dropped $25,000 in donation to the Jimmy Fund, which was awesome. I think the last 2 days, you guys did such a great job down at Fenway, so you guys deserve a congratulations as well, because that money could not have been raised without what you guys did yesterday, or at the last 2 days, and it has been a very, very special event. My lead today, though, is on the New England Patriots because we start joint practices with the Philadelphia Eagles today, and I am excited to kind of see the temperature at this practice with the Eagles. A.J. Brown, formerly a Philadelphia Eagle, doesn't seem like he has the best relationships with people on the other side of the ball. I want to see if there's any kind of heated skirmishes between the Patriots and the Eagles. Maybe we have Patriots guys already standing up for A.J. Brown, which is a good sign for the locker room and for A.J. Brown's season with the team. I also just kind of want to see Drake May go up against a team who has historically had a legit defense over the last couple years in these joint practices, see how he does. You can't overreact one way or another. Even if he's great, doesn't mean he's going to win the MVP. If he's terrible, it doesn't mean he's going to be out of the league. You got to kind of take it with a grain of salt, but I still think you can take a lot from joint practices, and so I'm excited for that today.
Awesome.
Nice.
Looking forward to it. Christian Gonzalez obviously won't be on the field, but the joint practices are really the last bastion of any evaluation you can get. We're not going to see anything of any note on Saturday night. So,
because do you think Drake May even plays Saturday?
No.
I talked to Mego about this on Saturday, and I was like, I think he plays like a series or two, and that's
I would say a series maybe, because this will be their second preseason game, correct?
Yep.
So I would think maybe a series or two, and then you sit him for the third game. You got to at least put him out there for the ones for 1 or 2 series. So, I mean, that's what I would think.
What do you think, Wiggs? I was thinking just an idea for the way to sort of incorporate the two. What if you had preseason games that were far more tightly controlled in that the quarterback couldn't be hit?
That's kind of what joint practices are.
No, but I'm saying, so you combine a joint
just
practice.
televise the joint practices and everybody wins.
But
you can
know
get
what I'm
rid
saying?
of preseason games altogether.
You could get everybody in full pads. You agree to the rules. It's not an actual NFL game.
Right.
It is. I mean, it's just. I don't know how to describe it. Like you put far more rules in place, or precautions in place, so that each team's quarterback you can tackle in the open field. But
so you're basically live, except you can't hit the quarterback.
Right.
But that's what joint practices.
But that's what I'm saying is that why?
So
wouldn't
it's
they
really a scrimmage game.
Why wouldn't they do a scrimmage? Like, in other words, you're looking to get people interested. You want to have the NFL fan, the season ticket holder, who's paying the reason we have preseason games is because it's cash for the owners.
Right.
So if you don't want to lose that cash, which is 1 or 2 home gates a year, depending on what year you have, because it's 3 and it's an odd number. You do these joint practices at 8 o'clock at night. It's Saturday. It's live. You can't hit the quarterback, and it's on NFL Network, so everybody watches.
Yeah, like Shime says, it would really be more so televised in the practices. But the issue becomes then you're televising everything in practice, right? So it's the individual period. It's the 7-on-7, and like I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know how well people would do just to be watching the teams do 7-on-7 or 9-on-7 or.
Oh, see, I would love to see them doing like goal line against the Eagles.
Right. That's you, but you're talking about on a nationally televised, Saturday night or Friday night, people just sitting there watching.
But these games aren't even nationally televised, right? Aren't they locally televised?
Well, there's NFL Network.
NFL Network.
Right. My point is that have everybody in the stands.
Yeah.
You can still practice and not show all your plays. You're showing plays in a preseason game.
Yeah.
You have everybody. You have the coach to quarterback communication. You have the challenge flag. You can do everything.
So you want the referees. You want them in full
the whole thing. It's just you can't hit the quarterback.
Do you think that the coaches would like that, though? Like, I understand it's protecting your quarterback, but at the same time, if you've got a young guy who needs reps out there before real game action, like the way Vrabel spoke about preseason games, I don't necessarily know if coaches would be all for it.
Well, see, we got to figure out, what are you asking for? Do you want to see the ones in an actual preseason game?
Right.
Well, that's probably not going to happen.
Nope.
So the way that they do it, when you do joint practices, now you can script it and you could say, okay, let's say Christian Gonzalez was on the contract and he was practicing. You could say, Christian, we want you to take the first 5 plays of this series. That's all you need to do, and this is a joint practice. We control it. It is live, but you're taking the first 5 plays. In an actual preseason game, it's a little bit different because it could be, 3 and out and then a punt. So you might not be able to get them those 5 specific plays. I think that if it's about protecting the ones, then what they do is in scrimmage games, all the ones might not play. So, Drake, let's say, do you think Hunter Henry plays maybe a series or 2?
Yeah.
Wait, if Drake's playing, then absolutely Hunter.
Yeah, that's what I'm
plays.
saying. But let's say Drake didn't play.
Then
No.
probably not.
Right, so that's my point. Is that so you can? I think you can. There's a way for smarter NFL people or football people like Shime that could create a plan that would make this where you combine what we're trying to accomplish here, because the joint practice has made the preseason game obsolete. In terms of just interest level, there's really it's not there.
It's really the coaches who've made it obsolete.
Right.
Because when I was in the league, it was the first preseason game, the ones usually played a series. Then in the second preseason game, they got maybe 2 series. The third preseason game, they usually played the first half and then came out for a series in the second half of the game to get them used to going from halftime back to the game, getting your engines revved up. And then the fourth preseason game, none of the ones played.
And now, Wiggy, it feels like preseason games are specifically for guys on the bubble
That's
trying
it.
to
Right.
trying to make a roster. That's it.
And that's because
it's like airing the play-in game in prime time.
And that's because they use the joint practice to get the ones-on-ones reps that they need, where it's a completely controlled environment. Even with the live stuff is controlled, like the full-on tackling. In a joint practice, they can control it. That's why you won't see. They've gone. The coaches are the ones that have changed what preseason looks like.
All right. Thank you, Shime. A+ lead muffin so far for you. Coming up next, you're going to hear Courtney's lead with some shocking courtroom audio next.
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time. So you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go?
Well, Greg Hill decided to go. He is in Maine. Well-earned vacation. He'll be back Monday. And I'm going to mention it in case you're just joining us. Thank you to the greatest audience in the history of sports radio. You guys out there, the listeners of this show and this radio station, you raised $7.15 million with an M, dollars in 2 days for the Jimmy Fund over the course of the radio telethon. I thank you to the Twitchers. I saw there was a fundraiser on there.
Yes.
Incredibly generous every year. So they may hate me, but they love kids. So thank you for that. And we're on Twitch thanks to our great friends at Springer's. Springer's Jewelers should be your first stop when you're visiting beautiful and tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Regardless of the occasion, if you're in the market for a diamond, The professionals at Springer's will help you buy exactly what you need at the best prices in New England. Visit springersjewelers.com. But we were in the middle of our leads, and Courtney, you're up.
Good morning, everybody. The Lindsay Clancy trial continued yesterday, and I have been very cautious about what I've said on air because this is such a sensitive topic. Of course, 3 young children lost their lives. It's the most tragic story I've ever followed. But we crucified Adam Lally on this show for so long during the Karen Reed case.
Rightfully so.
Yes, and what prosecutor Shannon Buckingham did yesterday while Patrick Clancy's mother, Sue Clancy, was on the stand as a witness stopped me in my tracks, and we need to hear and speak about what happened. Here's prosecutor Shannon Buckingham questioning Sue Clancy, Patrick Clancy's mother.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Counsel, could I see you over here?
This was absolutely despicable. What was going on yesterday was Sue Clancy, who's lost 3 grandchildren. Her son has been through the unthinkable. He and Lindsay obviously are no longer together. Was up there basically defending her daughter-in-law, saying she was begging for help.
Right.
She was like asking anybody who would listen for help. She was a great mother. She loved those children. And for the prosecutor to get up there and try to use her religion against her or to try to diminish what she had to say about Lindsay and the way that she mothered those children before this tragic event, it struck me so oddly. Like, there's no reason at all to ask that question. And side note, and I've held my tongue on this part too, because I think that the way you dress should be self-expression. You should be able to wear whatever you want. To be the lead prosecutor in a trial like this where 3 young children, including a young girl, died, and to wear a bow in your hair every single day is so out of touch and to me is so disgusting. Like, I think she's trying to pull, I don't know what she's trying to do. I think it's so inappropriate. Everything she has done in this trial is obsolete.
What's the purpose of asking that question?
There is none.
From the other side.
That is why.
Okay.
That is why the judge immediately said sidebar. Like, there is no reason. And then they came back. He struck it from the record. He told the jury to forget that. But the only thing I can think of is she's trying to get a mistrial. Like, to ask a question like that to somebody who's already been through so much and obviously is very passionate about their religion.
So,
if you know anything about the Clancys,
right.
Both Mr. and Mrs. Clancy, Patrick's parents, go to church a lot. They are very active in their Catholic church. It's a big part of their lifestyle, and they're very active in the community. For the prosecution to get up there and try to use their religion against anything that they've said, it just makes zero sense.
Why would the prosecution want a mistrial?
Because I think things aren't going in their direction.
Oh.
Like, they're trying to...
Okay. You think that the things are going in the defense direction?
Yes. In my personal opinion.
Okay.
I'm not there. But the prosecution is trying to argue that she deliberately killed her children, that Lindsay Clancy deliberately killed her children. You have witness after witness of her family members that say she was a loving mother. She was begging for help. They kept putting her on all these different medications. She was not herself. And then the prosecution, whether it's Sue Clancy yesterday or Lindsay's mother the day before, where she's reading all these text messages that sound like any mother-daughter relationship.
Right.
And trying to say, well, you kept saying, like, I'm glad to see you're doing better. So you thought she was better. She was better, right?
Right.
And for the mother to say, I don't remember every text message I sent to my daughter. We talked every day, all day. And I was trying to get her out of this. I was trying to be a cheerleader for her. I was trying to motivate her. And whatever I said in those text messages, you can take as you want. I said them, but it doesn't mean that she didn't need help.
Is the defense trying to make it seem like she didn't kill the kids? Or
No, they're not. They're not arguing that at all. They're just trying to argue that she was in a postpartum psychosis. She begged for help.
Okay.
And the medications that she was prescribed and put on and taken off and put on again led her to.
So their defense
situation.
is that, yes, she did it, but she wasn't in her right mind.
Correct.
Okay.
So from my perspective, the way in which I have watched or consumed this trial has been that the prosecution, once again, is letting the state down. Like, I don't understand how you can be in that position in this trial and ask a question like that. It is not relevant to anything. One's faith is not pertinent to a grandmother who lost 3 grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
It was so off-putting and bizarre, and I don't know. It's so jarring to see the people that we, with taxpayer funds, pay to run these cases. It was a really bad moment in that courtroom, and I'm glad it was stricken from it. Courtney, great lead. We'll get to Wiggy's lead and to my lead. Coming up next, should the Patriots, where are you on the Christian Gonzalez saga? I'll get to that during my lead in a few minutes.
You spend enough years in life.
stars don't like me. She doing things like having the boys come from her neighborhood to the studio trying to fight me. She need to get a piece of American pie and take her
Good
to White
morning,
House.
Greg
That's my
Hill
house.
off until Monday. Well-earned vacation. We have the leads ongoing. Shime had a superb lead about the joint practices. We had Courtney with an eye-popping lead about yesterday's courtroom testimony in the Lindsey Clancy murder trial with an absolutely out-of-bounds question from the prosecutor. And now, the great Super Bowl winning tight end, our own Jermaine Wiggins. Good morning, Wiggy.
All right, good morning. So we've been talking a lot about this Christian Gonzalez thing, and we're trying to figure out what could be the holdup. And Devin said something yesterday that made me think, like, okay, what could potentially be the holdup in this contract? And so everybody goes fully guaranteed money, and, you know, there are people who think that he wants some type of escalator in there, that he's the highest paid AAV guy every year for the next 2 years. So even if somebody else, you know, signs and has a higher AAV than him, his escalator will kick in and make him the highest paid. There's one area where I think ultimately this could be the sticking point. And Curtis, you have kind of a lead that kind of talks about numbers.
Yep.
But there's one area that I think people are overlooking and who might not know this world. And I don't even know the world like this because this is a whole nother ball of money.
But you're closer to the world.
I'm a little closer to it, but it's a whole nother ball of money.
Yeah.
And the contracts were way different when I played. The sticking point could be is how much does he get at signing, which is fully guaranteed at signing. When he signs, this is how much he gets. So, for example, Devin Witherspoon at signing got $59 million guaranteed. That's what he gets when he signs his name to the dotted line. Jalen Carter.
That is, just as an aside, holy cow.
Jalen Carter, the defensive lineman.
That direct deposit, Courtney, $59 million.
No, it's
from the Philadelphia Eagles, who had his contract a couple weeks before Devin Witherspoon, $63.3 million at signing. And Will Anderson Jr., the defensive end from the Texans, $100 million at signing. So it could be, when we talk about language and sticking points of what could be holding up the contract, it might not be the fully guaranteed money of, like, Kraft could say, all right, we'll give you $102 or $103 million fully guaranteed, but at signing, we're only giving you $55 million. So that could be something that could potentially be holding up this deal, is what he might be asking for at signing, because that's the money that you know you're going to get the minute you put your name on that dotted line.
Yeah, the great lead, Wiggs. I'm going to get right to it. I will never. I tried my best. I really did. I do think people say I'm intransient. I do think I go back and forth when new evidence is presented. I tried to say the team was right on this, but I got some new information on the Patriots' cash spending, which I know they love. Good morning, Stacy. I'm kidding, but the Patriots right now in 2026 in cash spending, which is the only thing that matters. We've been over it 1,000 times. The Patriots are 25th out of 32 teams in cash spending for this year. 25th. And this is where you are able to spend like crazy, because what's Drake May's salary, Shime? He's your best friend. Something like $10 million a year? What's Drake May's salary right now?
Yeah, I would assume it's probably in that $10 to $15 million a year range, because he was the third overall pick.
Right.
So it's slotted out. I can double check.
Josh has it.
$9 million.
So $9 million. So you have your quarterback on a $50 million discount because of the way the NFL draft works. You could invest like crazy. This is why saying that you have that quarterback on a rookie deal is a cheat code. It is a cheat code in the NFL. And you are 25th in cash spending. And people discuss these athletes like they're prima donnas, like they're whiny. Why do you want Jonathan Kraft to get another Bentley? Why is that of interest to you? Why do you care about the Kraft family's bottom line? You have the opportunity. We are so intransient when it comes to how the NFL's cap has been It was created in 2000 or whenever. In 2000, the way it was utilized, it was important because the NFL was a fraction of what it is in terms of a revenue-producing, profit-inducing company, or entity, league.
Right.
Christian Gonzalez is 24. He just turned 24. He is looking for market value.
Right.
And he's looking to set the market because he is a better player than Devin Witherspoon. Now that we are on the eve of the season, and it is so clearly in black and white what the deal should be. The parameters are out there. He should be the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. He should be the highest paid cornerback in NFL history. Robert Kraft told the media on the day that camp opened that he was going to make Christian Gonzalez the highest paid cornerback in NFL history, quote, unquote.
Right.
So what's the holdup?
I think I'm telling you, because you always talk about cash spending, right? So let's say he's asking for, I don't know, $62 million at signing, right? Let's say he's asking for that. More than Devin Witherspoon, less than Jalen Carter. He's asking for that. Put this little nugget on it. Josh Allen, when he signed his deal, at signing, when he signed his name to that dotted line, $147 million he got. So you got to be thinking like, damn, if we got to give Christian $62 million,
they better have had it
Drake.
How much are we going to have to give Drake at signing? It's not like spread out over, all right, we can spread this thing out over 4 years.
It's all that day.
That's I believe is the sticking point for this contract, because we always talk about total guaranteed money, but no one really like peels it back and goes like, all right, so how much am I getting when I sign my name on the dotted line? Because that's what a player thinks. Like if your agent comes to you and goes, okay, so Devin Witherspoon got $101 million fully guaranteed.
Yep.
He signed his name. He's walking away with, however they do it. And I'm being kind of a little bit, facetious here. He's walking away with a check for $59 million because that's what he's getting at signing.
Okay, so if that's an issue, I have an answer for you. In November of last year, the New England Patriots finalized a historic sale of an 8% minority stake in the franchise to two separate investors, valuing the team at $9 billion. So there's your cash. You just got it. You got 8% at $9 billion, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is about, I don't know, a little bit less than $1 billion, right? If it was 10%, if it was $10 billion, you got 10%, that's $1 billion. So you're looking at $900 million of cash. Use that money you got from private equity and put it to the player. Don't be 25th in cash spending. Like, to say that they can't have this cash around, that Drake May and Christian Gonzalez combined, let's say Drake gets $200 million guaranteed. Let's say they do $70 million guaranteed for Christian Gonzalez. That's still less than a quarter, or less than a third of the money they just got in a private equity cash infusion less than a year ago. Like, why is that not discussed when people talk about the Patriots and their ability to pay these guys? They just got a little bit short of $1 billion in cash in November of last year from private equity. They have the cash. They have the money.
But I think we're all on the same page that if it just comes down to that, to the guaranteed money, to the signing bonus, and that's what's holding them up, then yes, Kraft should pay him. But if the rumors of wanting the percentage of the salary cap moving forward for the next 3 years are what he's holding out for, where do you fall on that, if that is true? Because I think it's two different conversations, right? If it's just simply how much money he wants right now today, then I think I agree with you guys. Kraft should just pay him. Get it done, move on. But if it is a 3-year situation where you're looking down the road and saying this guy wants to be paid at the top for the next 3 years, I can understand why.
But nobody's done that. Not even quarterbacks.
Okay,
so what makes you think a
that's not my question. That's not my question.
So what's the question?
My question is, if that's what he's holding out for, who do you blame?
I blame him.
Okay.
I blame him.
Okay.
And, I
so
blame him.
So we all agree.
Well, I would blame him, but I would also blame his agent for putting that into his head. Nobody has done that. If Josh Allen can't do that, what makes you think Christian Gonzalez, if I'm your agent, you can do that?
Great question. We're going to get to your reaction to this. 617-779-7937. Those are our leads. What are your thoughts on Christian Gonzalez? Who do you blame? Should they pay him? We'll get to that in 2 minutes.
Streaming everywhere on the Odyssey app.
Good morning, Boston, New England. Greg Hill Show without Greg Hill. I'm Chris Curtis in for Greg. We have Wiggy, Courtney Scheim, and myself. Greg will be back on Monday. Thank you to the incredible audience that donated. If you're just joining us, $7.158 million in 2 days to the greatest cause on earth, the Jimmy Fund. Truly inspiring. Thank you to Ken, to Mike, to Carolyn, to everybody at the Dana-Farber, to Lisa, to the Molly, to everybody that brought that entire event together. It truly was. The guests were just unbelievably brave and vulnerable in a way that allowed that money to be raised.
And what a long day, too. Like, I know that we always joke about giving Ken credit, but Ken was there bright and early in the morning, and then all of a sudden I turn on the radio during Rich, Ted, and Ken, and I can hear Ken later on that day still there. Like, right. Those are 2 long days for Ken, and he puts a lot of work on the backside to get all the guests and get everything in order for that. So
shout
good
out
job,
to
Ken.
Boss Hog.
Boss Hog, I like it.
We're gonna in about 15 minutes. Scheim, I have an idea today. Might be a bad one. Greg will call and yell at me, but I would like a member of the Twitch audience to stand in for me because I'm hosting and give the weather report in 15 minutes. So you can nominate someone, you can have anybody do it, but I want a Twitcher meteorologist to fill in for me. In the meantime, we're talking about Christian Gonzalez. Let's go to John in the car. Good morning, John. How are you?
How are you?
Good, John. What's on your mind?
And you're right. If those kids taking the field yesterday with the team didn't pull at your heart, you don't have one. It was fun to watch, and good for you guys. It's the most important 2 days you guys have.
Remarkable. And thank you. I should, John, I'm sorry. We and the Red Sox do a spectacular job in supporting the Jimmy Fund, and Sam was great yesterday, and the players were amazing, so thank you to them as well. Go ahead, John.
Now, to my black, miserable bastard heart. How much money would it take Robert Kraft if he was to make Christian Gonzalez an escalated best-paid cornerback in the league in millions? But 25, 30?
Yeah.
And what are we talking about here? Blowing up a season? This should be very simple. It's a multiplier. We all waited for Witherspoon. Witherspoon got ABC. Okay, so we changed that out to this number, and Gonzalez gets XYZ. And I'm sorry, you go back to real money spending curves since the guys own the team.
Yeah,
he's ranked next to last, maybe last. It's the same thing all the time with this guy. It costs money to make money. And you're going to make money when you have a team that advances in the playoffs. You got to pay the talent. You finally hit on a guy in the draft that's worth paying. He's a 1%er at his position. Period. End of paragraph. And you're nickel and diamond the guy over nonsense. And for the people that don't think this goes to Drake May, next year, Caleb Williams and him come up at the same time. And I'm sorry, Caleb Williams, in my opinion, I think he has more talent than Drake May. So I think May has to get paid first. And I don't think there is a place on God's hot sun where Bob Kraft is going to guarantee whatever number it is for Drake May before he sees what Caleb Williams get. It's not in his DNA. So in my opinion, they're going to franchise him, they're going to franchise him again, and then May's going to walk. And everybody can tell me I'm wrong until somebody shows me Robert Kraft just pays somebody what they're worth. I think I'm right. And I'm sorry that's the way it is.
Thank you, John. I think you speak for a lot of fans.
No NFL team is paying an escalating contract. It's not going to happen.
Because the problem with that is it's so difficult because let's say Christian Gonzalez has an okay year. And then, I don't know, Patrick Surtain or the next cornerback comes up and wants, let's call it, what did Gonzalez want, like $35 million? So let's say the next guy wants $36 million, and he's proven that he might be at the best corner in the league. How do you then have an escalator kick in for that guy who might not be performing at that level? But the other thing it opens up is now every player is doing this. So you don't think Drake May goes, when he signs his contract, or Caleb Williams goes, all right, I want to be the highest paid player at my position for the next, 2 years after I sign my new deal. Like, no NFL owner is doing that.
Wiggy, after what they saw, they won't even hand out fully guaranteed deals after what they saw with Deshaun Watson.
Right.
If you think they're going to hand out a contract to any player in the NFL that escalates year over year, you're out of your mind.
Understand, Deshaun Watson, his contract, you can look at Josh Allen's contract and go, over the 6 years, $330 million, yes, is more. But at the moment Deshaun Watson signed his contract, it was $230 million guaranteed to him.
Yeah.
And so that's the highest paid player at that position in the NFL history, signing guaranteed money. So and the caller brings up a good point. Let's say we know Josh Allen was at 147 at total at signing. What do you think Caleb Williams is going to ask for if he has an unbelievable year? Do you think he's going to be viewed and say, I'm the best quarterback in the league?
Yes, he's going to.
He's going to want to be paid like that.
Of course, because what I agree, the escalator will never happen.
Right.
However, what you are paid on $1 today, if the NFL revenue continues in a conservative estimate of increasing between 10 and 20% a year, that means what you spend today is 10 to 20% discounted on the cap next year. And in 3 years, it's 60% discounted. So that's why the upfront money is the only thing that matters to these guys, because the owners hide behind a cap, and the cap is there to collude against the true value of these players. And to me, I know it's a weird way to get there, but I feel like Deshaun Watson is to the NFL what the Dodgers are to Major League Baseball, where NFL owners are like, well, look, Deshaun Watson got this, and the Browns were screwed. Well, if you gave the identical contract that Deshaun Watson got to Patrick Mahomes, is anybody saying it's a horrible deal?
No.
If you do it to Josh Allen, if you did it to Peyton Manning years ago, whatever. Like, yes, it didn't work out, but just because one deal doesn't work out doesn't mean it's going to be killer to any other franchise.
Yeah, but the Browns didn't even – it wasn't a killer to the Browns, because you know what the Browns did 2 years later, and I don't know those numbers right off the top of my head? They made Myles Garrett the highest paid player, non-quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
Like, so the Browns weren't like, oh, we're strapped for cash. And I'll get you the Myles Garrett number when he extended with the Cleveland Browns. But it was like maybe 150 at the time.
Yeah. It's wild. Let's get to Noel in the car. Shamar, my thing isn't working in here. Save that. Noel in the car. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, so I have a question. Is he actually worth this type of money? Is he actually worth giving number one corner money to $35 million a year? Let's stipulate that he is an excellent quarter.
So then why not?
But is he really Is he Darrelle Revis? Do you feel the same way you do about him as you do about Darrelle Revis?
Well, Darrelle Revis isn't playing anymore. Do you think he's as good or better than Devin Witherspoon?
No. We obviously know that, but do you feel the same way about him as you did about Darrelle Revis?
No, Darrelle Revis is a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm asking you, Devin Witherspoon. Do you think he's better or as good?
Well, if you look at the numbers, actually, Witherspoon's better.
No, I know. So what do you think? Not the numbers. I said, do you think he's better or as good as Devin Witherspoon?
I think that he is not as good because the numbers don't show that he's as good. And
so where would you rank him, Noel, in the cornerbacks in the NFL? Where would you have him slated?
He is in the top 5 of cornerbacks.
So then what are we talking about? If he's a top 5 corner, what do you mean?
But that's not the total argument that I'm making here.
It is the
argument. I want to commit all of my money to a guy that I don't think is at the very height of cornerbacks.
It's not all their money. They're 25th in cash spending right now. They have plenty of. If you believe in the cap, they have plenty of cap space.
But they need to be that because we know that next year is coming up. The year after is coming up. We have to pay Drake May.
Well, I've been hearing that from Dale Arnold my entire life. Every year the Patriots have to prepare for next year. They're dead last in cash spending the last decade.
Well,
what are you talking about?
But you know what? There's a reason why the Patriots have had a dynasty for 20 years. There's a reason why they've been good for 25 years because they have a system of paying people.
What?
Right? They're not
you really think it's the system of paying people that got them championships? Then why did it stop when one guy left?
It's 100% part of it.
No. Why is the system not brought a championship since?
But it's absolutely part of it.
Why?
No doubt that they have a complete team in addition to the greatest quarterback of all time, sure. We all know that. But they have a complete team for a reason. They don't play
Wait, no.
like other
Who's got a
teams
better
do, where they
complete
go
team
up
right
and
now?
down,
No,
up
take
and
a breath.
down.
No, take a breath. Who's got a better complete team right now, the Rams or the Patriots?
That's yet to be seen. We haven't seen them play.
Answer
I
the
think
question,
on
please.
paper,
Who has a
on
better
paper,
team
it's
right
very
now
close.
on paper, the Rams or the Patriots?
I think it's very close.
Answer the question. Which one, Noel? It's not hard.
It's hard. It's hard to say right now.
Okay, I'm just asking you. You're not on the stand. Who's got a better team right now? Who has better odds to win the Super Bowl, the Rams or the Patriots?
I don't care about the odds from a perspective.
So you know the answer, but you're just obfuscating because you can't answer the question? You know the Rams are a better team, and you're not saying it for some reason that I don't understand.
They both have the same chance of being there. They both have the same chance of being there at the end.
Who has a better
100%,
team? I'm going to do it one more time. Who has a better team, Noel?
They're both about even.
Okay, thank you.
See, I think it's a simple
That's
question.
not true.
I would ask the room this simple question, and I would ask the people, if you had to choose between these two options, which is more likely? The Patriots look at Christian Gonzalez and say, all right, we don't think he's the best corner in the league. He could be number 3, but we don't think he's the best corner in the league, and we want to pay him like he's the second or third best corner in the league, right? Mm-hmm. So not make him the highest paid, but pay him good money. Kind of similar to Zay Flowers, and I'm only using him because of where people might not view him as the best wide receiver in the league. Is it that, the Patriots, or is it more that they want to make him the highest paid corner in the league, but Christian Gonzalez wants that ridiculous escalator that makes him the highest paid corner in the league for the next couple of years?
I'm trending towards the second one just because of Robert Kraft and what he came out and said. And I don't think that Robert Kraft was lying to us.
Okay.
But he made a point to not bring up guaranteed money. And nobody asked him. So he just said, we have made him an offer to make him the highest paid at his position. I believe that Robert Kraft did do that. So if Robert Kraft
and that includes total at signing, everything.
Yes.
Okay.
I think if Robert Kraft did that, then they do view Christian Gonzalez as the best in the league.
Also, I'd love to see Noel's numbers on why Witherspoon has better numbers than Gonzalez, because just the one number I'm looking at, or a couple numbers that I'm looking at, over the last 2 seasons, they've both played about 30 games. Witherspoon played 29, Gonzalez played 30, and Gonzalez has allowed 55% of passes, 53% of passes, whereas Witherspoon has allowed 70% of passes, 69.5% of passes, with a quarterback rating of 106.90 for Witherspoon and 71.79 for Christian Gonzalez. I don't know. Sounds like Christian Gonzalez is better to me. I don't know. Just quick numbers.
And I would think most people would. Who I would say was who are the people that said Gonzalez wanted to be the highest paid moving forward percentage-wise? Was it Rappaport? Was it Schefter?
I think it was Giardi or Bedard.
I think Tom Curran talked about it on
Curran.
Jones and Keefe.
Yeah.
So have there been multiple reports out there that he wants to be the highest paid cornerback over the next 2 or 3 years, whatever?
He wants his deal. I think the wording is that he wants his deal to be consistently among the highest paid corners in the league over the next couple of years. He doesn't want his contract to be the highest right now and then be obsolete in a year or two.
Yeah, but it won't be obsolete in a year or two. Like if he gets $35 million, or Witherspoon's getting what, 33 average per year?
I believe that sounds right.
Right. So if he's getting 33, and let's just say for the sake of the conversation, that Gonzalez gets 34. Next year, he'll still be amongst the top paid corners annual salary.
Wiggy, if they offered him a contract today of 140 years over 4 years.
140 years would be a little bit steep.
4 years, 140 million with 105 million guaranteed. Is the deal just done?
If there's
because it should be, right?
Yeah, it should be. It depends. Like I said, the wording could be how much of that is he getting up front, right? So if he's getting,
say it's 45 million up front right away.
Oh, you mean at signing?
Yeah.
No, because remember, Witherspoon got 59 million at signing. So you're talking about
give him 60 at signing then.
You would think that there would be done.
It should be done, right?
Right. Because here's the question.
And that's why, by the way, sorry, Wiggs. Like I think that's why it's not. Devin alluded to it. Wiggy got to it in his lead. Like I think that's the sticking point.
Right. I think that because here's the thing. If you're saying the wording, Shine, for him to be amongst the top, paid at the position, Justin Jefferson signed his contract I don't know, like 2 or 3 years ago maybe, he's still top 5 annual salary at his position. So for Christian Gonzalez to think that if he sets the market this year at $34 million annual salary, that next year he's not going to be in the top 5 when it comes to AAV, I don't know where he would get that impression from.
No. And to me, I remain so completely shocked at people's cognitive dissonance from the reality of the cap. We were lectured to. Bill Belichick looked me in the eye and said that they couldn't do what the Bucs and Rams were doing because they were going to be in cap jail and that the Patriots couldn't afford to do that. The Rams have won a Super Bowl. The Bucs have been in the playoffs, winning divisions every year. The Rams are a better roster than you right now, and they spend at the top year after year after year. The nonsense that the way in which the Patriots structured contracts was why they won Super Bowls and that people still cling to that is beyond shocking.
But see, I think people are past that. Like, everybody knows that the cap can be finagled, right? I think it's more about how much cash do you want to come out of your pocket right away, right? And I believe that's the thing that
they want their money now.
Right, and I believe owners are like, I'd rather give you this money over 4 years. Right? And so I think it's more of that than the Patriots not finagling the cap. It's more of like them going, well, we don't want to give you, we got to give you 60, and then we got to give Josh another 140 plus. That's $200 million out of our pocket within, less than a year span. Yes. I don't think they want to do that.
I don't think they want to. You mentioned 4 years, a lot of money over 4 years. We're going to make some money for this radio station in just 2 minutes. When we get back, we'll get to your calls, Christian Gonzalez, and they said it, the Roman Anthony is back in Maine.
It's like to be the rainmaker. I wonder what it's like to know that I made the rain. I'd store it in boxes with little yellow tags on every one, and you could come and see that when I'm done, when I'm done. I wonder what it's like to be a superhero.
A little Matchbox 20 to start your Wednesday. Good morning. We are the Greg Hill Show without Greg Hill. He'll be back on Monday. We're broadcasting live from the Catches studio. Catches Law Injury Attorneys. No fee unless you win. Thanks to Sean Flaherty for his generous donation on behalf of Catches to the Jimmy Fund. $7.1 million raised in just 2 days. Thank you to the audience for doing that. Absolutely remarkable. We're talking about Christian Gonzalez. What should the Patriots do? Before we get to They Said It, let's get to Walter in Boston on Gonzalez. Good morning, Walter. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Curtis, you're right in this way, but real quick, that guy who said something about Gonzalez and Weatherspoon, the difference between the two guys is Gonzalez will cover your best guy wherever he goes. Weatherspoon plays the same side of the field all the time. But Curtis is right about this spot. I believe that Gonzalez is going to get paid, but the Crafts are going to try to get everything leaning their way in this contract as much as they can. So I think he's going to get more than him. And Wiggy's right, too. There's no way they're giving a dude a percentage. But he will be in the top 5 guys the way things are because the guy on Denver already got his money. And Stingley already got their money. Their contracts don't come up. So in the next 5 years, I believe Gonzalez will still be there. But the Crafts are going to try to get every little thing they can. But if they don't pay this guy, their defense drops off from top 5 to top 15 because they don't have a pass rush. They need corners who can really lock up so the guys that they do have time to get there. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Walter. Yeah,
because Surtain won't be up until Denver has an out in 2028. So I would say next year going into that, his 2027 season, or maybe even, Shime, you might know better, the 2028 season is when he could be looking for new money, and he'll be 27 years old.
Yeah, they gave him some extra money up front this offseason, Wiggy, to kind of remedy the way in which he's fallen out of the top 5 corner contracts.
Right. But he still is going to be somebody that's probably going to be knocking on the door for potentially a new deal if there is an out during the 2028 season. So. But the whole Gonzalez thing, if he sets the market this year, he'll still be in the top 5 the next 2 years or possibly even 3 years when it comes to AAV at his position. That's why I think it's more about the money at signing, right? That, to me, I think is, and we don't know what that is. We won't know what that is until he actually signs that, but we don't know what he could be asking for.
Well, if that's the case, then it falls on Robert Kraft. Because Robert Kraft, you have the money, just give it to him.
Yeah, but what if he says Jalen Carter got $63 million at signing?
Yeah.
What if Gonzalez goes, I want 64, 65 at signing?
Pay it.
So you're going to pay a corner more.
I just think we go back and forth, just regardless of the sport, of these billionaires who just have so much money to give. If it's guaranteed money and you're just taking it in the front end of it, just pay them. Get it done.
Yeah, but Courtney has a point, right? If you're already guaranteeing $105 million to him, who cares if you give 65 of it up front?
Right. Exactly. Because it's better business to do it right now.
It's guaranteed to him anyways. He's getting it one way or another.
Stop using the afterpay version and just pay it all
but
up.
Klarna has to leave Foxborough.
But here's what ends up happening, right?
Affirm it.
And I agree, you should pay him. But here's what ends up happening. You're paying a guy more money at a position that is not as valuable than another. So
he's making that money anyways.
No,
I don't care.
If you were to guarantee him $63 million more than Jalen Carter?
No, because regardless, Wiggy, the total
at
guaranteed,
signing.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter, right? The total guaranteed money is still 105.
Right.
So
one way or another, between the beginning and end of his contract, he's guaranteed at least 105 million.
So if he's guaranteed $105 million, so why not just give him the whole thing right there up right, as soon as he signs?
Because they don't want to put all of it out for
exactly.
I understand.
So if
it has nothing to do with positional value.
No, it does.
It entirely has to do with where owners are putting their money.
It does. So
no, positional value determines how much you get.
Right. But exactly, and then you look at it and go, well, we're not. So why wouldn't they give him his full $105 million?
Because they are protecting themselves against the total because they have a cash flow they have an annual budget in terms of total cash per year, which is why the year that they fired Bill and Bill didn't get another job, they were on the hook for whatever 25,
but
30
it has
million.
nothing to do with his value.
It has to do with his positional value because then the next guy Courtney, then so why
I know. I
hasn't?
just want to get a sentence out
Go
because
ahead.
I think what Shime and I are saying is the same thing. If you're going to pay him $104 million, and all he's asking for is for upfront for it to be more, it's not changing the fact that you're going to pay him $104 million
No, I
overall.
understand that point. So then why not? I asked the question. So if it's
because $104 million is much different than $64 million.
Right.
It's like
right, but
so then why pay anything up front?
No, you pay up front what the value is and what the rest of the positional players are getting.
I believe it's not that. I believe it's that and leverage. That you pay up front when the player has more leverage. And I think that
but every contract does it. If you look at every contract.
But the amount of money you get up front.
Yeah, but every contract and the amount of money that you get up front, generally you're on par with the guys that are at your position and you get a little bit more than that.
Right.
So Jalen Carter got $63 million. Milton Williams, was it 2 years ago, Shime, or last year? I can't remember when Milton Williams. Milton Williams got
2 years ago.
$54 million. So
Devin Witherspoon got $59 million in guaranteed. So who cares if you go to 63 or 64?
Because you got to look at it from their angle.
I don't want to look at it their angle. I'm tired of looking at their angle.
But that's the way the league works.
I hear you. But Devin Witherspoon is not as good a corner as
I'm not
Christian
saying,
Gonzalez.
but we're not saying that.
And if this is the reason why, if it's not some nonsensical escalator demand that it's $62 million today versus $59, then what the Patriots are doing is beyond short-sighted, and that is bad business. If that's why they're not doing it.
But that's how the league works.
No, it's not. Why are they always in the bottom third in spending?
I think
the league works differently than the Patriots.
I think that the Patriots are more tighter when it comes to the upfront money that they want to give the guys.
But the rest of the league thinks the Patriots are doing it wrong. The majority of NFL owners conduct business differently.
Yes, because every other NFL owner goes, all right, this is what we're going to pay our guy up front based on what the position is valued and what that's looked like and how much that's gone up over the years. The Patriots are probably saying to Gonzalez, we're going to give you $55 million up front. That's where I think the sticking point comes from.
The sticking point is that I'm going to get a text from Ken. We have a poll up. Should the Patriots get, quote, uncomfortable, unquote, and give Gonzo the money he wants? 78% of the respondents say yes. So, interesting reaction from the fans. We're going to get to They Said It coming up next.
History is made at the Jimmy Fund.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Greg Hill is off until Monday. He's up in his adopted home continent of Maine. He's up in Adam walking the beach. So good morning to Greg.
Oh, good morning, Greg.
It's time. Nobody from Twitch stepped up, so I guess I got to do my job. Let's do this here, Shime. 70 degrees outside in Boston, Massachusetts. Afternoon high, gorgeous 86. Going to be a beautiful day. And Window World of Boston sponsors my bald head going out every morning and giving you the weather. And Window World of Boston is our beautiful weather sponsor on the Greg Hill Show. Let's get right to this, Shimer.
They said it. It's time for
They said it.
They Said It.
They said it.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Ooh, ball.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It.
On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is presented by Catches Law. At Catches Law, they don't just work here, they live here. Their attorneys and staff are your neighbors, standing beside you in your toughest moments. Over $3 billion won for injured New Englanders. Catches Law, the official law firm of the New England Patriots and Boston College football.
Yes.
We learned yesterday.
Boston College Screaming Eagles.
There we go. Sean Flaherty absolutely nailed it. Where do we begin, Shine?
Well, we got to begin with the Roman Empire. He made his debut in Portland as a rehab assignment. And in his first game, hit a dinger, hit an absolute bomb. We can hear from Roman Anthony after the game.
Yeah, I think just the day as a whole, it felt good to be back on a baseball field and go through regular baseball activity and just be out there with a great group of guys. I've gotten to play with some of these guys and just to see them and you know, see the fans show out and the staff here. It's been great. This is a special place to me and great to come back here and be with these guys.
You've hit some big home runs in professional baseball. Obviously, you vote to the Worcester home run, 497 feet, and then spring breakout game. But given kind of you've been away for a while, how nice is it to be able to hit a ball at the ballpark in an actual game?
Yeah, felt great. It's kind of just like that stock standard first day back where you're not really, you know, you're just kind of going out there and playing like a kid again. So it feels good to, you know, after that first at bat, got a little comfortable. And then, you know, open it up there a little bit. You know, after that second at bat, knew I was feeling pretty good and just, again, felt great to be out there.
All right. I mean, he's going to be coming back.
Making his way back.
If he can play back-to-back games, look out. See if he's back there in Portland. But great. What a swing he has, though. You can tell why he's just, like, natural.
When he hit that home run, like the end of the swing looked like one of the professional golfers, like leaning. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a pretty good drive today. Right. Can walk that one out.
And like your drive at Lake of Isles, right off the first tee.
Fairway, dead center, nailed it.
You totally intimidated Greg. Where do we go next, Sean?
Next, let's go to the Boston Red Sox, the actual professional club here in the city. They won their game last night against the Diamondbacks, and it has been a big 2 days with the Jimmy Fund. Mickey Gasper was a hero in the game last night, was on base 4 times in that game, including a home run. Talked about what the Jimmy Fund meant to him. Here was Mickey Gasper.
That's what it's all about. The Jimmy Fund is so special to me. It's just warms my heart seeing all those kids every day. And, you know, these 3 games are awesome because, like I said last night, it puts a lot of things in perspective. And, you know, it's just it's very humbling to be able to come out here and you know, for them to have fun and, you know, enjoy a night at the ballpark when they're fighting the real fight.
Really, what a great day at Fenway. Great 2 days. You go 2-0 so far in the series. The third game of the set is this afternoon at 4 o'clock here on EEI. But you get back-to-back wins at home. You get right after the rough road trip, and you raise $7.1 million for the Jimmy Fund. And thank Mickey Gasper. The Red Sox players were great on this radio station. They were great with the kids on the field. Awesome couple days at Fenway Park, and the Red Sox should be very proud.
Lou was tweeting out during the game after the Mickey Gasper home run that he thinks he could be the kind of replacement for Yoshida going forward as like a potential left-handed DH bat, you know, I guess until Roman Anthony kind of comes back. Do we feel okay about that? I mean, after last night, you're pretty happy with Mickey Gasper.
Yeah.
Stick with the hot hand. I mean, I guess so. If Roman Anthony, we think it'll be the 28th. Is that the beginning of the set, the weekend set in the Bronx the Red Sox have with the Yankees? So maybe between now and then, I think we'd all be perfectly fine with that. All right, Sean, where do we head next?
Well, let's get back to the Patriots conversation. Ian Rappaport gave an update on Christian Gonzalez and his contract or lack thereof. We can hear from Rap Sheet.
I don't expect this to leak into the season. So either it will get done or it won't. But I don't believe this will be the kind of thing where, like, the Patriots want to see something, and then he goes out and plays great, and they're like, okay, he deserves a new contract. Like, no. Like, they know he's a great player. When it gets done, he's going to be the highest paid. How much higher than Witherspoon? I don't know. I think that's a good question for his agent, who also is the same agent at Witherspoon, which can be certainly interesting because you do a highest paid for one, and then the other's kind of like, wait a minute, like, but that's how it goes. Like, one guy jumps the next guy, and a lot of times there are like good contract, communications to let players know what's coming. He hasn't been practicing. You hope that his agent and the Patriots can get engaged and get something done. It shouldn't take very long. Like, Witherspoon is at 33 a year. Gonzalez should be around there, a little higher. Like, it can't be that complicated. So if cooler heads can prevail here, I would imagine it could get done pretty quickly.
I love Ian Rappaport. Like, he seems like a nice guy, but he says so little and talking so much. Like, of course you can get done quickly. If they say, here's the deal that you want, it's signed.
Right.
Like, why would it take long? If Christian Gonzalez says, you know what, after hindsight, I don't need to be the highest paid corner, the Patriots would say, done deal, immediately. What does that even mean? It won't take that long.
Right.
I don't get it.
And I think Devin hit the nail right on the head, and he would know, better than any of us, is all of like the sticking points. And Shime and I have been kind of talking about this off here. It's so difficult to figure out and find, and a lot of it is like the guaranteed money at signing, but trying to figure out what everybody's number is. And so if you're
it's so convoluted.
It is so convoluted, because you brought up the Trent McDuffie, which it was interesting to me. I didn't realize that at signing, Trent McDuffie got what, $64 million?
Yeah, it was a $14 million signing bonus plus the $50 that are guaranteed when he signs.
Right. So if you're Gonzalez, and that's something, if I'm an agent or if I'm that player and I feel like I'm better than him, I'm saying, yeah, even though my total guarantees more, I want more of that. I want what Trent got, but a little bit more the day I sign. And there's so much, like, it is so like, we don't know what these guys are asking for and what the team's actually offering. Kraft says we'll make him the highest paid player, but that means nothing until you break the numbers down, right? And so I think that's the biggest thing that we struggle with as fans, is going, who do we blame?
Yeah, to me, it's impossible not to blame the organization for not getting this. If this is protracted, and I will stipulate, Courtney, if it is not reliant on some escalator that would just never be, it would never work.
Well, actually, I think a lot of people believe that in the world of football believe that's not the case, right? You believe it, knowing it. You talk about.
I don't know. A lot of people are talking about it, so I wouldn't necessarily say that a lot of people don't believe it's the case.
Oh,
I would
but
say,
how many people actually will go, he's going to get that?
Oh, no.
Nobody.
No.
Right. So,
Right.
like, it's like, I mean, I guess you could throw ish at the
But
wall.
that is the only scenario where I would then blame Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah. So absent that, which we all agree will not happen.
Right.
This is on the Patriots, and right now the audience is about 8 and 10 says that they should just do whatever they can to sign Christian Gonzalez. We'll complete They Said It coming up next in the news with Courtney in less than 15 minutes.
attending doctor, Dr. Jonathan Paulino, is unbelievable. He's called off hours, I think it was a Saturday morning, to check in on her, and so I'm talking to him on the phone, and she hears, and she's like, let me say hi, and she grabs it and hits FaceTime before I could even stop her. Wow. And we were horrified, like, you can't FaceTime your doctor. He picks right up right away. He was like, hey, Carson, just FaceTiming on a Saturday morning, so that's what the environment's like there.
You like taking the phone and pressing that button, right?
Only once.
Sometimes it's hard to get Carson out of there. She goes in there and she's having too good of a time.
I hate it, but like last month I hated it, but like I used to try when it's time to go home.
So I can see that. So you hate going in, but then once you get there, you're like, this is super fun. I don't want to leave.
Yeah, then at the end when Mommy said it's time to go, I tried and I said, please one more minute.
Oh, that's awesome.
Show you love.
Unbelievable.
She is a star. And if you go actually watch the video, she's wearing like a necklace that says her name on it. Like she's just like a ball of light bouncing around at the Jimmy Fund yesterday. Also, since we're talking about it, we've talked about it the last couple of years, but Brianna Wakefield and the way in which she can talk about her parents and the legacy they leave behind. She was on Nesson yesterday with Jared Carabas. She is talk about Tim and Stacy above must be so proud of the daughter that they raised, because the way she is able to speak about them, speak about their legacy after losing both of her parents with such poise and class, it's unbelievable. She has experienced more, excuse me, in her young life than most can ever imagine.
It's crazy.
It is unbelievable year after year.
Yeah, that was Carson with Rich, Ken, and Ted yesterday. Just I listened to that yesterday, and I was just, what an amazing event. And that voice encapsulates everything that you all did, raising $7,158,135 in 2 days for the Jimmy Fund, the greatest cause in the earth. And just forever in your debt to the most generous people out there. Thank you from the bottom of our heart on behalf of all the patients and the doctors and researchers at the Jimmy Fund Clinic. We are in the middle of They Said It. Let's get back to it, Chime.
Well, Curtis, you mentioned the Jimmy Fund. We were joined by former New England Patriot Devin McCourty during the Jimmy Fund, and you mentioned this. You guys have referenced this clip earlier. Devin talking about like the language of contract and kind of the nitty gritty on why maybe this Christian Gonzalez contract is being held up. Let's hear what Devin McCourty said with you guys on the Jimmy Fund just yesterday.
My guess would be language. I have to imagine that the Pats knew kind of where they were going to be at an average per year in new money. I always think a lot of times with these deals, it's the language of, I know we generally look at like, all right, this is the total, this is the average per year, this is the guarantee, but like within there, it's, kind of when things get guaranteed is your second or third year fully guaranteed. Is this guaranteed by the fifth day of the new league year? Like it's those little kind of quirky things in the language that, I think if you get in the weeds of it as a player, like I think guys should be, those are the things that you're going to push to get. I know some guys push to get average per year and make that the highest. I think the really smart players push to get like your actual guarantees that are coming to you as soon as you sign. How do you get that as high as possible? So those sometimes to me are the things that you got to go back and forth on. I know the contracts that I've always done, it was that kind of language that as a player I always push for, of trying to get, and improve for the next guy who signs, that like, hey, this team hasn't done this in a while, or they don't usually do this. Those are the things that I think you try to push from a player standpoint. So that would be my guess on what's kind of holding things up.
So
there you go.
Great analysis from Devin yesterday, and thanks to Devin for joining us to support the Jimmy Fund yesterday. The Patriots need to put this into its proper context. We all believe will be a playoff team.
Yes.
Right? So we think it's anywhere between 10 and 13 wins is sort of the ballpark that we have them. Let's say they lose week 1 over a third-year guarantee over which day of the league year the money comes in. And the Seahawks and JSN put up 35 points on you, and you lose 35-31 on Wednesday Night Football to open the season. and then the Bills win the division, and you are on the outside looking in, or you're a game out of a bye.
No, you end up the 1 seed. I think that happened last year, right? Where one of those early games in the beginning of the year, you lost.
You beat the Raiders or the Steelers, and you're the 1 seed.
Right. And so, great point. So that's how razor thin the margin is.
Yes.
And who knows if you're in the Super Bowl, if you were not the 1 seed, like they weren't, and Nix doesn't get hurt, maybe the Broncos win that game.
Right.
I mean, it was a pretty tight game with Jarrett Stidham at quarterback with the Broncos. Maybe you lose the AFC Championship, and it's because you lost that Raiders game, or the Stevenson debacle against the Steelers cost you the 1 seed.
And you got to go to Denver to play
at Mile High.
Yeah.
So now this year, you're looking at it. What is it worth to Kraft to host a playoff game versus $5 million fully guaranteed now as opposed to 2 years from now? Is it that important for you to win the deal, to win the negotiation, and subject your team to a potential week 1 loss? Because we all believe he's going to get paid eventually.
Right.
So what's the point in delaying it?
And we ultimately know what the total guarantee number is, right? Devin kind of gave us a window into that world, but every time a contract gets done, because it becomes public, we know Devin Witherspoon total guarantees was $101 million.
Yes.
We know that. So we know that. Now they know that. So now the question becomes, all right, it's probably, we all believe it's going to be more than that. Now the little minutia of it is, okay, how much of the 105 that's fully guaranteed, how much of that am I getting the day I sign, or like Devin said, within the first 2 years of the contract? That becomes the sticking point of what holds these things up.
Which doesn't make sense to me, though, because Robert Kraft is not an idiot. Like, Robert, Jonathan, they had to have had this all planned out. Like, you have to... Witherspoon did not get a deal that we thought was a complete difference than what we had imagined he was going to get, correct? Right. We thought it was going to be around $101 million.
Right.
So Robert Kraft, Jonathan, the agents, everybody had to be on the same page that that's what was going to happen. So the fact that we are still 3-4 days post the Witherspoon deal being finalized and still don't have any answers, to me, that's why I lean towards the fact that Christian Gonzalez is asking for something that would never get done.
It's what Devin said, though. The other thing Devin said in there, and maybe people missed it, was to get a team to do something they don't normally do, right? So we talked about it, and Shime and I have had a great conversation, and all of us here, about the total money at signing. Shime brought up a great point with Trent McDuffie at $64-65 million at signing. And maybe the Patriots go, listen, we'll give you more than Devin Witherspoon, which is 59. We'll give you 60, but we're not giving you more than Trent McDuffie. That's something we don't do at signing. And so Devin said, and Devin McCourty says, something that a team doesn't normally do. So the sticking point might be Christian Gonzalez going, I want the most at signing, and the team go, well, we don't normally do that.
Yeah. So we have, that is the latest, our thoughts on Christian Gonzalez. He will not be at the joint practice today with the Eagles. We'll see if he's ready to go week 1, Wednesday night in Seattle. But coming up next in just 2 minutes, the news with Courtney.
Popular Starbucks coffee drink is a caramel macchiato. Caramel macchiato.
The news.
I don't know what that is. I haven't had it. I generally don't drink coffee that takes 10 or more words to order.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
He's a monkey in the Ichikawawa Dome.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
Well, police in Worcester are continuing to look for 58-year-old Karen Solomon, who is believed to be armed and dangerous after her husband, Worcester police officer Kurt Solomon, was found dead inside their home yesterday morning at 5:30 a.m. Karen was last seen wearing pajama shorts and a tank top walking towards Westcott Street. Police are asking anyone with information to call 911 or the Worcester Police Department and to not approach her if you see her. I believe Mitch has the mugshot or the photo of Karen up for those watching on Twitch or YouTube this morning, but really scary scene for those living in the Worcester area.
Awful.
So be on the lookout. Harvard has agreed to a $53 million settlement with the families alleging it mishandled the bodies of loved ones donated to its medical school and whose parts were then sold in the black market by a former manager of its morgue. We talked about this story when it first broke, but $53 million is a settlement after Cedric Lodge, who had worked in Harvard's morgue for more than 3 decades, was sentenced by a federal judge in December to 8 years in prison for stealing and selling organs that were donated to the School for Medical Research and Education.
How many people were impacted by this?
I was trying to look. It said like dozens of people had come out of it to say that their loved ones were part of it. Now, I don't know if each family, took a piece of the $53 million, but $53 million. A lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
If you had given your deceased loved ones organs to be, used in research.
Right.
And then,
then somebody's selling the skull as an ashtray somewhere in some weird shop.
And we did the story recently about the people who were choosing not to resuscitate when somebody was an organ donor.
Right.
Or it is that whole world, there's this black market of
terrible.
And 8 years seems low, no?
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
This next video is crazy. Nick Marschetta's car ended up in a pool in Northborough on Monday afternoon after his brakes failed while he was delivering packages to his neighbor. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, Mitch has the video footage of this, but we can hear from Marschetta on WHDH.
I was just rolling, but rolling enough to go through the fence. It was actually all real slow. There's a fence that kind of took the brunt of it, and then it just kind of went in the pool, was floating around. Pushed the window down and crawled out.
He's so matter of fact.
Yeah, I just pushed the window down and crawled out.
That is such a masshole quote. I just drove into somebody's pool with my car.
Is it true? I've seen this in those TikToks, how to survive a terrible accident situations, that you need to get the window down before your car is submerged, because if now, with it all being electric, Josh is shaking his head, yes, then it shuts everything off. Before, when you were able to crank the windows up and down, you were able to do it once underwater.
Right.
Yeah,
and
I
think the pressure of the water, too.
Yeah, a lot of times you have to, break the window. If you're already submerged and the window is up, you have to break the window.
How do you break a window?
They have these things,
tools that you're supposed to keep in
that
your
you
car.
can get, and you could put on your keychain that will cut your seatbelt. Right, just something happens with your seatbelt malfunction, or it's like a little ball point at the end of this small little thing, and you just boom.
Keep it right in the glove compartment.
Yeah,
you can smash it right
or
away.
in your keychain.
Send me a link for that.
Yeah, I just use my fist.
No, that'll never work. Yeah,
Like Superman.
Yeah, you could use a spark plug. At the end of a spark plug,
Really?
will do it. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know too.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's another summer of beach closures. The statewide total has reached 35 closed beaches heading into last weekend. This was tracked by the state's public health department, covering both coastal spots and inland ponds, as many residents were likely mapping out their plans for the weekend. The agency's online tracker listed 24 beaches shut down over bacteria, 7 other harmful algae, and 4 for other reasons. Health officials say swimmers should avoid any beaches that have been posted as closed, since entering the water can raise the risk of illness. This happened last summer, I believe the summer before.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's global warming that has made a bacteria boom, if you will.
It sure has. Yeah, it is. And by the way, quietest hurricane season since 1998 so far. So
let's keep it that way.
El Nino's really causing a ruckus.
The bacteria boom may just be all the poop in the water, to be fair.
Ew.
Could be it.
A lot of
Didn't
poop.
we just
Do we have a lot in Massachusetts?
Yeah,
Didn't we
well,
just have a story like a month ago or 2
Merrimack,
months ago?
yeah, like in Merrimack, there was a whole, what was it, like the
Poop
Plum
River.
Island and stuff, like the pipes
Yeah.
broke. And I think a lot of people are just nasty when it comes
Oh,
to
my
pollution
God.
and throwing stuff in the ocean.
Yeah, it was when we have when our rainwater overflows or
Double
whatever.
The pipes broke.
Pipe broke in
yeah.
Merrimack, and we just had poop everywhere, and it flows right in the ocean.
My goodness.
Yeah, not great.
That's your neck of the woods up there, you know.
Oh,
'Cause
the
I think
Merrimack
there were,
River. My parents were
yeah,
right
there
on
were a
it.
couple beaches and stuff like that when we talked about it.
Go
and it-
poop in the Seine.
There's too much, actually, poop in the water still.
Didn't Courtney talk about an aqua type of thing like that?
Aqua dump.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gross that people do that.
Is that just dump? Is that just take
Want to normalize aqua dumps?
That's not what I
Wait,
said.
Courtney said she.
I
wait,
did
play-
not.
Say that
No,
again?
no.
Normalize what?
Want to normalize aqua dumps?
I wasn't saying
gross.
I want to. I was
Alright.
saying others.
Sounds like you've changed your tune.
No. News from Greg's lifelong hometown, beautiful safe Stomass. Jason Rogers, a police officer, has been accused of using Flock to track a former partner. This seems
Oh.
like it's been a massive issue.
Yeah, this is a new thing nowadays.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
So the woman who asked to remain anonymous said she ended the relationship with Officer Rogers about 5 years ago. She said the relationship was abusive and that she changed her identity, phone number, and social media habits after leaving him. I mean, the fact that this guy was still a police officer after, dating somebody and them saying he was abusive is an
Crazy.
issue in itself. Here's the woman speaking to Boston 25.
I think it's an absolute violation of one's privacy, and I don't think that's something they should be able to do. It's an absolute abuse of power.
It is. It's an abuse of power.
It's been a whole thing with, I don't know, like, they're not in all areas around here, but there are in a lot of places where, like, people don't like the Flock camera.
They're shutting them down in a lot of police departments. We had this story
Yeah.
the other day about a partner tracking down an ex-girlfriend
Yeah.
Right.
who, like, the fact that could be used for any type of stalking,
Right.
you
Or
can't
just getting people, like, not information, but following and knowing people where
where their
they are.
license plate is
Yeah.
at all times.
Crazy. The technology scares me in some ways.
Yeah.
That people are using that for wrong purposes. We're going to continue the news coming up next. We've got Courtney. What's coming up in the news? Any big stories you want to tease?
We'll always be prepared if you're going on a hike. We've had these stories before. We have another one this time taking place in New Hampshire.
All right, we'll get to that in just 2 minutes. Car was in the backyard, but well done, Shine.
It's in the pool, actually.
That's true.
Unsolicited advice from somebody who got married 4 years ago. That song is the best last dance song to have played at your wedding. It gets people hyped up. And you want to end on a high, it is the best song to be the last song at a wedding.
Yeah, Shine went with closing
Who is that?
time.
Is that
Lit.
Blink? Oh, Link. Who?
Lit.
Lit.
Oh, I thought that was Blink-182.
That's what I thought.
Oh, well. White
Common
people,
misconception.
White people all sound the same. We are in the middle of the news, but we have an answer. I got some information on the poop situation. Let's go to Jay and Lowell on the poop in the water in the ocean. Hey, Jay.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. So I used to work in water treatment for the city of Lowell for a long time.
Lot to like about Lowell.
That's right. Every treatment plant for wastewater in the Merrimack Valley dumps into the Merrimack River. Whenever there is a lot of rainfall, human error, they all have to call downstream to everybody and let them know that untreated poop is in the water. So we all stop sucking water in until the poop has passed.
Huh? How do we know when the poop is passed?
We guesstimate, basically.
You guesstimate?
That's the only way you can do it, unfortunately.
It's like
I
fertilization.
swear to you, I'm not kidding.
It's literally
It goes all the way down to Salisbury.
So then what is the issue in your opinion of what's going on with the water quality now?
It's the poop, 100%.
Jay gets it.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's all about the poop.
Jay, so you're telling me this is so... the second you think the government has anything under control, they kick you in the nuts. So
that's right.
So we just are like, I think it's all set. I think the diarrhea is out of the river. We're good to go.
Yep.
Oh my
probably
God.
get some.
That's why there's so many chemicals in drinking water.
Right.
Oh my God, Jay.
We'll probably get some expert to come in and says, yeah, generally it takes about 4 days before poop evaporates.
Jay, please don't be a stranger. I love that phone call. That was awesome. All right, Courtney, I'm sorry. The rest of the news.
So New Hampshire Fish and Game, they plan to bill 4 teenage hikers who they say were
It's all about the poop.
who say they were unprepared and got stranded on Franconia Ridge over the weekend. So wardens say that the hikers, who are all 18 years old and from New Jersey, got stuck on Franconia Ridge around 9 p.m. on Friday night. According to the wardens, the hikers did not have lights. They were low on water and food and were not properly dressed for the conditions. This hike apparently takes like 9 hours to complete. So they all had to be rescued, and now they're going to get the bill for it. And I think that this is important. I think that the rescuers, who are then putting their own lives in danger, to go rescue you because you didn't bring enough food and water, you weren't dressed properly, you didn't know what you were doing, and you just thought you could be willy-nilly out there.
Right.
You should have to pay the bill for it.
9 hours of walking through the woods. I'll never get it.
People love it.
I will never get it.
People love it. My mother-in-law and one of Santo's aunts, they love to hike, and they had I forget what it's called, but it's around Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and it's all these different points that you hit, and there's a certain amount, and they've hit like all of them to go hike these.
What is it about it that
it's
they
a good
like?
workout.
But
they're
you can
both
work
in
out,
great shape.
You can work out anywhere and not have to worry about having to be rescued.
Beautiful views.
So you're saying
you can watch Nat Geo on the treadmill.
You got to hike. So you're saying it's more about hiking to the top of the mountain than just hiking through the woods.
Oh, no. They hike to the top of the mountains, yeah.
All right. So there's no mountains you could drive up and just like, I feel like there's a bunch of scenic places you could drive by and park and get unbelievable pictures from
Honestly,
up high.
it's
Josh says he's training to hike a mountain.
Wow.
Really?
Wow. Well, you
Which
can hop on
one?
the mic. I mean,
I actually forget. So, idiot move. I don't know the name of the mountain. It's in New Hampshire, though. This is like an 8-hour.
Mount Washington?
Monadnock?
Maybe that one.
All right.
It's an 8-hour hike going
I
up.
did that when I was in like 6th grade. So
All
there's
right.
no
Me and
way
my
it was
buddies
8
are
hours.
going at like 3 in the morning.
Kilimanjaro?
No.
Why?
Because we want to. It's fun. And we're going to drink
It's
beer once we get to
fun?
the top.
But then you have to
carry
worry
beer all the way up.
and then you have
Right.
to worry about coming down. I almost think when I've gone on small hikes, going down is even worse than going up.
You would think, right?
My knees can't support it.
That's a problem for us in the future to worry
Oh
about.
my god.
So you're just going up there just
This
to
is
drink
the,
beer.
the mind of a 24-year-old.
Yeah.
We're gonna walk.
These are the exact people who get rescued.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not actually hiking because they enjoy hiking. They're like, all right, let's just go to the top of the mountain and drink beers.
We're going to walk up, drink a beer, and then walk down.
Wow.
That seems like a lot of work to have a beer.
Yeah.
But
and I think
thank
it's
you,
more
Josh.
than one beer, too.
Yeah, no way it's just one. But God love you. Carry on.
One last story. It's a news anchor who's going viral from Detroit. She got caught on, it's not even like I guess it is a hot mic, but this video was confusing for anybody who's.
This is funny. I think I
it's
saw
very
this.
funny.
About
but
the boss?
Yeah, a lot of people thought that she was live on air when this happened. She was not. She was pre-recording something for an upcoming segment, and she got caught because the cameras are still rolling, and somebody clearly leaked this. Telling off one of her coworkers, who I believe is like an executive producer.
Right.
We can hear what happened with TV Fox 2's Karen Asher.
I'm going to have to do that again. I am. I'm in Amy's script, the Amy's Angels one. The second thing didn't make sense, so I was just trying to fix that part. And I can't wait for you to go through them all, and then I go through them, because then I'm already getting ready by then. But this time we had to do the PSAs, so. Finish what? Go ahead. I don't think you are. You're walking out really angry. Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the Grow up. Yes. I'm so done with her antics, telling on me every 5 seconds. I'm done.
She also called her the B word at one point.
Yeah.
This producer came in and was asking about EPS, which is a system used for most newsrooms where you write a script and then a producer can go in, edit it, and then they have to sign off on it before you go live on air or do any type of news segment. So this producer, who I believe is a producer, came in and said, "You're still in the script. If somebody's in the script, it's locked to everybody else."
Okay.
So the producer could not get in to sign off. She's like, "Well, I didn't sign off on it." And this Taryn was saying, "I can't wait for you to go through everything. I have to get it going. Like, I have to go in and do this PSA." So I'm kind of on Karen's side here.
Is that the lady who the
On
host
camera,
lady? Okay.
like for me, the producer coming in, like she's clearly in the middle of having to do something.
Right.
This producer comes in, she was clearly taking her time going through the script. Karen is like on a leave of absence now.
Right.
Like they took her off air because as they investigate this.
Right. And she did at one point say, like, "I'll get to that. Let me
Right.
just finish this."
Yeah.
She did come off as like, we'll get to that. But the other lady, whoever, you could hear her voice in the background, seemed like she was like pulling a hard old move, like, no, we need to do this now.
Yeah.
Local news would not be dead if they aired what they said off air instead of what they do on. Like they all like conform into these like caricatures of these like Ron Burgundy lights, and it's so dull and personalityless. Like if they brought this on air, now that's compelling television. Whose fault is it? Bring the producer on, yell at each other, and go to, and then we'll get to the traffic.
Well, I just think that there are some local news stations do a really wonderful job showcasing personalities and stuff and not making it seem like everybody else. There's actually a news station, I believe it's Fox in Philly, and the guy has been there forever, and he's like a treasure. Casey McDonald, who used to be on Nesson.
Oh, I saw that on Instagram.
She worked for him. I met him at an NFL draft back in the day, and he is just like, he should be a national personality.
Okay. He was.
But like right now he should be, because he is just like in his era of not giving an F. Like he just says
it's not
whatever's
the one
on
where
his
they
mind.
have the beaver conversation. Did you see that one? Oh, that was the best.
It probably is.
It was
him.
about like,
Josh, roll that in. It happened recently. Google it. It's
eating
funny.
moose and eating beaver.
Yeah.
And the other two,
that?
it was a woman talking about the story, and the other two were just cracking up. But it was funny, and they didn't shy away from like, all right, we're all having a good time.
No, that's
here.
Good Day Detroit. I just.
Oh,
looked it
okay.
up,
Is
but
that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, if you heard that audio, that was spectacular.
Well, we'll get to that in a bit. Courtney, excellent job with the news.
Thank you so much.
We are. I am Chris, in for Greg. We are the Greg Hill Show, and we are going to get to some of the comments from the principal owner of the Boston Celtics, Bill Chisholm, yesterday on the Greg Hill Show. Next.
Hi, I'm John.
It's a really good question. It's one that I struggled with at the time, and like you said, I have so much. I mean, I truly believe we have the best front office in the NBA, and I think it's a source of advantage for us every day, and so I definitely have a level of trust in Brad and his team. But man, as a fan, that was tough, and I really I really need to be convinced, and to take the fan passion out of it, because I'm a super fan, was tough, and to frankly to put aside you have to kind of be I think you have to be a sociopath if you don't worry a little bit about what other fans are going to think, and so to put all that to the side and just do the job, and I step back and realize you have a responsibility to protect and advance the legacy of the Celtics, and we've got the best brains in basketball, and this is something that they had conviction around, and I needed to be convinced, and that's my job, but they did convince me, and we did it, and we did it with conviction, and I think we'll see where it goes, but we feel good about it.
That was Bill Chisholm yesterday, which was a spectacular interview.
I give him credit, too, because he really propped up the front office by saying that he feels like they have the best brains in the business. But anybody who looks at this deal would be like, what? Jaylen Brown for Paul George and a couple first-round draft picks? Like, that doesn't seem like a good front office. That seems like a front office who hit the panic button and just, was like, hey, we're gonna give away a top 10 player for basically nothing.
I also like that he was very honest about his feelings with that trade. Like the fact that he has said he had to separate being an owner from a fan, but to me that it wasn't his call. It wasn't a Billy Chisholm trade that he wanted Jaylen Brown out of here. I would be very interested to give him truth serum off air, like not with a microphone, to hear how he feels if Jason Tatum was the right guy to keep.
What I heard from that was, I am so grateful that he did it. Grateful to Greg for getting that interview, and it benefits everyone to speak. Because what I heard was not a dispassionate person. I heard an emotional reaction by a Celtics fan that owns the team, where I think Celtics fans related to that message. They empathized with the owner. They felt that the owner empathized with them.
Yeah. And
what I also took away was that they have gotten backlash, unlike the Celtics have gotten. I don't. When would be the last time the Celtics would have gotten backlash like this? They keep their players. Like they traded Pierce at the end.
I mean, Marcus Smart. I think
guess,
a lot of people were
right.
Yeah, in the moment, but I don't think
in the moment.
But that's a good point.
Yeah,
since Marcus Smart, which I'm sure was a fraction, and most of it was just coming from Forsberg at NBC Sports Boston. Like the amount of people that I believe have reached out to the Celtics, because it's not just on the field, and yes, I mean on the court. Like we all agree that they underachieved considering the amount of talent. They've lost to inferior opponents with Jalen and Jason, and maybe it was time. But there was a relationship between Jalen and the city that was stronger than that of Tatum in the city. And so when you choose the guy that is less connected, who was out for the year after the player that is more connected has totally grown on and off the floor after a season that was a career year for an inferior for a package that was nowhere near fair market value.
No.
They have, I'm sure, been hit with season ticket holder complaints, Celtic fan complaints.
There's not one person that I've talked to, that goes, that was a good trade.
No.
I don't think you can find one person who can say that was a good trade. And I don't care if you go, well, you traded the wrong person, whatever, right? We're just talking about the trade of Jaylen Brown to the Philadelphia 76ers for what you got back.
Yes.
There is not one person around this region that would say, I think that was a good trade. Because as fans, we go, what are you doing? That's a dumb trade. And don't give me, and I give Bill Chisholm a lot of credit. And I give him but you're the owner. If you don't like this trade, you know what? Hey, we're putting this thing on ice.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. And yes, you do have a good front office and Brad Stevens. And the Marcus Smart thing, I could see what you guys are saying, but there was a good portion of people that were like, finally you got this guy out of here. There was none of that for Jaylen Brown. So I think when you're the owner, you have to do what's best for the organization in the sense of like putting your foot down because you want to put banners up.
Yeah.
Did they put themselves closer to putting up another banner or further away?
Further away.
Further away.
That's it.
But you could also say that they weren't going to win a championship this year because they weren't going to play together. So I understand.
But they would have played together. See, that's where you and I disagree.
I know. We're never going to.
So do you think Jaylen Brown wouldn't have showed up?
No, I think that.
Jason Tatum.
I think Jason Tatum said. Jason Tatum said, "I'm done," and the team said, "Okay."
Right.
That's what happened.
But what I'm saying, if you're going, hey, Jason, well, we can't move him for anybody of value.
They brought his friend in. That's what he wanted. They brought
Paul
in
George?
Yes.
No, I think that if
they
you
are
were,
really pushing the Jason Tatum, Paul George.
No, I know they are because they
narrative.
have that now. But I think the way that Tatum and Brown are, and I say this in a way where I give them, like, they don't really get in the mud and sling it. They would have been mature enough because they've done it over 8 years to go, all right, we could do it for one more year. Maybe it's not what we both want. And I'm not saying they're having this conversation with each other, but to themselves going, all right, I'm not going to not perform at my best because he's here.
Well, I also think it's hard when Billy Chisholm was saying, like, he doesn't care about money. He just cares about winning championships.
Right.
And then also in the same, couple of months, you get rid of one of your best players. Like, you make yourself worse, so you can't just say, like, oh, no, we're willing to spend, we're willing to do this, we're willing to do that. Well, if you're willing to do anything to get championships, then you should be sitting down with your two best players saying, figure it out. We're not trading.
And you traded.
But wait. But I'm sorry. There's no way they didn't try every avenue to make it work.
I don't know.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
Well, I could see, like, Jason Tatum going to Brad, and who knows if this is the case, but Jason Tatum going to Brad Stevens saying, like, I'm done. This is it. Time for you to get moving with Jaylen Brown, and them saying, all right, they chose their guy that they wanted to put all their eggs in his basket, and I hope it pays off, but Jason Tatum is him now.
Right, but do you think Jason Tatum, and this is the conversation.
So wait, so you think that irrespective of what Jason Tatum wanted, Brad Stevens said, okay, I want to trade Jaylen Brown for Paul George. That's what I want to do.
No.
So then they clearly had to do it. Like,
no, they didn't, because I think, and this is why I say Jason Tatum's personality, I don't care what you say, he's coming off injury. They wanted to trade him for Giannis. We all know that, and we go, okay, no one has an issue with that. Or there still are some people that have issues with that.
Well, Jaylen had an issue with it.
But we as fans, I'm talking about as fans, and people go, all right, we could see that. But I think even if Jason goes, he's been playing with him for 8 years, and even if he didn't like what some of the things that Jaylen Brown said this year, I still think Jason Tatum go. If Brad Stevens goes, Jason, we can't get nobody of value for him. We're bringing him back for 1 year, one more year. I think Jason Tatum goes, okay.
But instead, Brad Stevens said we can't get anybody of value. It's probably not a good trade. Thinking that, but also saying we're going to get Paul George,
and he
Tatum's
said, thank
buddy.
You. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, this makes no sense.
But now, I don't. It does make sense.
No, it doesn't.
What doesn't make sense?
Jason Tatum didn't want to play with him. He is the most powerful person in the organization. He was trying for Giannis. When that fell through, he said, get my buddy Paul George. It's over. He's telling everybody he can't be in the same room with the know-it-all.
Listen, Jason Tatum has a lot of friends in the NBA.
No, I don't know if he has as many right now.
I mean, I bet he has a lot of friends.
More than me.
You know who's a good buddy of his? Joel Embiid. So guess what? All right, if you want to go get me Joel Embiid, I'll take him as a fan. But don't go and say Jason Tatum and Brad Stevens goes, hey, Jason, all right, I'll look to see what I can do. And then the only thing I can do is get you Paul George. And Tatum's like, okay. And Brad goes, all right, Jason, that's what I'm going to do. Like, no, you can't tell me that you're the GM. And then Brad Stevens say, like, I don't run this by any players. He said that. I didn't run it by Jason.
And you believe that? You believe he didn't run the trade by Jason Tatum?
No, I believe he said we are trying to trade.
No. Do you believe that Brad Stevens did not run the trade that they consummated with the Sixers by Jason Tatum?
The Jaylen Brown one?
Yes.
I believe he told them after the fact.
No way.
Oh, my God, Wiggy.
No way.
Yeah.
I believe are the most naive, smart person I have ever met.
I believe Brad Stevens said, I'm gonna trade Jaylen Brown.
No.
And I'm going to try to get Giannis.
No chance.
Okay, so
in
he talked to
hell.
him before.
Yeah, he talked to him before.
Right.
Yeah.
But
and then falls through, and then he's like, "Oh, we already got Paul George. It's over."
And then it falls through the Giannis situation. He's probably like, all right, we're still going to try to do our best to trade Jalen.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, he then trades Jalen for Paul George and then goes, oh, by the way, I just traded Jalen.
So he talked to him about everything else until the trade with Paul
Wiggy,
George.
you have such a
and then
soft
he talked
spot.
to him after? Like
Yeah.
that?
No, I'm saying
Your
that,
soft spot for Tatum blinds your
so
objectivity.
do you believe that Brad Stevens told Jaylen Brown the truth about everything?
No.
No, because he
Okay.
doesn't care about Jalen the same way as Jason.
So, but my point is, I think Brad Stevens will kind of withhold things he knows that might not be a good look for him.
He was serving Tatum, not Brown. That's why he was disingenuous with Brown and not with Tatum.
No, but I'm saying to you, if you're Brad Stevens in this situation, Jason Tatum is not kicking up dust. He's not doing it. That's not his personality.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if he's kicking up dust. I think that Brad Stevens and Jason Tatum have a very close relationship.
And I'm not saying they don't.
Okay, so I think that Brad Stevens talked with Jason Tatum about every move that he was going to be making this offseason.
So because you know the other,
it's Jason
because you
Tatum's
know the
team.
other situation. It's not the other. I would say that it's Jason Tatum's team to a certain extent. You know who Brad Stevens hired? That Jason Tatum. Not that he didn't necessarily want him, but what probably wasn't his first choice was Joe Mazzulla.
Well, that was a very interesting situation that they were all put in.
Right, but he's
like
still
that was kind of, you need to figure it out pretty quickly because Ime's out.
Yeah.
Like that,
but he still made the decision because at that point in time,
Do you think that keeping Joe Mazzulla for the long haul, he talked to Jason Tatum after? Yes.
What do you mean? Like I think he talks to Jason Tatum.
So then that's what I mean. Like, yeah, Ime gets fired. They have to bring in Joe Mazzulla immediately.
Yep.
Maybe that wasn't run through Jason Tatum because it had to happen so quickly. But the future of the program and Joe Mazzulla, them sticking with him to be the guy,
right?
That was.
But I look at it like if he would have said to Jason Tatum, "Hey, I traded Jaylen Brown for Jamal Murray," or "I'm going to trade Jaylen Brown for Jamal Murray," I think Jason Tatum goes, "Okay, cool."
Yeah.
So
the notion that
me,
he wasn't told beforehand and didn't know exactly what was going on.
I'm saying, no, I said he was told about he's trading Jaylen Brown.
No, he was told the specifics of the trade before it was executed
but
without a doubt.
Jason Tatum is going, okay, whatever. Like if he would have told, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. If Brad Stevens would have went to Jason Tatum and said, hey, listen, I can't trade Jaylen for nothing. I'm bringing him back for a year. Jason Tatum would have been like, all right, not what I want, but it is what it is.
All right, let's go to Eddie in the car on Bill Chisholm and the Celtics. Hey, Eddie.
Hey guys, how are you today?
Great.
I found Chisholm to be completely disingenuous, and you got to believe when he comes on the show yesterday, he knows he's going to get some questions, and like the first thing he said that caught my attention was, well, we're looking for people, that do things in the community and everything. And then a little later on, he caught himself because he realizes how the community. And I just found everything he had to say as being disingenuous because my opinion is he's the owner. He's the one that made this decision that they needed to move Brown. And to make it sound like he needed to be convinced on this, is that really the case? I just found everything he said to be disingenuous. I just did.
All right. Yeah, I mean,
I don't think he was disingenuous because I think when you have to catch yourself, then you're being pretty genuine of how you're speaking. And if like nothing that he said, I thought felt rehearsed or written down. I thought he was speaking from the heart from the moment he got on air. I also found it very interesting when asked about the arena. I believe Wiggy asked the question.
No, I asked about the banners, and he was like, I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
Okay, so whatever about the arena.
Well, that's
Okay.
a great point. We're going to get to that question about the arena and the answer that Courtney was alluding to, as well as your phone calls coming up next on The Greg Hill Show.
We believe.
No. But I do think we need to have an arena that creates, is consistent with the quality of and the excellence of the Celtics, and we need to have to create the best fan and player experience we can. And do we need to own the building to do that? No, but we certainly need to have the ability to influence that agenda. I mean, and if we need to own the building to do it, we'll do that. But I think the other thing is, when you do that, you got to make sure that you're not losing focus on what matters. You're not in the business of running an arena. You're in the business of running a world-class basketball team that is putting up banners. That's the true north. That's what we need to work towards. And if owning the building needs to be part of that, then great. But it's not a necessary thing. And I think we've got a really good partner right now on that front. So, and we've got a really good location. So, just making sure that that we're all aligned around that objective, which is to create the best fan and player experience possible, and make sure we don't lose focus on what really matters, which is putting up banners.
That was Billy Chisholm, yesterday on the Greg Hill Show, supporting the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, which raised $7.15 million. Thank you to everyone. Greg Hill is off after he did yeoman's work helping us get big donors for the foundation, for the Jimmy Fund the last couple of days. He's up in Maine. He'll be back on Monday, and that was Bill Chisholm. The worst kept, this is like the A.J. Brown to the Patriots, is the Celtics getting a new facility at some point. Mm-hmm. It is something they need to do. We all know that it's incredibly important in order for the franchise to gain value and to be able to support the rising cost of NBA talent. And it's just it's not when, but if. It's not if, but when that this gets done.
It was a different answer, though, than what we got from Wick for so long. Like, anytime we had talked about a new arena for Wick, he basically was like, no, we don't need it. We love our partnership with the Bruins and sharing the arena. It's great. This was a little bit more eye-opening, in my opinion.
Wick was a little bit more politically correct. I think Chisholm was like, all right, we need, like, even if it's not the building, I think, and this is what I took from it, we need more of a dedicated basketball arena where maybe, in his opinion, he feels like, and I don't know because I don't build arenas, but he feels like maybe the Bruins arena is maybe more dedicated to being a hockey arena, for whatever that may be, versus with the way arenas are changing, and now they're building, whether it's Golden State or the Clippers built a new arena for specifically for maybe basketball. Like, we need more of this arena to be dedicated for the basketball fan experience, and whether we own that building or not, that's kind of what we need more than anything.
Yeah, it's more like we need to do business as business is done. We can't have our players or players that we want looking around the league and saying that, other places are better to play at.
Right. We can't play in front of those gold, yellow seats. We need green ones.
It's also crazy to think just, 6 years ago, probably, the Celtics used to play in like a community gym, like way out in the suburbs.
Oh, it's a health point.
It was an unbelievable place for an NBA team to practice every single
Bizarre.
day.
It was literally inside a Boston sports club.
We don't talk about it enough, truly, because my first time at Nesson ever going to cover a practice, I looked around and I'm like, there's no way Boston College basketball plays at a nicer facility than this.
Yeah.
Obviously, now with the Auerbach Center, it's amazing what they were able to do.
Mm-hmm.
But for so long, for the Celtics to have that as your practice facility and then to play an arena that is owned by the hockey team in town is absurd.
But you see it with the Patriots, right? The Patriots had to completely redo their facilities.
I wish they would tour people around and talk about it. Hold a press conference.
I mean, you have to do that. Now, I look at the experience, and I don't know. I'm not in that world. When I go to the games, I have an amazing time. You know what I mean? I enjoy when I go to the games.
You pay a lot?
I do pay a lot. But for me, I want to see them win. I don't care about the arena. I want to see them win championships.
But that's part and parcel.
No,
I think
I get
they would
that.
tell you that we want to win, so we need to get
No,
more revenue.
and I get that. I understand that side of it. I'm just saying from a fan's perspective.
Oh, they've done a great job with the Garden in that area. It's a great experience.
So for me as a fan, my biggest thing is I want to see them win championships.
And I want to hear from the Celtics fan. We got a couple guys online talking about it. Let's go to Dave in the Paris of Central Mass, Fitchburg. Good morning, Dave.
Hey, good morning, you guys. How you doing?
Great.
Good. I'm an older guy, and I've been following sports my whole life, and maybe this question is more geared to Wiggy being a professional athlete. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that an athlete can dictate to management who they want, who they'll play with, and can dictate who comes and who gets traded. It seems to me, and again, I'm an old guy, but you're under contract, you play, and that's it. I mean, can you guys just kind of run that around the table a little bit? And maybe I'm just missing.
Yeah,
that's just the new world of sports. Like, and especially in the basketball world, it's been a little bit more of, it's kind of been a little bit more of the norm. But it's been around forever, though. I mean, it's kind of been around forever where guys going, hey, I want, I'd like this guy out of here. We don't get along. I mean, Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, you think about their relationship, and that was in the 90s. It's just that's part of it. In basketball, it's different. In football, you've seen the world of, quarterbacks going, hey, I'd love to have a specific receiver or something along those.
Or you have a guy like Eli who holds the draft hostage and says, I'm not going to San Diego.
Yeah, I mean, that's been going on forever. I think I believe that, yes, Jason Tatum and all of the top-tier basketball players have a lot of influence when it comes to what they want the team to look like. But I also believe at the end of the day, the GM or the head of basketball operations or whatever the sports, his job is to make sure, all right, we do the best to put the best team out on the floor. And by moving on from Jaylen Brown and not getting a good return, that's strike one. Strike two is you send him to your division rival.
Yeah. Let's go to Phil and Brockton on this before we get to Courtney in the feed coming up in 2 minutes. Phil, what's on your mind?
Okay, good morning, guys. And Courtney. So, Wiggy, you're advocating that for owner interference on this particular move, and what it does is doesn't pass the eye test. But we have not even had a chance to evaluate the result. And I want to go back to what Bob Kraft, who admittedly doesn't do everything right, but what he did say after the Parcells debacle was that he's going to let the people that he pays to make these decisions, and then their performance, they'll be evaluated by the results of the decision. We haven't even seen the results of this yet. We've already determined it to be an abject failure, and we haven't even seen it yet. So my thing is, are you really advocating that the owners, who Chisholm admittedly is like a glorified fan, like a billionaire fan, but you want him to step in and make a decision over Brad Stevens, who has a proven track record
Phil,
that involves a championship? Yes, sir.
Can I ask you a simple question? Did the Celtics get better with this team or take a step closer to winning a championship or take steps back from winning a championship with this trade?
Well, admittedly, Wiggy, the eye test says that they've stepped back, but that's just the eye test. Let's see the result. I mean, obviously, they got to a situation where this was a point of no return. These guys cannot play together. I think we've learned that.
See, that's
but
where
we
I
don't
disagree.
know what the result's going to be.
Phil, that's where I disagree with people because they've been playing together for, 9 years? And I think one more year wouldn't have been a major issue. That's where I disagree with people.
I usually agree with you on that, but I do think, and I was wrong the entire time, but the comments made by Brown while Jason Tatum was out and maybe the way in which Brown posted on social media while Tatum was out, I think that was the final straw for Tatum.
All right. Well, we're going to continue with your thoughts on the Bill Chisholm interview coming up next, but in 2 minutes, we're going to get the update from Courtney and more on Bill Chisholm's thoughts on what the Lakers deal means for the Celtics going forward. Coming up. Bill, a lot of people a year ago thought the sale price was astronomical when you guys, when you led the group that purchased this team. Well, I don't think they're saying that anymore after the Lakers sale. What did you make of that sale, and what does that do for your valuation of the franchise?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty nutty, and you know, I don't. I mean I want to say this, but I don't want to sound, you know, out of touch. But like, I don't really care that's the Lakers. This is the Celtics. It's out of my control, and frankly, you know, I'm not going anywhere, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're selling the team, if you're, you know, then sure, maybe that's a consideration. But I'm in this for the long haul, so yeah, it's nice for the headlines and stuff, but for, you know, the day to day around the Boston Celtics, that doesn't really matter, and I'm not focused on that. And but it's pretty nutty.
We got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen
That was Bill Chisholm yesterday on the Greg Hill Show as part of the Jimmy Fund radio telethon on WEEI in Nesson, where the great listeners of this radio station raised over $7.1 million for the greatest cause on earth. And the Twitchers came up big yet again. And so thank you to everybody in Twitch that joined in the party. And those watching on Twitch, Twitch is brought to you by Springer's. Springer's Jewelers should be your first stop when you're visiting beautiful and tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Regardless of the occasion, if you're in the market for a diamond, the professionals at Springer's will help you buy exactly what you need at the best prices in New England. Visit SpringersJewelers.com. Let's get back to your calls on the Celtics and the owner of the Celtics yesterday on the show. Let's go to Joe in New Bedford. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, guys. So, quick FYI, if you're coming into Boston, don't go on steroids. Some idiot got himself stuck under a bridge. But
there's a lot of noise in the background, Joe. I don't know if that's the radio or your windows.
It's my kids and
that's fine. Put them on
tablets. Yeah, I'll try to be quick so I can cut that out. I love the idea of him wanting to put a stadium in. The Celtics have basically, in my opinion, been carrying the Bruins for 10, 20 years. They've won more championships. people in the city love them more than they love the Bruins. Not that they don't love the Bruins, but this talk about where it could go has been a thing for years now. And I grew up in Dorchester. Bayside Expo Center area has like tons and tons of unused parking space that it could so easily be turned into a development right on the water, right at a T station. There's multiple exits to go down Morrissey or into Southie onto the highway. In my opinion, it's almost a perfect location. I'm wondering what you guys thought about something like that.
All right.
Yeah,
Bayside Expo Center. I remember going there.
That's right near me. I would love that. That would be an easy commute.
People say all the time, like, "Oh, the traffic, though. The traffic would be crazy. The traffic in Boston's insane anyway."
Yeah, it's
like
gonna be traffic no matter
have
where
you tried to drive around the TD Garden on
Right.
a night of a concert or a game? Like,
there's no matter where you put the arena, there's gonna be traffic.
Yep.
You know, so but I understand the point that you're trying to make, Curtis, where, you know, just in sports in general, as an owner of a sports franchise, you want to obviously own your own arena, stadium, because of all the other things that you'll be able to get from it. So I understand what Chisholm's saying, and you know, and I understand that, you know, I don't know like what like the locker room looks like and all those bells and whistles that might be more basketball specific stuff that he might be wanting to do, which you see like a lot of NBA teams doing nowadays. But for me, I just kind of look at more of the on the court stuff, because I know that's, you know, I mean, I ultimately agree with you. One day it'll happen. I just don't know when. So I focus on the now. And I'm just like, where do we go from here now with this basketball team in the sense of winning another championship?
yeah, but if you're talking about things going on the court, I mean, we've all taken in a Celtics game.
Yeah.
We've all seen the locker room at the TD Garden for the Celtics. For me,
I've never been in there. You've been in there before?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks nice on television.
It's very nice, very
Yeah.
nice. And the Bruins have a great one as well.
All right.
But for me, I don't really see on the court how big of a change it could really be. Like, I think what they're able to do to put the parquet down, put the ice back, and they're able to do it quick. If you're ever there after a game to do any work, that thing is taken off or put down immediately after these
Right.
games are over if the other team
But
is playing.
maybe, do you think it might be more of like, but because I guess the Clippers arena is pretty amazing. Like, I guess maybe if you travel to other arenas, I've never been to other basketball arenas, so I don't know what the fan experience might be. Maybe that's, you know, what he might be talking about.
No, I think that it's solely, and he can say, you know, whatever to make the team better. It's because they don't have any control over the concessions. Like, they don't make any money. The Celtics don't make any money off of what
Parking, concessions,
nothing.
all of it.
Like, it all comes down to money. It has not, in my opinion, I don't think it has anything to do with what is going on the court, because I don't think that there is any change. If you ever go watch the Miami Heat play, that place is a dump.
Oh, okay. I've never been there.
Like,
American Airlines Arena.
It's terrible.
Yeah, I think that there are two things at play here. I understand what he said, and I respect that he doesn't want to sell the team, and the Lakers sale doesn't impact him.
Right.
That's what that's his perspective and what he's looking to convey. I guarantee you there are people within the group that purchased the Boston Celtics that said, holy cow, let's triple our money today because it's going to be a absolute tractor pull to get any arena done. And the Lakers, we're going to have a couple down years, or we're going to have another down year this year. Who knows where we're going to be? Sort of like selling high on Jaylen Brown, or attempting to.
Right.
Like,
but don't you think that's part of that? What was it, $12 billion for the Lakers?
Yeah.
Isn't part of that the fact that you also get the arena?
No, so I was wrong on that. The Lakers don't have.
Oh,
the
you
arena.
weren't here.
Yeah.
But you wasn't here. Curtis had said that originally, and then we were corrected that they do
So
not.
that's $12 billion for the new owner, knowing that he's not purchasing the arena.
Maybe they have a better deal with the arena than the Celtics do. I have no idea, but they do not own their own facility for the NBA. The Lakers do not own the basketball facility that they play in. The Staples Center, Crypto, whatever it is called these days.
I think it might be. So then who gets for like concerts? Because they do a lot of shows there.
It's not the Lakers.
Oh, okay. So it's not the Lakers ownership then.
No, it's just the basketball team. So basketball team to basketball team, they got double.
Okay.
Roughly, or what?
Yeah,
double
over
what the
double.
Celtics got.
Wow. And the Kings also playing there too, right? So
The Clippers and the Kings
No,
are in
I-
Sacramento, aren't they?
no, the LA Kings.
Oh, the LA. I'm talking
The
hockey.
Clippers have their own stadium.
Yes, I thought you were talking about that. Yes.
So whoever owns the Kings is only getting the.
It's not any. It's like AEG. It's some company that owns the.
All right.
And they all pay rent. Or
okay.
They
Oh,
get
damn! 12 million and you don't own the building.
12 billion.
12 billion and you don't own the building.
No.
Woo.
So.
Damn.
You'd be crazy not to be like, I want to sell this team. It's venture capitalism. This is the definition of it. You get in low, you sell high, and you move on.
That get in low. What's the ROI on that in a year?
You doubled it.
Yeah, I mean that's like unheard of.
Right? Why wouldn't you sell?
Yeah,
It would be foolish not to.
Yeah, that is. I mean, you wouldn't sell because you probably think to yourself, well, if I hold on to this team for 15, 20 years. 25 years. Can you imagine what they could be selling for at that point? I mean, maybe I would look at it like that.
Right. And if you want to play devil's advocate, you can say the new world order of live sports or live television viewing is that the only thing people watch is sports.
Yeah.
The absolute massive growth of legalized sports gambling means that likely these will continue to grow.
Yeah, I wouldn't sell either. If I was in Chisholm's shoes, I would be like, this is legit we always talk about generational wealth. This is, imagine you hold on to this team for 25 years. You pass it down to your kids, your grandkids. I mean, you're talking about who the hell knows, maybe 25 billion in, 30, 40, 50 years. Who the hell knows? So, yeah, I wouldn't sell the team anyways. I know it looks real nice for, like you said, those venture capitalists. But if you're holding on to this thing, this is because it's like sports are not going anywhere.
No.
I don't care what anybody says.
No, sports are not going anywhere. Baseball might, but sports aren't.
But even baseball, though,
they're going to lock out. But yes, what I think also, though, maybe this brings them an opportunity to say we can take out more money investing our money in a facility.
Yeah.
Because the franchise's value has grown so high that it's not as risky. Like if you buy the team for $6 billion and they clearly had to cobble together all those investors.
Right.
And you're like, ooh, we're doing this by the skin of our teeth. It's like your house poor, right?
Right.
So now
you can get somebody easily to invest in that and go, okay, yeah.
You want a piece of this? Work with us in getting a facility. The team's now worth double what we bought it for in just a year. Think about what it would be worth in the event that we get our own facility. We don't have to pay rent. We get all the tickets.
So that might have been the better question to ask them is like, did by the Lakers going for the price that they went, does it become a little bit easier maybe to get investors on when it comes to building a new facilities, because buying out of the lease and then obviously building a new stadium that will the arena cost you $2 billion. That's what I think the Clippers arena was cost.
Yeah, and it'll be in Boston. Will be ready probably when Brooks graduates high school. Let's go to George in Andover.
Hello,
hey, George. How are you?
I'm back to.
Yep, sorry, that's not going to work.
Got the
AAF phone.
That's an AI phone. That's robot status.
That was ChatGPT right there.
It was a whiff by me going to it. Sorry about that. But coming up next, the Patriots and Eagles hit the practice field today, and Roman Anthony may be returning shortly. All of your great sports talk that you can handle in just 2 minutes.
is pretty unique to itself. And whether that's negotiations or that's players or the play that we're running, certainly those are unique and individual situations, and I think we'll try to focus on Christian's, and I know he'll focus on his own situation. So we'll continue to work through that, and he'll continue to try to improve and try to get back out onto the field.
It's in the past, but I still do. No, I'm not in heaven yet, but it's a better
That was
hell
Mike
than
Grable on Christian Gonzalez after the Witherspoon deal was consummated. We are broadcasting live from the Ketch's studio here. Ketch's Law Injury Attorneys, no fee unless you win. Greg is off until Monday, and Christian Gonzalez will be off today, it appears, when the Patriots and Eagles jointly practice outside of Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. I am curious to see the A.J. Brown interactions today with his old teammates. What are you guys looking for, if anything, in the joint practices? Just continued maturation of Drake? Anything pass rush wise? Obviously, they can't hit the quarterback, but can they get close to Jalen Hurts? Any of that?
No, I think like most of the joint practices, and especially with a former teammate being there, I think what you're going to get is a lot of Donnie Brooks out there.
Yeah.
A lot of scuffles, a lot of fights. There'll be a lot of tugging and pulling. A.J. Brown will be talking.
Focus is going to be A.J. Brown.
Huh?
The focus is going to be A.J. Brown.
Yeah, he'll be talking a lot of trash, but they'll also be coming to his defense through Patriots players and teammates. So they'll be like most of the joint practice. They turn into, it's practice, 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 giant brawl, practice, 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 another giant brawl, practice is over.
Yeah, at what point, if at any point, Wiggs, does the Christian Gonzalez hold in start to bother his teammates? Is there
Never bothers the teammates.
Never.
No.
Even if he misses week one?
Nope. Because the players know it's about you getting your money. Never bothers them. Never bothers them. You just say, hey, next man up.
Well,
but
it did bother Brad Marchand when Jeremy Swayman.
Yeah, maybe in hockey, but in football, you're like, you know what? Hey, you got to get your money, bro. I understand it. Do what you do. We'll try to hold it down until you get back. But ain't nobody checking for his money like, oh, man, what are you doing? Nope. The only thing players do in the league, honestly, is go, damn, they paid him what? You know what I mean? That's about the only thing. They might question the money that a person gets paid because they feel like, oh, damn, how do you get paid that? And I'm getting paid this. That's about it. That's generally private conversations with your small inner circle, but you ain't never looking at nobody like, man, you need to be out here until you get your contract done.
So as Sean alluded to, so even week one they lose, the defense gets gashed, doesn't matter.
Nope, we're not mad at Christian.
You're mad at Kraft.
Yeah, we're mad at pay the man his money.
To be fair, to Wiggy's point, I think that's how the Kansas City Chiefs were too. When they opened the season, Chris Jones was holding out. He was up in the press or like in the box with the ownership or something.
It was banner night when they opened after they won their title, their last championship.
Yeah, watching the game, they lose the opening night game, and then they're like, all right, let's pay Chris Jones. And then Chris Jones was on the field the next week.
Yeah, that's the only thing players are like. The players are always going to side with players when it comes to guys wanting money and wanting to get their contract. Always.
And does this put Vrabel in a tough spot?
It does, because he's a former player, and I think they view him as like, all right, you're the head coach, but you walk the walk we walk on. You know how difficult it was for us to get money, and you probably went through the same thing. And
he's being asked about it constantly.
Yeah, and you probably know, if, like you said, Vrabel was part of, the Players Association and the union, and understanding, guys are fighting for every penny, and, he probably fought for a lot of pennies throughout his career, and so he understands that element, but he also now is on the other side, and he's going, I understand this side of it because of what I'm being shown. I think the real question that I would love to not obviously ask Vrabel, this is behind the scenes to get his real answer, is they should probably just pay him, right? Whatever he wants, right? But, based on what in the world of what that contract is. And that I would love, because I would think that he probably, as a former player, probably go, yeah, he's worth that. When you're the best corner in the league or you're the best at your position, you go, okay, he's worth that. That's why I said it's going to be extremely interesting when we are sitting here 1 year from now and we are having the same conversation with Drake May because of a guy like Caleb Williams. Right.
My thing with this is I just don't know how it hurts the team to pay him what this market is dictated to pay him. And I don't know who is going to be like. I understand in the NHL where if you overextend yourself for a guy with 10% of the cap and he sucks, you're effed. It's a hard cap. Like it is, there is legitimate repercussions. If you believe in the second apron nonsense in the NBA and you say that you can be the mid-level exception, you lose draft picks, fine, I'll grant you it. In the NFL, there is not. It's just money.
Yeah.
And the razor thin margin that you exist on right now, where it's you and the Bills, right? You're going to be fighting for that division. You're going to be fighting for the 1 seed, and over a 3rd-year injury guarantee, or over what money? If it's $60 million at signing or $64 million at signing.
Yeah, that part. Like I said, I've never been in those conversations, and I never been in the world. And
unfortunately,
yes, unfortunately, I
should have
been. I'd still be here if I was, because then I'd have FU money and I could really, say what I want to say. But, but the thing that I look at with this Gonzalez thing and how it might have a trickling effect on Drake May is we all believe, and there's a good portion of people out there that believe Christian Gonzalez is the best corner in the league, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I'll ask this conversation. I know we're a little ahead of it. Will that be the same conversation next year with Drake May?
Well,
where we go, he's the best quarterback in the league.
Like Mitch posted a poll 2 hours ago. If you're starting a team, would you rather have Caleb Williams or Drake May at quarterback?
Okay.
92.6% Drake May.
Yeah, that's because we're here.
Yeah,
well, I know, but I'm just saying.
I'm talking from a national perspective, right? That's because we're here.
Yeah, I think that they're.
If Christian Gonzalez was nationally looked at as being the 4th best corner in the league, you still think he's getting the highest?
No.
Right. So I'm talking about
Nationally, I think it will be a conversation.
What's that?
Drake May is he?
Well, that's why I asked the question.
Right.
Do you think nationally right now, Shime, you're the biggest Drake May
Yeah.
fan? Do you think the conversation next year at this time, because a lot of these conversations and things that are happening and what Kraft's not willing to pay, and he's not willing to do this for nationally the number 1 corner in the league, what's that conversation like next year if Drake May is not considered nationally the number 1 quarterback in the league?
I think the conversation next year is there is no way that he can wiggle his way out of this one. That there is, if they even have a whiff of not meeting whatever the contractual demands of Drake May are, there will be a revolt, because you have fallen into an absolute winning billion-dollar Powerball ticket.
Right.
You happen to be bad in a year where there was 3 great quarterbacks. You happen to be just sitting there after the other 2 were taken,
right?
And he fell into your lap like popcorn at the Odyssey. And you're sitting here and you're watching this thing, and you're going to allow that negotiation to impact how you're building this roster. And make no mistake,
right?
The Gonzalez contract stalemate is directly related to what they know they're going to have to spend next offseason for Drake May.
But see, they don't necessarily know that, right?
Yes, they do.
No, because here's the question, right? And when you start to look at things, let's just say, and I'm not saying I don't believe this is going to be the case, but let's say Drake May regresses a little bit. Doesn't have a year where he's MVP caliber player.
Sean just threw the remote.
I know,
It's
Sean.
not going to happen.
No, Sean, but it could be the reality you live in, right?
4,700 yards minimum.
Right, but let's just have this conversation in this world, right? Because it could be happening. You're playing against better teams. Who the hell knows?
Yep.
Let's say if we look at Drake May, and next year you look at him and they're like, all right, he's probably the 8 to 12th best player like Justin Herbert, right?
Yep.
Justin Herbert didn't set the market.
No.
Right? So if you're the ownership.
No, but you already know, right? Like, worst case scenario, Drake May is going to fall around 10 to 12, right? So you know, though, that he's still getting Trevor Lawrence level money. So
Yes,
you
yeah.
already know
But
the
Trevor
floor.
Lawrence level money is night and day compared to Josh Allen
But
level.
you know, but you have an idea. Like, the Patriots know what the range is going to be, right? Because if it's a bad year, it's going to be closer to the Trevor Lawrence,
right?
Justin Herbert money.
How old was
Whereas
Trevor
if
Lawrence when he signed that deal?
In his 3rd year.
I feel like
Yeah.
he's older.
No, they were the same age.
I want to say he was like 20.
So he's 27 now.
He's young.
Yeah, so he's young too. Okay, yeah, so they're each going to be 24 when they hit that point.
Yeah, their third year.
And
going into finishing their third year, going into their fourth year.
Drake May will get over $200 million guaranteed next summer at the minimum. That is the floor.
That's the.
I would say that. Yeah, I would say that's the floor.
And what they're doing right now with Christian Gonzalez is looking ahead to that, being like, all right, that's $260 million that we're going to have in escrow. I can't do that right now. I need, I have to get this helicopter to get back to Chatham.
What do you mean $260 million?
$60 million guaranteed for Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, you're saying if he gets this, you're talking about guaranteed at signing.
Yes.
Well, Drake May, if he's more like Trevor Lawrence, won't get $200 million at signing.
But they have to put all that money. If it's guaranteed, it has to go in escrow. They if you all guaranteed money is.
So then you need to change it. Then it's not. If you're saying $200 million, then it would be $100 million.
$300 million
yes,
guaranteed.
Because
in
that's what Gonzalez would be fully guaranteed.
You're looking at $300 million, more than $250 million in guaranteed money for two guys.
Yes,
and that's what they're going to have to do at a bare minimum.
Yeah.
Right before we get to break in a couple Hill notes, I got to pop my bald head out the window there, Shime, if I could. It is very humid in the city of Boston right now. It is 75 degrees, humid, mostly sunny skies. Going to be beautiful today, high of 85. And Winter World of Boston brings you the weather here on the Greg Hill Show. We'll get to your Hill notes and your thoughts on the Patriots' future with Drake May and Christian Gonzalez next.
This afternoon.
We love Christian Gonzalez. We love him as a player, as a person. That's why we've made an offer to him that makes him the highest paid player ever to play that position in the NFL. And coincidentally, it's the highest contract in the Patriots franchise history. So we're glad we drafted him, and he's developed here, and we hope he'll be with us for a long time.
Get to your Hill Notes shortly, and that was the owner of the Patriots, Robert Kraft, right as the camp kicked off.
Mm-hmm.
And safe to say the Patriots brass a little bit surprised by the amount of money Witherspoon got, I believe, that they did not anticipate that much guarantee.
I don't get it, though, because Trent McDuffie had already set the market.
I think people think McDuffie's a better corner than Witherspoon.
Right, but people think that Gonzalez is a better corner than McDuffie. So you already knew. Like you brought up the Schwarber, Pete Alonso thing, right? Yep. You already knew what that market was. We even knew about it for what Witherspoon was, right? So, we knew, all right, he's going to be getting somewhere between, let's call it $98 million and $101 million, depend on if the team feels like he's better than Trent McDuffie.
Yeah, a couple hundred votes in on Twitter. Should the Patriots meet the demands of Christian Gonzalez and pay him what he wants? About 80% of the fans say yes. Let's go to Brennan in Boston on Drake and Christian Gonzalez. Good morning.
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for taking my phone call. So much on Drake, but I think the deal gets done pretty quick with Drake. He seems like a straightforward guy, business type of guy that's, going to sit down, hear the logic, and sign. I mean, he has 9 major public brand partnerships, so he's getting paid handsomely. So I don't think he's really hurting for money, but he is going to get his contract. I'm not worried about Drake, but he's more poised than Christian Gonzalez. He likes to display his actions, whether it's social media. He's an attention seeker, and I think he's going about his deal the wrong way, where Drake is just going to hear the logic of the deal and sign because he's going to get his money regardless. He's the future of the team. So, yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue with Drake. That gets done quick.
All right, yeah, I hope you're right. Nothing ever gets done quick.
Well, him and Josh Allen got the same agent, so.
Yeah, Josh Allen, I mean, this is such a huge year, though, because if Drake May is even close to last year and they win a playoff game, let's say they don't get to the Super Bowl. Let's say they're back in the AFC Championship this year.
Yeah.
And he's got 32 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, 4,500 yards.
That contract is going to be astronomical.
That's going to be set the market contract.
But on the downside of it, Wiggy and I were just talking off air. Like, the amount of pressure that's on Drake May's shoulders this season is not spoken about enough. Not only just for the team, but for himself. Like, you don't have a great year this season.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the next 5 years completely being different than what it would have looked like if you did.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the case, right? Like, even if he has a down year, like a slightly down year this year.
Well, you keep saying slightly
No,
down.
we're talking down.
What does down year mean?
Let's say you're like Jaden Daniels. Right? You have an unbelievable great.
You miss 8 or 9 games.
You miss 8 or 9 games. Let's say you have a year where you throw 24 touchdowns.
But he could come back the 4th year of his rookie contract. He doesn't need the extension next year.
No.
He could come back in that 4th year of the rookie contract and light it up and then get a big contract then.
No, we're not talking about that. But because, yes, you would have that 4th year to potentially do it. But that would then we won't be having this conversation next year because they'll just pick up his 5th year option. Yeah. They'll just pick that up and he'll make like $30 million or whatever the hell it is. But you have to put yourself in the position. And I think the other position that we talk about is it really becomes 2 guys and which one sets the market. Because Caleb Williams, if he has another good year and they make the playoffs and kind of do what you said with similar to Drake May, who is more likely to be the market setter or the guy who's going to take a little bit less because he knows the other guy is going to get a more? Like, who's the Devin Witherspoon next year? Is it
Probably Drake May.
Exactly.
Because Caleb Williams was the number 1 overall pick. He'll demand more money, especially if they make the playoffs again.
And the other thing...
And they're moving to Indiana.
Yeah. And the other thing that the Bears owner doesn't have that Robert Kraft has in his back pocket
Money.
is...
The McCaskies do not have near the wealth that the Kraft
Right,
do.
but they also... But you know what Robert has? Well, Tom Brady took less.
I know, but that's not going to work. Like Drake May is many things. He seems humble.
No,
he
like
seems
he
confident.
taking less is like a hometown discount.
Yeah.
Like, all right, we'll make you the second highest paid quarterback, and Caleb Williams is the first.
Yeah, let's go to Sean in New Hampshire. Good morning, Sean. How are you?
Hey guys, how's it going? Love the show. Curtis, I've been listening since Dennis and Callahan, so
My God.
I've been here for a while. I never miss a minute of the show, but I just wanted to call real quick and say that little girl, I think it was Casey was her name?
Carson.
Carson.
Carson. Okay, sorry, I'm not good with names. But I just wanted to nominate her for the drop contest.
Oh.
And if she doesn't win it, I might take drastic action.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Yeah, I think we need to replay that maybe we'll go out with
Ooh,
that.
is she the big dog of the week?
Oh,
Yes.
Big dog of the year.
Did you see the photo of her on the field? Like, she is she's perfect.
She has it.
Yes.
Whatever that is. I
Yep.
want some of it. Unbelievable. The 2 days, if you're just joining us or if you've heard it, it bears repeating. The audience of this program and this radio station on WEEI and Nest in the last 2 days raised over $7.1 million for the Jimmy Fund and the Dana-Farber Cancer Clinic in terms of care for those that need it most. Children with cancer, pediatric cancer there's nothing worse than a child, just beautiful kids diagnosed with the worst possible thing, and the way that that place and those people. I was so struck too, guys, like the two women we had on in the 7 o'clock hour yesterday who worked with Lisa.
Oh, yeah.
Catherine and Emily.
I was a puddle a couple times, but when they said that they have stuffed animals that have ports,
Yeah.
like,
yeah, you got to really have.
You think about that so you're so in tune with this child that you get a stuffed animal and this child has a port,
right,
because of infusions, and they have a stuffed animal that looks like them, like,
and the emotions of their job, because we always talk about all the positive cases, right? But there's got to be. And these two young ladies probably deal with the other side of that. And what's that like, going to work every single day and you got to put a smile on your face knowing that you've built up this relationship with somebody and, unfortunately, they weren't able to win their battle.
It's also like it takes a special person to join that type of workplace,
right?
Because listening to Catherine speak about the fact that when she was a teenager, she took care of her grandfather, who unfortunately passed from cancer, and she was his caregiver. If you've ever had a sick loved one and you've watched what caregivers have to do on a day-to-day basis, the fact that she was a teenager and able to do that for her grandfather and then decide to go into that line of work, not everybody is built that way.
No.
I certainly am not. Like, these people deserve all the praise in the world because they see the worst of the worst and are able to put on a smile on their face immediately after witnessing some of the worst for their next patient.
And that's what, like you said, and that's in a world where some of the patients might only get 10, 15, 20 years on earth. And you're right, it is so difficult to be in that situation and being a caregiver. I only did it for a week with my mother. She was 70 years old, and I was in the moment, like, when you're saying, like, you're there with somebody as they take their last breath. And to be in that moment with somebody that, you obviously, like with her grandfather, you loved, it's been on the earth for a long time. It's very difficult to see them take their last breath and be part of it and be holding their hand. To imagine what those two young ladies are doing every single day. And that's where I'm like, you have to then put a smile on the next day, knowing what you just dealt with. Like, to me, I don't know how they do that. I probably couldn't do that, because you get attached to somebody and going, Jesus, 15 years old.
Oh, and the $7 million that was raised by you guys it's like a three-pronged impact, right? You have the Dana-Farber Cancer Research, where all the money that is required to find cures for these diseases is begun through through fundraisers, because pharmaceutical companies don't come in until there's evidence that it's worthy of an investment. So the investment that you gave the Jimmy Fund and the Dana-Farber goes to that. It goes to the actual treatment of the patients at the Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber, and it goes to the mental health component, which is the full family care.
Right.
The family from Chesterfield, or is it what was the town in Central Mass?
Oh, as you're talking
Mason.
about Mason, yeah, I can't remember where they were from.
Chester, maybe. Oh, it was in Central Mass. They said it was like a town of
small town. They said
1,800 people.
Right.
And his mom and dad talking about the brothers and sisters, because you just, I guess I just don't think about it because I'm not in that spot where the mom is putting her other kids to bed. Her husband is at the hospital with her son. She's told he's admitted. She collapses to the ground praying, for a miracle. And so you have to, it's not like
Still
you can have
be
a
a parent.
babysitter.
Right.
You have to have all your kids.
It's all hands on deck.
And so the Jimmy Fund is treating the whole family.
Right.
Like that, it just doesn't happen like that at other places.
Right.
And so it is sincerely, I think we all argue, we bicker, and that's how it should be. But what those 2 days represent are the best of us in every possible
Should make
way.
you be grateful for what you have and not complain about what you don't have at the end of the day.
And what we all have in our backyard.
Like my mother always
treatment-wise.
used to say, it could be worse.
Yeah, amen. And I would much rather live here where you get a middle finger, but you get picked up off the ground than a hand than saying this fake hello and nowhere to be found when you need help. So thank you to everybody from the bottom of our hearts on behalf of those at the Jimmy Fund, and we will be right back.
got a good thing. Don't know if I'ma see you again.
Guys, we shouldn't expect to see in these physical practices.
Practice is physical. I don't know why. Again, I hope we practice physical, whether the Eagles here or the Patriots are here. But it would be the same group of people. I think Gonzo won't be available today. Kyle Dixon, Riley Wilson, Barmore will do some third down stuff, some pass rush stuff as he's working his way back, try to limit some of his reps. Ellis may be limited in some of his reps. Ben Brown, obviously, so there'll be a few guys.
Drop that thing down to the flow. I'm here for one night, half up where you go. I wanna see you.
That was Mike Vrabel, no Gonzo. You can't see Christian Gonzalez at joint practices, but you can watch us on Twitch thanks to our friends at Springer's. Springer's Jewelers should be your first stop when you're visiting beautiful and tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Regardless of the occasion, if you're in the market for a diamond, the professionals at Springer's will help you buy exactly what you need at the best prices in New England. Visit SpringersJewelers.com. Let's get to a couple Hill Notes before we get out of here.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric.
Wiggy, 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 can't you see? Jason Tatum didn't want Brown to be on the Celtics anymore. So they got rid of him and shipped him to another store. He is not here because of Tatum. Period. Jason Tatum does not want him here. He didn't want him here from the beginning. It's all said and done. Bye-bye.
Well, you just answered my question. Tatum didn't want him here from the beginning, but he played 9 years with the guy. One more year wouldn't have killed him. That's the only thing that I'm like upset about.
The only thing I can think of is that how Jaylen Brown handled the entire situation last season. That was the final straw. And unfortunately,
but even then, like, I don't know Tatum personally, but just like knowing his personality, like he's the type of dude that would have he wouldn't have stirred up no ruckus.
But why is he happy? But why is he happy?
No, I'm saying like publicly.
But why is he happy that the team's worse?
No, I think he's happy that him and Jaylen are not together.
But you're saying he's a guy that doesn't really care about things. Why would he be okay with the team being worse?
Well, I don't necessarily think he's okay with the team being worse.
Have we heard anything? Has he said?
But that's my point. He's not going to say anything publicly. That's not who he is. But he's not going to come out there and be like.
Does he appear to you someone who's frustrated by the move?
No.
Okay, and we knew by body language that he and Brown were not good friends. So why is he okay?
Well, we didn't really. Who knew that by? We just knew that because, or at least I felt that way because they were just two different personalities off the court. On the court, they played well together. There was never never throwing their hands up or never shutting another guy. And that's the way that I look at it. Like on the court, we had this discussion for 9 years. People thought they were cool. So what that tells me is they were able to put everything aside and keep it strictly off the court. And off the court, we never heard any incidents like we did with Marcus Smart or Rajon Rondo. They were able to coexist and just go to practice, play together, and live their own lives.
Sorry.
I can understand if you're over the age of 40, but if you're under the age of 25, do you really need to train to hike up a mountain? Don't you just wake up and do it?
Oh, geez. That's a stray for Josh. Josh is in great shape, so
But I would feel a mountain's pretty difficult. I've never walked one, but I would think with the changing of the terrain and everything.
The kid's in the gym every day. He shouldn't need to train for a hike.
Yeah, that's true.
I am, but there was also, I think like 4 18-year-olds just had to get rescued off this mountain. It's like a 5,000
that's because they
foot
didn't
mountain.
prepare. They didn't bring enough water.
Right, they just
they didn't have to. I don't think they were
it's less
up
about
their
the
gas.
training, yeah.
I'm not going to wake up and just be like, all right, going up 5,000 feet. Here we go.
The big issue is kids get lost.
Right.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well,
they don't
the
want
Wi-Fi.
They don't have the right shoes on or something stupid like that.
I'm going to put a kibosh to the Hill Notes because we're running late and we're going to say goodbye. But while we say goodbye, I would like to play just the greatest sound you will hear. I'm thankful to all of you, Courtney, Shime, Wiggy, Greg, everyone at this radio station, Mike, Ken, Carolyn, everybody that did a phenomenal job the last 2 days. Jones and Keefe are coming up next from Patriots-Eagles joint practice, and this was Carson yesterday on the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 6.
Our attending doctor, Dr. Jonathan Paulino, is unbelievable. He's called off hours. I think it was a Saturday morning to check in on her, and so I'm talking to him on the phone. And she hears, and she's like, let me say hi. And she grabs it and hits FaceTime before I could even stop her. Wow. And we were horrified. Like, you can't FaceTime your doctor. He picks right up right away. He's like, hey, Carson, just FaceTiming on a Saturday morning. So that's what the environment's like there.
You like taking the phone and pressing that button, right?
Only once.
Sometimes it's hard to get Carson out of there. She goes in there and she's having too good of a time.
I hate it, but like last month I hated it, but like I used to try when it's time to go home.
So I can see that. So you hate going in, but then once you get there, you're like, this is super fun. I don't want to leave.
Yeah, then at the end when Mommy said it's time to go, I tried and I said, please 1 more minute.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I love a day on the water with.
Arizona 9-4 they win. Ranger Suarez had just enough. Adley Rutschman's first Red Sox home run came at the perfect time, and the Red Sox are rolling again.
The feed is brought to you by Cause for Kids. That was Will Fleming on the call right here on 93.7 and the Odyssey app. It's back-to-back wins for the Red Sox after last night's victory over the Diamondbacks at Fenway Park. Adley Rutschman was 2 for 4 with 3 RBIs, including his first home run as a member of the Red Sox. Sox look to complete the sweep this afternoon. First pitch is at 4:10. Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cause for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to causeforkids.org today. That's Cause with a K. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
First pitch. Crushed. Deep right field. Roman Anthony, welcome back. On to Fitzpatrick Field. Take a lap. Seagulls lead 4-0. It's the return of the Roman Empire here in Portland.
Jones and Keefe right now on WEEI.
Are you ready for Roman Anthony Keefe?
Yes, I am, Jones. Yes, I am. The return of the Roman Empire, I just heard.
The return
He's back.
of the Roman Empire.
Get him up here. There's a spot for him. A couple spots, probably.
Yeah, I would say
I'm
there
ready.
is,
I'm ready for it.
There is certainly room for him out there on this Red Sox team, which, by the way, picked up a victory last night, 9-4 over the
runs.
Diamondbacks, scoring runs, coming through when they need to offensively. Not a great start out of Ron Hare. We'll get into that last night. It was day 2 of the Jimmy Fund Telethon, which raised Keith.
Holy
I was
mackerel. This
blown
is
away.
insane.
Blown away by this.
Yep.
7.1 over $7.1 million is a staggering amount. Like, I got to be honest, following the totals last night, I genuinely was not sure we were going to surpass last year's total, which there's no shame in that. I mean,
No, that was a record.
$5 million is an awful lot of money.
5.7. So 5.7, the previous record was 4.9, right? And so last year setting the record was crazy. And all day on Monday, it was funny because everyone kept saying, like, hey, here we are, and, like, we're going for another record. I'm like, all right, let's take it easy a little bit. Like, that's a ton of money.
I mean,
and, like, let's take it easy. And sure enough, pass it and then set a brand new bar. Yeah, thank you. $7.1 million. Incredible. So thank you, not even enough, to everybody that donated, everybody that listened over the last couple of days, all the people that took part, all the different people we had a chance to talk to, that talked with Greg, talked with the afternoon show, talked with during the Red Sox games, whatever it might have been. Really an incredible couple of days.
Yeah, I blown away at the generosity, and I underestimated from all of our listeners over the last couple of days. Because I'm like, I don't know. Are we going to get to 5 million? Are we going to get to 5.7? Are we going to set a record? And then to blow it out of the water,
awesome.
like what you guys did,
Mm-hmm.
7.1 over $7.1 million. The Hale family gave their $1 million. The Iverson family from Chile, I guess.
Well, we got a text from Ken sometime during the Red Sox game. Separate text from you because you have an Android phone.
He won't put me on the same.
He's worried about that, so he texted me and Billy and Nick, and he was like, we're at 5 million, and he's like, we're about to break the records.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I thought that was strange
we need
too.
700 or 800,000 more to break the record.
Yeah,
How do you know that?
It's like the 5th inning.
I think he had inside source.
I think
there
so
might have been
too.
another $1 million, but then there was another $1 million on top of that.
Crazy.
So I respect both ends of the Hale family going, hey, get to $1 million and we're gonna double it. That's awesome. So that gives you like such a boost forward on that first day. But then at the end to be like, oh, in the last like 2 hours, we'll also kick in another $1 million. Insane.
Wild. The Red Sox Partners Challenge donated $386,000. BJ's Charitable Foundation and the Johnston family, $250,000 each. Fine Mass Money came in at $176,000. We had that incredibly gracious Applebee's donation yesterday, over $63,000.
Yeah.
House donated $15,000. You hear Sean McDonough last night?
Yes.
Sean McDonough.
Incredible.
Him and Will, very emotional last night, understandably so. Sean McDonough, $25,000 out of his own pocket last night.
Yeah, that was amazing. Always good to hear from Sean, even when he's not donating $25,000. But that was very generous of him. But speaking of Applebee's, so then we talked to people from Applebee's. So now I got Applebee's on the brain.
Oh,
and I'm looking at their menu. They have a Bacardi Blushing Dragon Mucho. Look at the color. Look at the color of these drinks.
Mucho.
Yeah, it means a lot.
Got it.
Yeah. Look at that, $6.
Good deal.
You can get 10 of those.
That
$60.
Yeah, you just sit there. These are all mine.
Don't take the cups. Don't take the cups. I'm keeping these cups.
All
that
right.
looks incredible. I'm
That
definitely
looks-
swing in there.
Looks pretty solid.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. So again, incredible,
Really awesome stuff.
generosity yesterday, and we single out the Hale and Iverson families on the high end, but we appreciate all donations
For sure.
at all levels. You helped us set a record and raise over $7.1 million for cancer research as we attempt to eradicate just a horrible, horrible disease. So we really do appreciate that here. Jones and Keefe live, by the way, at Gillette Stadium, day one.
Busy week.
Joint practices, Keefe. My goodness.
We've been circling this date for a while because we're like, it's back-to-back joint practices, right? So last week it was a one-off with the Colts. This is back-to-back days. And it's with the Philadelphia Eagles, which of itself I think would be like a fun matchup, two really talented teams. And then, oh, by the way, the A.J. Brown thing, right? Like, A.J. Brown being here against his former team is awesome. Like, this is great stuff. Because, like, who knows if he's going to play and how much he's going to play in the preseason game.
I would doubt very much at
all. Yeah, I don't think he really needs to. But, like, these 2 days I think are going to be a lot of fun. A lot of great individual matchups to sort of watch, to see how A.J. Brown does, see how Pop Douglas does against somebody like Cooper DeJean, or to see how the O-line does against the super talented defensive line of the Eagles. Like, there's a million different things to watch over the next couple of days.
So we'll get to it all day long, 617-779-7937. By the way, A.J. Brown is scheduled to speak in the noontime hour. We'll hear that here on Jones and Keefe. You can interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along and chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there, subscribe to WEEI. Patriots are on these fields in front of us. The Eagles are on the back workout fields. At some point, they'll commingle out here, and we'll relay what we see. We'll get to Bill Chisholm, his appearance yesterday on the Greg Hill Show. Some very interesting comments about the Jaylen Brown trade, about a future arena for the Celtics in Boston. So we'll get to that before the hour's out. But let's start with Roman Anthony Keefe. Out there for the Sea Dogs last night. Before the game, he's crying about Marcelo Meyer and missing his pal. And I'm like, here we go. Then he gets out there on the field, Keefe. Walks in his first at bat.
Yeah, good eye.
105, 108. I forget what the miles per hour were, exit velo, for his single. And then just an absolute bomb of a home run that would have been a home run in 30 of 30 big league ballparks. He walked in his fourth at bat, so he was 2 for 2, a rope of a single, a bomb of a home run, couple of walks. I'm not saying rush the guy back, but I am starting to wonder what it's going to look like when he gets back, because that was special.
Remember last year when he was in the minors? Didn't he hit a ball like 500 feet? And we were like, why is he not?
Yeah, we're like, we're gonna go get him in Worcester.
So here's my concern: is that at the beginning of the year it was Roman Anthony's going to have to carry the entire offense, and then he did not, and then he got hurt, and then it was like, oh. Now it was like during the winning streak, you're like, hey, Roman Anthony's like picking up a bat. Roman Anthony's he's got dry swings. He's going up against the pitching machine. He's doing tees and flips or whatever, like all these different things. And you were like, great, because the team's actually rolling right now. You can put him 7, 8, 9 in the lineup,
ease him in,
take some pressure off him, DH some games, left field some games, and sort of see how it goes. But because they haven't had a leadoff hitter that's really stuck, I feel like everyone's going to be like, all right, you should be the leadoff guy. And it's going to be in no time, especially when you have a game like this, a rehab game like this, the expectations once again skyrocket. And you're like, oh, yeah, he's the leadoff guy. It's like, well, at the beginning of the year, he wasn't really the leadoff guy. So is that too much to put on him once again? Like, have we learned anything?
In fairness, the first game of the year, we came in the next day and we're like, he did something only Hall of Famers have done in the history of baseball. Remember that?
It was a hot start.
It was.
It was a really hot start for him,
so,
and then it cooled dramatically.
We tend to overrate things from time to time. We had Roman Anthony in the Hall of Fame before the year started. We certainly had him as an all-star.
Is he a better leadoff option than Nick Sogard?
Yes, whatever you're about to say, yeah. So would I put him there the first game back? Probably not.
Sogard had a couple of knocks last night.
But do I want him there in October? Yeah, that's probably his spot. Left field and leading off is probably his spot.
So do I. And maybe at some point you're like, I know he's young, but he is a major leaguer. He signed this huge contract. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on you to hit leadoff, but okay, that's what we need you to do that. Now, what'll make his job easier?
I'd also say he's had ample time to come back. So good thing that his eye is ready, and he's ready to hit some home runs last night, 108 miles an hour off the bat on his single. Like, you've had enough time. I hope you're ready to go at this point. And last night it looked like he was.
Now, I guess the good news, too, is the rest of the lineup is better than it was when he left.
Yep.
I mean, like, he should have more protection. It should be. It should look different. Like the way Rafael is swinging it. Although Abreu was good early when Roman was still here, but Contreras, maybe Rutschman, perhaps.
He's heating up.
He is heating up a little bit. So all of that should help. It'll be an interesting question, though, for Chad Tracy to answer. It's like, all right, when the guy is here, where do you put him in the lineup? Is he playing every single day? How do you kind of go about that?
Okay, 617-779-7937. What are your expectations for Roman Anthony? Made his return to AA baseball last night in Portland. We'll get to your feedback on that. We have some Would You Rathers coming up on a Would You Rather Wednesday at 11:30. We have the hashtag Dork Minute at 11:45. And Terp going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour with a full breakdown of joint practices day one. Patriots and Eagles, Jones and Keefe here in Foxborough. We'll get to your thoughts on that. And in just 2 minutes, Keefe just mentioned it, Adley Rutschman heating up. Do the Red Sox have something there? We'll get to it again. 2 minutes.
Field line, it's hooking near the pole. It is a towering fly. It's a home run. Hard to judge from here as it went past the pesky pole, but it's fair and a home run and a tie game on Rutschman's first as a member of the Red Sox. It's 4-4.
I can't imagine everybody there misses it, but I still didn't see a great angle that proved that it was fair, but whatever, we'll take it. Adley Rutschman with the home run that at the time tied up the ball game. Red Sox were ahead 3-0. You thought they're cruising. Suarez didn't even give up a hit to start the game. Then all of a sudden he couldn't find the strike zone. Well, that's not fair. A couple of bloop hits. Then he hit a guy, then gives up the grand slam. So the Red Sox are down. Rutschman ties it up. Red Sox go in front on just like an incredible Matrix-level slide from Caleb Durbin last night coming home on a wild pitch. But I still am not, like, totally sold that was a fair ball, but I'll take it. 9-4 win for the Red Sox.
Yeah, I don't really trust my eyesight, so I probably shouldn't even comment on whether it was fair or foul. I'm like, everybody else is saying that it's fair. Let's count it. But, no, I would say Rutschman, very positive. It's only 2 games, but the start that he had was real bad. I mean, he was 1 for 17, 9 strikeouts.
And then 0 for 3 to start the game. I mean, 1 for 20, really, to start.
Yeah, so what is he now? 4 for his last 8, I think, with no strikeouts.
4 for his last, I think, 6.
6?
Yeah.
Okay, even better. Yeah, no, you might be right. Yeah, no, maybe
7 or 8. Good call.
I think. I'm not the greatest at that.
Who's to say? He drew a walk in there, but I would say even just like not striking out is a good sign for him too, because that's been one of the things this Red Sox team early in the year. They struck out all the time. They couldn't scrap together any runs. Now they put the ball in play so much more, and they got guys running around and all that stuff, whether it's bunts or not, sack flies, all that stuff. That's more in place. So you're not just getting these like automatic, not only like outs, but just like unproductive outs on top of each other. So if Rutschman, and he was hitting 5th, which I'm glad they weren't messing around
No,
again and having hit third. That made
drop
no
him
sense.
down.
Ever
Good.
hit him third.
That's where he should hit. Fifth is where he should hit.
He absolutely should hit fifth, and then it works out perfectly because depending on whether you're going up against a righty or a lefty, having your switch hitter there batting fifth right after Contreras, right in front of Durbin, is pretty good. So I think how I viewed him when they acquired him is still how I feel, right? Like it was a really bad start, and now it's a hot couple of games. I think I view him as a significant upgrade from Wong, Narvaez, Gasper, but maybe not the name that he was his first 2 years in the league.
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
like Gasper.
I think that's fair. Mickey Gasper
Yeah.
has homered in 2 straight, which is double the
But
amount of
it's
home runs with
it's,
Rutschman.
It's laying it on a little thick. We're like 3-time All-Star. And you're like, okay,
Right.
I guess he is, and he's good. He's solid, but he's not someone that you're saying he's the power bat that was missing from this lineup. He is more power than was there prior.
Even
and I'll take it.
Even with the 2 hits in each of the last 2 games, including the home run last night, he's still hitting 192 with a homer and 4 RBIs in his time with the Red Sox. Now, that's a lot better than starting 1 for 20 with no power and no hitting the ball out of the infield and a ton of strikeouts, so you'll take it. I remain skeptical about what they paid for him, but I agree with you. He's an upgrade. He should help. And so I'm happy to see him start swinging the bat, along with some of the reinforcements that could be on the way, like Roman Anthony, which is where we started the show here today. You can dial us up, 617-779-7937, Jones and Keefe live in Foxborough for day 1, Patriots and Eagles joint practices. No Gonzo on the field here today. Barmore is going to be limited. Ellis is going to be limited, so some guys are coming back. Christian Gonzalez, not one of those guys here today.
Shocked.
We'll continue to keep you posted on that coming up. Joe and Lowell wants to start with where we began the show today, Roman Anthony.
Hey, Joe.
And his return. Go ahead, Joe.
Jones and Keefe. Yes.
Yes.
Hey, by far the best show on the radio dial.
Thank you.
Hey, so the porcelain hero is coming back and hits a home run off of a glorified high school student, and this is supposed to cure everything? With Roman Anthony?
Joe's not as high on
no,
Roman
I mean,
Anthony return.
It's
Joe's
gonna,
not as high.
It's going to help. Yeah, I would think. I would hope. They're getting nothing out of left field.
I mean, put into it what you want to put into it, but double-A ball, he goes out and has a nice night? I mean, I don't know. He's got to prove it to me a little bit more than that.
Yep. No, I do. I understand.
A glorified high schooler is maybe a little harsh, but overall, I get bumping the brakes. I get that.
I do too. Like I wouldn't look at him like a savior. Now I'm not ruling out big picture. He's still like an all-star player down the road, like a all-star major leaguer. Not necessarily this season, but is it fair to look at it similarly to whatever you get out of Roman Anthony as a leadoff hitter, or whatever you get out of Roman Anthony in place of Duran in left field on most nights? Is similar to Rutschman over the catchers?
So that's exactly what I was going to say. Rutschman is an upgrade. I think people are maybe
He's
overstating how
Piazza,
much of an upgrade. Thank you.
Yeah.
But he's an upgrade over what you have. You're better.
Yeah.
Roman Anthony, right now your DA. You see the update yesterday on Yoshida?
He might be out for the year.
Yoshida's going to be out till the end of the year at the earliest, which means probably the whole year based on this medical staff.
Although he could be back tomorrow.
Well, also true based on this medical staff. But the update yesterday was he's going to be out for a long time with that hamstring injury. So you really don't have a day-to-day DH unless you think it's Mickey Gasper. You haven't had any production out of left field all year. So you do not need Roman Anthony to come back and be the savior. And if you think we're over-dramatizing it or overstating it, well, Joe, wouldn't be the first time from us. You're probably not wrong.
Yeah.
The reality is they don't need a savior. They just need an upgrade at a spot that's been a black hole all year. And hopefully he can give you some of that. I mean, even if he comes back and he's what he was, Keith, in the first month of the year, which was not good.
No, it's better than Duran.
It was better than Duran, exactly. That would be an upgrade on Duran, a guy taking some walks and hitting for a little bit of power and hitting for a higher batting average, maybe not as much of a disaster in the field. Duran makes some plays with his speed. He also misses a ton of plays out there because he has poor instincts. So, yeah, I think Roman Anthony, even if you got the Roman Anthony from April, which would be underwhelming, is an upgrade on Duran.
Oh, 100%. Duran's been one of the guys that's just kind of like pulled them down, but they've had enough guys sort of overcome that, right? So, like, he might try to stand in the way of them winning, but the other guys have made up for it. I don't think it's a coincidence that at the beginning of the year, they had so many guys struggling. Like, half the lineup was terrible.
Yep.
And so you look at the infield specifically. Wilson Contreras was having an all-star first baseman season, but then you were getting nothing out of second base. Most of it was Meyer, but he was kind of in like a little bit of a platoon. But you're getting nothing out of Meyer. You're getting nothing out of Story. And for the first couple months, nothing out of Durbin. So then Durbin turns it around. The other two guys get hurt, and their replacements who are like backup, like quadruple A players were better. So now Monasterio and Sogard and Seagulls, on paper you wouldn't think would be better than Story and Meyer, but they were by far.
Not even close.
And then you factor that in with Durbin completely turning his season around, and now you're like, oh, we went from having 5 automatic outs in the lineup to 1. And most teams in the league have 1 or 2 or whatever. So, like, that was a major difference. And now if you've already upgraded your catcher spot, if you can upgrade left field and then figure out this, middle infield, you got a bunch of different players there. Chad Tracy's going to have to figure out when to go with who and all that stuff. But, yeah, no, I get why Joe is not wanting to go overboard with, the Roman Anthony praise. That's fair. But I do think he's better than Duran.
Me too. Caleb Durbin, unbelievable slide last night at home to give the Red Sox the lead. They only struck out 3 times last night, Keith. That's after striking out 0 times the game prior.
Yeah.
And I think the most encouraging thing about last night, and you can be discouraged by Suarez if you want. You can think we're over-dramatizing Roman Anthony.
I don't think Epperson should have sent Rutschman.
Nope, good one. That's another.
Like, dude, do you know how big Rutschman is? Look at Rutschman.
That's another good one. That's another good one.
Yeah.
But I think the most encouraging thing, Wilson Contreras looks right again.
Yeah, that's a big relief because that did not look right for a time.
And Cedon Rafaela, who looked lost for a week and a half after that Dodgers series, looks like he's back as well.
Yeah.
So I would say that, to me, is some of the most encouraging things over the last couple of nights where the Red Sox have piled up a whole bunch of runs against the D-backs. They're back on the field today at 4 o'clock. Peyton Tolley on the hill for the Red Sox. Hopefully he keeps it rolling the way he has been. We have thoughts on that coming up with your phone calls, 617-779-7937. And when we come back, we promised you yesterday we'd follow up on some of Bill Chisholm's comments with the Greg Hill Show, throwing Brad Stevens under the bus.
Hey.
What do we think of those comments, and how long is Brad going to put up with it? We'll get to that next.
Thank you to the most generous.
That was tough, and I really, I really need to be convinced, and to take the fan passion out of it, because I'm a super fan, was tough, and to frankly, to put aside the. And you have to kind of be. I think you have to be a sociopath if you don't worry a little bit about what other fans are going to think, and so to put all that to the side and just do the job, and I step back and realize you have a responsibility to protect and advance the legacy of the Celtics, and we've got the best brains in basketball, and this is something that they had conviction around, and I needed to be convinced, and that's my job. But they did convince me, and we did it, and we did it with conviction, and I think we'll see where it goes, but we feel good about it.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
What an answer yesterday from Bill Chisholm on the Greg Hill Show.
You'd have to be an absolute sociopath not to think about what other fans think.
Unbelievable answer, it really is.
Like, as a fan, I wouldn't have done that. As a fan, I was like, if I owned the team, I wouldn't have done that. You do own the team.
How many times in a minute 30 is he's like, we had to be convinced, but we had conviction? I'm surprised he, just really, really didn't say Brad had conviction, which he basically did.
No, but this is
and
very
I had to
clear.
be convinced on it. I mean, it's unbelievable.
This answer is perfect for, if this works, I trusted Brad, guys. Look at me trusting the big brain on Brad. If it doesn't work, just remember, I'm like you guys. This was crazy. We shouldn't have done this. I had to be convinced, and really it was Brad. Put it all on Brad. You think Brad Stevens was like, I want to trade Jaylen Brown?
No.
Give me a break.
Not for Paul George. Maybe for Giannis he was into that.
I think maybe. Yeah, I think there's a chance for Giannis.
Not for Paul George and a couple of crummy draft picks.
George.
Check out the
They do
big
have
brain on
optionality.
Brad.
That's literally what Chisholm was saying.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just one of you guys. Yeah, but you're not. You own the team, right? You're not just a fan. Like, I'm the biggest fan in the world. Oh, really? Celtics trivia with Bill Chisholm next time he comes on. See how that goes. Yeah, I'm not shocked by the answer. We got a little bit of this during the press conference, right? When they were sitting there together,
Okay,
we're
but
like, man.
that was in front of, facing the firing squad, live questions. The trade's still pretty fresh.
Yeah.
He's had, time to think this out
that's what
and
he came up
amend
with.
his answer
Now-
and understand that after the press conference, a lot of us were like, he just threw Brad under the bus.
Oh, yeah.
Then threw the bus in reverse and back over his dead corpse.
Drive forward,
yeah, I mean,
forward.
so he's heard all that, and
Yeah.
he's aware of that, and he's had time to adjust his messaging, and he's still throwing Brad squarely under the bus for that trade. He's
That's
like,
because the trade's gotten worse.
I didn't like it. I had to be convinced, and yeah, the trade has gotten worse because now the Sixers are a
LeBron.
super team.
Yeah, no, so that is pretty bad. I mean, the good news is that he is the fourth best owner in the town. So there is that.
Well,
there's only four. Son of a. So yeah, no, it's gonna have to be proven out, because right now the early tenure for him as a fan, I know he's just like one of us, right? He's a fan just like us.
Yeah.
But it's been wildly disappointing. Like, you've just dismantled a championship team, and you can do it under the umbrella of, guys, the second apron is a killer, or luxury tax is a killer. It's like, all right, you brought in Paul George, who has one of the 5 worst contracts in the NBA. You have him for 2 years just so you could get away from Jaylen Brown for 3 years? I don't see it. I don't see the team going in the right direction is the other problem with this.
No.
Right? Like, it doesn't seem like it's going very
It's
good.
nosedive since this guy took over.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, you can draw a direct line there, and that's not to blame him for everything. I mean, Jaylen Brown needed to be better in a Game 7 last year. Tatum and company needed to be better in the first 6 games of that series. Tatum was back and looked like himself. I don't let him off the hook for the 3 losses prior to Game 7. Mazzulla's got to be better. They got to evaluate the way they play. I don't think Brad Stevens built a great roster last year. We said it in real time. I'm like, I can't believe he's the executive of the year. Like, it's pretty much Tatum and Jaylen Brown and a bunch of scraps, which is exactly what the roster proved to be. So, like, he's got to make a better trade when your owner comes to you and forces your hand that you got to move on from Jaylen Brown. So it's not to put it all on Bill Chisholm, but you want to draw a direct line. I mean, Wicks sold the team on the duck boats just about, or his dad did.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, they've nosedived since then. Out in the second round, blowing giant leads against the Knicks. Last year, they lose in the first round against the Sixers, and now Jaylen Brown's gone. How else do you not draw it right back to him and his co-investors?
Yeah, no, it's tough. And again, I think each move along the way is a little bit different. So we sort of throw it into the same bucket at times. But like, I still go back to, like, what was Al Horford or Kristaps Porzingis going to give you, right? So it wasn't just like, hey, you took a championship roster, and now look at what the starting lineup
right,
is.
But those were financial moves. So
those were.
You can defend them on a basketball court, but the motivation for those were financial. But you can say, all right, how hard is it to replace a guy in Porzingis who plays half the time at most,
but if
a guy like Horford who's on his last legs? Like, I get that.
But if you're afraid of the luxury or second apron, that wasn't the issue with Jaylen Brown.
Nope.
Jaylen Brown also was the player clearly with the most left in the tank. You know, the three guys from the championship team, you could argue, certainly their best basketball. You couldn't even argue. Their best basketball was behind them. And then you could argue about what you got in return. The Jaylen Brown one makes no sense because he's dead in his prime, just had his best season, and you got him for a much older player who's sort of more in like the Drew Holiday Porzingis bucket than he is the Jaylen Brown one. So, yeah, and then obviously there's the Tatum part of all of this too, which is like, all right, your star player didn't really want the other star player. At least that's how it reads from the outside. So he wasn't exactly fighting for him. But then it comes back to Brad, and, you know, did Brad have one arm tied behind his back when he was forced to make this trade at the time that he did? I don't know. Hopefully they surprise a lot of people, but I'm not predicting them to go very far next year. Obviously, they're a playoff team. They should be a top 5 seed, all that.
Oh, they're gonna win a bunch of regular season games.
They got Tatum. Tatum's really, really good.
And then they're going to lose on their home floor in the playoffs and lose to an inferior team in the playoffs because they're not very good. And this one, they were willingly bad to save a few bucks for the new ownership group, which is pathetic. And then for him to go on yesterday and spin around and be like, wow, I mean, geez, I mean, I'm like any super fan, and, like, you got to be a bit of a sociopath not to worry about this. And, well, you know, Brad talked me into it, so I guess I went along with it. Like, what kind of nonsense is that?
It's pretty crazy.
Out of Bill Chisholm yesterday. By the way, Jones and Keefe, we are brought to you by the Catches Law Injury Attorney.
Oh, you hear the boo birds out.
No fee unless you win. Eagles are taking the field. Is that Eagles?
Yeah.
There's a lot of Eagles fans here. Are Eagles fans booing their own team, or is that Patriots fans booing the Eagles? You can never. Did Santa Claus just walk by?
Yeah.
What's all the booing here? I don't understand.
Could be Destiny's Child. Could be Michael Irvin injured on the field. Could be. Oh no, that'd be a cheer. My bad. That'd be actually a cheer.
If they were throwing batteries, you'd know JD Drew was out there.
100%.
Yeah.
Eagles are wearing the all whites. Oh, here we go. Oh, these morons. They're everywhere. They just the Eagle, like one player from the Eagles shows up, and all of a sudden there's like a swarm of fans behind him.
Yeah,
so we're up here. We're in the stadium overlooking the practice fields, and so they've allowed people not just in the bleachers, like down on the field, but there's a bunch of mixed Patriots and Eagles fans.
It's a
in here.
good amount of Pats fans up here. On the ramps as well. But there's a Brian Dawkins jersey. You like that Kelly Green jersey over there?
Yeah, well, I do. I really do. That is
a nice looking jersey.
I'll give him that.
H.A. Brown couldn't reel it in. Who's 27? Mitchell? So that was Mitchell and Brown one-on-one.
Well, that was quick right off the rip,
I mean, Brown had a step on him. Couldn't reel it in. So these are some one-on-one drills.
Boy.
Okay. Pop Douglas on DeJean, I think.
That's good. That's a good matchup right there.
That is 617-779-7937. So we have May going through it with some of his receivers and tight ends. Hunter Henry with the
27
catch.
definitely is Quinyon Mitchell.
But yeah, Brown had a step on Quinyon Mitchell, which is good. I don't know if Mitchell knocked it out or he flat out dropped it. May threw it right in the bucket. But either way, no connection there. Dobbs with the catch coming back.
That's Reek Woolen
on the far side field. Yeah, so they have 3 high level.
They got some dudes. The Eagles have a really good roster.
Other field, we got the Pats defense going against the first team Eagles offense. So these joint practices are fun. You can hear crowd's very much into this compared to the Colts one last week, Keith.
Yep.
Like
I don't think there were many Colts fans traveled to this. It's kind of out of the way, and it's only a one-off. Like these fans get to go to 2 joint practices and a game, so you could see why they'd make the trip.
Let's say
and it's a much quicker trip.
Let's say Efton Chisholm did not get open on that route down.
No, he was swallowed up. It looked like there,
covered like a blanket.
Eli Raritan, though,
he was Raritan.
Yeah, this guy.
Raritan makes plays every single day.
Kind of nice.
And that was from May.
Yep, exactly.
So look, we'll continue to update this from here. My only lingering thought on Bill Chisholm is my same thought that I had at the beginning of the offseason when this trade went down. That was Mac Hollins with a grab.
Yep.
The reason that I question it is because Bill Chisholm, he has not changed his messaging at all. And for him to drop this right in Brad Stevens' lap is, again, laughable. And I just wonder how long Brad wants to put up with that. Like, I really do. And I'm not saying he's going back to college to be a head coach. I don't believe that. I don't think he'd want to go back to college. You get a taste of the NBA. The lifestyle's good. His kids are older. Like, it's not the life of a coach. It's not NIL life in college where you're recruiting and glad-handing boosters and all of this. Like, you're building a roster, and you get your summers off largely, and you get to lead a pretty regular lifestyle. But you don't have to lead it here. He doesn't have to lead it with the Celtics, and there are other NBA franchises that I'm sure would look to hire him and bring him in, and I think he'd be a hot commodity. How much longer does he want to do it for this owner and this ownership group when they're throwing him under the bus and they're cheaping out on top of it and ripping apart the championship roster that he built a couple of years ago? I think that's a valid question. I know people think I'm trolling or going for hot takes or whatever. Why would he want to continue working here if they're going to tie his hand behind his back and make him work not under the second apron, Keith, but out of the luxury tax?
Well, what if part of that was Pop Douglas just shook the pants off of Cooper DeJean.
DeJean wasn't within 10 yards of him.
Now, it's one-on-ones, right? It's a little bit tougher. Like, the receiver has the whole field to operate here, so that is tough, but he was wide open. No, but to your point, like, why would you keep doing it? Well, what if he's paid pretty well, and what if part of the agreement is like, look, I know I have to sort of say this publicly, but, like, your job, you don't have to worry about your job security. Right, like, we're going to keep you, like, you are going to be the guy. It's almost like Roger Goodell as the NFL commissioner.
Yeah.
Or like Sam Kennedy with the Red Sox.
You're our shield.
Yeah. Like, you're going to do this. We trust you. You're going to have this job for as long as you want it. But I'm going to have to do the whole thing like, hey, as a fan.
Would you trust this guy?
If I'm Brad, I mean, if the checks are cashing, I guess maybe.
Yeah.
Like, see what the contract looks like.
I'd wonder how long the checks are going to cash for. So, I wouldn't trust this guy if I were Brad. It's not like there's a long working relationship where you have a high level of trust. Brad's new. Chisholm is new to Brad and vice versa. So, yeah, I wouldn't have a high degree of trust, even if I'm well compensated in the meantime. Other NBA franchises pay their players more. And are willing to go farther with their roster, maybe is the more accurate way of saying it. I'm sure they are with their executives as well. 617-779-7937. We got all your thoughts here on Jones and Keith. Mac Hollins with a deep bomb.
Deep touchdown.
And might even been grabbed on that play.
I think he was.
Ref had the flag out.
Oh, that's right. Refs. I love the refs at joint practice.
Some deep contact here at joint practices. So we'll keep our eyes on this live in Foxborough, day one of Patriots and Eagles. We'll also get to Bill Chisholm, his comments on a new arena. Is one in store for the Celtics? Do you want one? Did they need one? We'll get to that next.
FanDuel is giving new customers up to $1,000.
you go.
You're listening to Jones and Keith on WEEI.
Do you need to have your own building to compete financially in this league?
No. But I do think we need to have an arena that kind of creates, is consistent with the quality of and the excellence of the Celtics, and we need to have to create the best fan and player experience we can. And do we need to own the building to do that? No, but we certainly need to have the ability to influence that agenda. I mean, and if we need to own the building to do it, we'll do that.
Jones and Keith live at Patriots joint practices, day one here with the Eagles in Foxborough. That was Bill Chisholm yesterday talking about a new arena. Do you need a new arena? So we'll get into his answer on that in a moment. Second team offense out here now, Keith, on the far side field. Second team offense on the near side field for the Eagles. Drake May and the first team offense just wrapped up. They're going 11 on 11 right now. First team on first team largely. We mentioned A.J. Brown got loose or at least got a step on Quinyon Mitchell in the one-on-ones where Drake May hit him, A.J. Brown had a step, couldn't reel it in. It's hard to tell from up here if Mitchell knocked it out or Brown just flat out dropped it. I don't think Brown took another rep in one-on-ones after that. I don't believe.
I didn't see it.
And then he was out here on the field for 11-on-11s with the first-team offense. No targets, though. Pop Douglas had one nice catch. Drake May had a play that totally broke down where it looked like there were a bunch of free rushers for the Eagles. He kind of came around the corner and picked up a short gain. There was a flag on the Patriots' first-team offense as well, so pretty quiet session there.
Yeah, the run game's always hard to tell, but it did seem like they did open one hole up.
First team
offense
for Ramondre.
Okay, their first plays looked like it would have been a decent game.
Henderson's had a couple here with the second team.
Yep,
but yeah, I would just watch A.J. Brown. Is this the first-team offense coming back out?
Yeah, Drake May is back in the huddle.
So where's A.J.?
He, I think, is right next to him.
Okay, good.
Hunter Henry had a catch, but with the second
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah,
so
AJ's out there.
A.J. Brown's
Reek
near
Woolen
side
on him.
with Reek Woolen. Quinyon Mitchell is far side.
They do
Pop Douglas and Mac Hollins.
They line up Cooper DeJean all over the place. Now he's back in the slot. He's in front of Pop, but he was like playing kind of free safety.
He was.
I mean, he's really good. I mean, and that's smart to use him in a bunch of different ways, especially when you have two other really good corners.
I mean, in the Fowler top corners list, the Eagles had Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in the top 10. I don't remember if Reek Woolen also received votes, but that is an absurd amount of depth. So that was a running play
Jalen
where
Carter.
A.J. Brown was out there, and then who just jogged off?
Who for the Pats?
Yeah.
Maybe Pop.
Was it Pop? Okay.
I mean, he's standing there. He's fine. But
no, but I'm saying, so where is A.J. Brown now? Not out there.
He is not out there.
No. So that's worth monitoring.
Something to keep an eye on is what you're saying. I will say Jalen Carter could be Haas of the Week nominee, although I think that might be wrapped up with that dude from the Giants named Tugboat.
I think we're giving it to Tugboat makes his MLB debut today.
You have a dude named Tugboat coming. I think
it's gonna be hard.
Probably hard to knock him off.
That's gonna be hard to beat. San Francisco Giants have a bunch of Haas's.
They have a big team.
I mean, they traded Eric Miller here. That guy's a Haas.
Oh, true.
Never mind some of the other guys they have. Okay, first team offense out here.
A.J. Brown back out there.
A.J. Brown lined up pretty tight to the formation.
Sure is.
But out there. And he's been out there.
Run.
He's been out there for I think all running plays, 11-on-11.
Meanwhile, on this other field, it's just been 20 consecutive tush pushes.
I'll be honest, I barely even glanced at that other field. I barely even watched what the Eagles are doing.
They actually are lining up and doing other things, but that was my fear. It's just gonna be tush push, tush push. But yeah, like Hurts is out here. He just handed it up to Saquon Barkley, so he's out here. I saw Devontae Smith. I don't know if he's doing it. He doesn't have his helmet. Is there like an injury there? But he's walking around.
I know he had been dinged up earlier in camp, so I guess I couldn't speak exactly. I know it's no Mekhi Lemon today. I believe Devontae Smith has been managing something, so maybe that's why he's not fully out there. Here we go. A.J. Brown's running a real route here, and May's going to hit him.
Nice.
Good catch. Good hands catch.
And run. There you go.
That was on Reek Woolen. Okay, good.
And like that? Now you feel better?
I do.
Oh, phew.
I mean, he wasn't even running routes before. He was just out there on running plays and then walking over to the sideline. That was a real route, and he got open. He got open on that, and a good hands catch by A.J. Brown. So I do feel better about
pop by the crowd there,
quite frankly.
Too. Yeah, all right.
Okay. 617-779-7937. We got your thoughts here on Jones and Keefe. A.J. Brown going to speak to the media coming up here at about 12:15.
That'll be good.
So you hear that live here on WEEI. That answer about the new arena, Keefe, two-part question. Do they need one? And do you want one as a fan?
They've gone for such a long time, obviously, without one. They being just like the Boston Celtics franchise. So I don't know if they really need one.
They don't. The Lakers do not own Staples. Yeah. The Lakers just sold for $12 million, billion dollars.
Yeah.
And
so they probably don't need one.
I don't think they need one to financially compete, unless your argument is the Lakers also need it, and they just sold again for $12.5 billion. I don't think they need one. Selfishly, as a fan, I wouldn't hate a new arena.
I guess it depends. It depends on where it is and like how sweet they make it, because there is something about my entire life having the Bruins and Celtics share a building. It's always been one and the same. You go to the Garden, you see Bobby Orr's number, you see Larry Bird's number, you see all the years that they've won, and like there is something cool about that. You know where it is, you know how to get in and out, whether it's a pain or not, you know how to get in and out. The whole thing is easy.
You get your doubleheader days where the Bruins play a matinee and the
Black
Celtics
Friday
are at night.
usually, right?
Exactly. And so I like that as well. I would not say the Garden is a top end venue or arena in either sport. So, selfishly as a fan, would I like a newer, nicer arena? I guess. But do I want to schlep to, like, the Seaport to go watch the Celtics. I don't.
I don't know what the good option would be. Like, remember when before Chisholm bought it, there was a lot of talk about could it be near the Encore?
Yep.
And like, I don't know if I want. I'd rather it just where it is right now, I guess.
They have to be.
It's not the greatest thing in the world.
They have to be geographically in Boston.
Or they could go to Indiana like the Bears.
Right?
Like, yeah.
I mean, it's not that
I hope
dissimilar,
they
I
don't do that.
guess.
No, I don't want that. I mean, as nice as this place is, every time you drive out here, it's crazy that you got to go to Foxborough for the Patriots.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's crazy.
It's foolish.
But that's what it is. So, yeah, I would want it to be very much still in Boston, and I don't know how easy that is to get done. But I would think based on his answer, I would say he wants an arena, because when Wick Grosbeck for years was asked about the same thing, he would always say, "We love our relationship with the Bruins. Like, we love it. Everybody's going great."
In fairness to Bill Chisholm, he eventually got there, but it's after he hemmed and hawed and probably caught himself in the middle of the answer and like, "Ooh, I should probably mention the Bruins since I've been saying nothing for 45 seconds, hemming and hawing. I should probably mention our partnership." But no, you're right. I mean, Wick would come out very strongly, and that would be how he'd start his answer.
Maybe Chisholm will do like recorded interviews going forward, and then you can sort of like edit it down a little bit.
He is
trim it up,
and good get yesterday by the Greg Hill show,
Great
and
job.
very courteous of him to come on during the Jimmy Fun Telethon. So like all due respect for that, but he's a brutal interview. I mean, he has like no media savvy, no media skill. It was apparent,
but
when
he
did
like a piece of clay. He's a
when
piece
he
of
did
clay.
his Q&A,
Yeah.
Keith, at the podium, he was horrible.
Yeah, he didn't do well,
and he wasn't much better yesterday in terms of being like polished and buttoned up and concise in his answers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he needs some work on that if he is a fresh piece of clay.
I think he is.
He's got to get molded fast.
But Greg Hill can do it. Greg Hill can do it. You put him on that show once a week, and I think by the end of the season, we'll be like, is that the same guy? Is that the same guy that was tripping over every answer he ever had? It might be. Or he goes the other way, and he goes the John Henry route, and we never hear from him again.
Well, and he inspires no confidence. And when I say that, I'm a super fan. I don't believe you. I've never believed you. I don't believe that you're a super fan. I'm from the North Shore.
I wake up and have a
No,
North
you're
Shore
not.
beef,
Show me what coastline Georgetown has. It doesn't. We called you on that the second you started talking about how big of a fan you are. And so, like, it doesn't pass the sniff test. And I think most fans see right through it. And when I say he doesn't inspire confidence, that's what I mean. He's not believable. And he's trying to sell you something. And that's how it comes across. In the same way people feel about Red Sox ownership, and I think that's fair to feel that way about Henry and Sam Kennedy and everybody. What are they trying to sell me? What game are they playing? I feel the exact same way about this guy. And when I say he needs polished, that's what I mean.
So it's unfortunate that the Celtics and Sixers don't play each other sooner, but what also could happen is by the time they play the Celtics, if they don't have a very good record, talking about the Celtics, and then they lose a game and they catch by A.J. Brown.
Yeah, this is 7-on-7.
Yeah, so there's no lineman here. But
who was that? That was DeJean, closest defender, right? So kind of floated in there in his zone, it looked like.
Yeah. But couldn't you see, because we're talking about how John Henry, just this season, would sell the team, and now it's like, oh, this team's the best. So winning is 100% the most important thing. But if you're facing the Sixers, and Jaylen Brown's having a big game, and the Sixers beat the Celtics, and the Celtics aren't, let's say, a top 3 seed, it could turn ugly on Chisholm, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I think even though Tatum will deserve a good chunk of the blame, too, another pass completed to A.J. Brown, by the way, I would say Chisholm's going to get the most blame, then maybe Brad, then Tatum, then Missoula. Would you go that?
Yeah, I mean, my personal list would go Chisholm, then Tatum, and they're neck and neck, Gap, and then Brad. But yeah, that would be how I would view it. But the fan base, yeah, they'll probably blame Brad more than Tatum. Probably.
Well, and the only reason I do that is if everything is true, all these different reports that you could have had Giannis if you threw in Shireman and Ugo.
Yeah.
Then it's like, all right.
Right.
You wouldn't be stuck with Paul George. You might have Giannis and Tatum.
Sure, but why is Jaylen gone in the first place? Because Tatum.
True.
Because Chisholm doesn't want to pay him, and Tatum doesn't want to play with him.
Oh, yeah, no, that part of it is not.
They'd be top of my list personally. I'd way rather have Giannis than Paul George, not to rehash this for the millionth time.
Not even close.
But I didn't really want Giannis. I wanted Jaylen more than Giannis. So that's maybe why I have Brad lower on my list. Anyway, A.J. Brown starting to show out here as this practice wears on, which is a good sign. Couple of catches, 7-on-7, 111 on 11. He had what should have been a long catch in one-on-ones on Quinyon Mitchell, but he dropped it or it got knocked out. So we'll keep our eyes on this. 617-779-7937. What else is happening out here on the practice field? No Christian Gonzalez. We can get to that with all your phone calls in just 2 minutes on Jones and Keith.
Head over to the bar at the 99 Restaurant for a fun night of trivia. 6 packs of
an Odyssey sports station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is intentional. This is a very good football team. It has been for, quite some time. Really good at the line of scrimmage, big physical lines of scrimmage. Certainly an excellent quarterback. They're well coached, good defensive scheme. So I think this will be a really good measuring stick just to see how we, where we're at this point in camp and how we can respond. There's going to be some good plays, and we're going to have to, make some adjustments really quickly, and then try to keep our competitive stamina throughout the day.
The feed is brought to you by Cape Cod Lumber, 100% employee-owned and operated. That was Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel ahead of today's joint practice with the Philadelphia Eagles. Today's day one of 2 practices with those Eagles. This Saturday night, the Patriots will play Philadelphia in the second preseason game of the season. Kickoff from Gillette Stadium is at 7 o'clock in Foxborough. Are you looking to transform your living space? Visit CCL Homescapes in Abington. From expert kitchen design to custom closets, manufactured, designed, and installed. Get inspired in their fresh showroom or start your project online at cclco.com. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
Watch us, love us. Just follow WEEI on Twitch. Jones and Keefe.
On WEEI.
Hour 2, Jones and Keefe live. Patriots joint practices with the Eagles here in Foxborough. We will get you some Would You Rathers coming up in a half an hour. Hashtag Dork Minute on the way at 11:45. A.J. Brown scheduled to speak 12:15-ish, along with Milton Williams and some other players. We're going to have A.J. Brown here live on WEEI when he talks to the media. You'll hear that live here. Plus, we'll talk to Terp, get his full breakdown in the 1 o'clock hour of everything that's happening here at joint practices. We got second-team offense on the field right now for the Patriots. What are they doing here near side? They got like the Eagles O-line out here with like different pass rushers coming in to get the ball for the Patriots.
Yeah, so they split it up. They got the big fellas now teaming up. And so, yeah, they're sending different pass rushers and working on that. They got the Eagles O-line right in front of us. But then over here they're still doing like 7-on-7s with the first and second team offenses throwing up against the secondary of the Eagles.
So we got Morton out there now. DeVito just wrapped up. I'll say the Patriots offense, and I've been very hung up on that side of the field, Keith. Offenses look pretty crisp. I was a little worried A.J. Brown wasn't taking a rep after he got deep on Quinyon Mitchell on that first one-on-one rep. Like right away, they went over the top, deep throw. Hey, it's one-on-one. There's no safety help. It's a huge advantage to the offense. But it was an exciting play. Then I didn't see Brown out there for a little bit, and I got a little worried, as I tend to do.
Sure do.
But Brown has made a bunch of plays here, 11-on-11, 7-on-7 since that point. I watched that highlight. Reese tweeted out a video of A.J. Brown. I still can't tell if Mitchell punched it out or Brown just couldn't bring it in clean, but either way, no deep connection there. A.J. Brown's look good, and I'd say the first-team offenses look pretty crisp, Keith. Even the second-team offense, DeVito's had some good throws. I'd say the Patriots against what should be a really high-level defense and specifically secondary from the Eagles, I'd say they've looked pretty good thus far. I want to hold off on like a real judgment until they get into that 2-minute setting like the Pats did against the Colts, where they largely had a good practice last week. And then Drake May threw a horrible interception in the end zone where he floated it on a wide-open Pop Douglas. Underthrew it on a wide-open Pop Douglas. So I'll reserve like real judgment until that point where it's the most game-like situation. But so far, they've looked pretty good.
It looks like we just have a
Woodson pick?
Eraser interception off of Hurts. So, again, it's like 7-on-7s. They're working on different stuff. But
so they're
on this field.
They're first team over here for Eagles offense,
Yes.
Pats defense. We're still third team over on this
they must have been working
Pats
through
offensive field. Yeah.
different things. But last year, the Eagles had a top 5 defense. And, one of the sort of knocks against the Patriots offense and Drake May specifically was that playoff run, how they went up against essentially the other top 5 defenses, right? It was like everybody but the Eagles, between the Seahawks, the Chargers really good, Texans, Broncos, and the offense was not great, and they were stymied. It's just a joint practice, but you can see like the names. Like we're going through the corners that the Eagles have. That's going to be one of the best trio of corners in the league. And then you have Jalen Carter up front. So like there's a lot of talent on the field for the Eagles. So the amount of success the Pats have had early on is definitely encouraging.
It is. One of the headlines here today, I would say A.J. Brown, the real headliner going against his former team, standout player. Again, he will speak to the media in the noontime hour. The other would be no Christian Gonzalez. I wouldn't say anybody should be shocked. We're certainly not shocked. He wasn't at the walkthrough yesterday. If he's not at the walkthrough and he hasn't been on the field in a week plus, he's not going to be at joint practices. But I would say while the Patriots start to work some guys in, Barmore in limited reps, Christian Ellis in limited reps, Gonzalez still nowhere to be found.
No.
Which for everybody who says, well, guys, he's hurt, what do you expect? It's not a contract thing. Curran's one of those.
Yeah,
I would point to some of these other guys getting eased in, and I would say they're all out here. They're all physically here. Where's he?
Isn't it a wild coincidence to everybody that he got hurt at the very end of the practice right before the first joint practice?
Should be.
I don't know how else to read that. And I think this is maybe part of the strategy that he and his agent have. So he and Witherspoon were taking part in everything, right? They weren't doing the Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson. So I think it's easier, if you want to use this as your negotiation tactic, it's easier to be in practice and then do everything and then be like, this is hurting me, rather than showing up and being like, I'm already hurt, or like, I'm not doing anything. Like, that's different. That's even more distracting because you don't have that fake excuse of you're actually hurt. It's like you just showed up and you're just waiting to get your contract. Now, that actually worked for both those running backs. They got their contracts. Witherspoon got his deal, and we still haven't seen him. So the fact that he was doing full padded practices, he was going up against A.J. Brown, like he was committed to it. But as soon as you open up to these joint practices, which is a little bit more risky, he's not there. And it's not a shock. As soon as he missed that Colts win, you're like, all right, he might be shutting it down until he gets the contract. I think that's in play.
I mean, I am closer to him playing in games than I think you are.
Yeah.
Because we've seen guys like Trent McDuffie play on their fourth-year deal and then kind of force their way out. I don't think he's going to miss games, although who knows, Keith?
I think he absolutely could.
Maybe he gets out. Maybe he gets out there week one and says, "Ooh, my hamstring," and he has a setback and he's missing time. Or maybe when he's in those games, he's not effective. I guess I'm concerned about those things. But I guess what I wouldn't be concerned about is like a pure holdout where he never shows up again and he's not here.
Oh, I'm not worried about like a Brandon Ayuk situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like a Le'Veon Bell situation. I don't think it's gonna be anything like that. But I could see
or
him being like,
even to localize it, Mankins. I mean, it's a long time ago, but like, so I don't think it's going to be that. But you're right. I mean, maybe he just kind of shuts it down all of a sudden.
But you see it like with other players around the league when they're hurt and then they get traded and then suddenly they're healthy. Like I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm hurt. Oh, I got a new contract. Now I'm healthy. You know, so like I could see him taking it into the season, missing a couple of games, but then leaning on my ankle. I got to get my ankle right.
Yeah.
And it's like, but I also think that's a bad look for him overall. Because now you're talking about 3 out of your 4 seasons in the league, you've missed time.
No, I agree with that for sure. So, by the way, Patriots are first-team offense back out here.
Yep.
They're now going the opposite direction on the far side field. So
11 on 11.
Away from us, but you're right. It's 11 on 11. It is A.J. Brown and Dobbs with Pop Douglas right now. Ramondre Stevenson really is the first running back up every time they do it. Henderson mixes in. You know, they've also mixed in some other receivers here. That's Dobbs.
Ooh, Dobbs catch.
With a little slant in front of Reek Woolen, who it feels like out of the 3 corners, that's the one they are throwing at.
They're kind of picking on him
the most.
Bit. Yeah.
So A.J. Brown was lined up that time on the far left side of the formation on Quinyon Mitchell, which we hadn't seen as much. He had kind of been on the opposite side. So they do mix and match like a lot of bodies. Like right now, Booty is out there. Hollins was out there earlier. We've seen Kyle Williams mix in.
I like this. Both running backs.
They get Henry and Raritan. Here you go. That's probably something we actually haven't seen a ton of.
I like
Stevenson
this.
and Henderson out here. So I don't know what kind of broken play that was. May, two
Maybe
running
he knew
backs
he was gonna take a sack. Yeah, I don't know.
Two running backs to hand off to, and May just kind of oddly squirreled through the line there.
He held it like it was going to be a draw, and then ended up just kind of like taking it. So that was a nice play. But anyway,
some personnel takeaways that I would have, and I would say they're overarching. They're not just about today, but they've continued today, which interests me. Stevenson does look like the lead back everywhere, and I don't like that.
I think he's better.
I don't. And
I do.
I think the amount of big plays that Henderson had last year, the consistency might not have been there play to play, and I think that's why they go with Stevenson. But I think the explosion from Henderson and the big playability, the X plays Vrabel always talks about, I want that on the field more. But I don't know that we're going to get it.
No. I mean, he's still out there. He just caught a little pass there. But But don't you think, just to like boil it down, like Henderson might be more of like here's a 20-yard play, here's a 20-yard play, but then here's like 5 straight 2-yard plays.
Yeah.
Whereas like Ramondre might be more of like here's 5 and 6 yards or a rip.
And then a fumble. Yeah.
Well, well, he has that going for him, but when he wasn't fumbling, like there was a stretch of games at the end of last year where Ramondre might have been your best offensive player.
He might have been. And look, I think Henderson, for the games that Ramondre was out, was incredible. And so I would like to see him work in more and really be the lead guy. I thought that's what they drafted him for, but I would say that's not playing out in camp. The other thing I would say that's consistently playing out that I haven't wanted to fall for, because last year he looked so good in joint practices.
Yeah.
And
You take the cheese on Pop?
I'm not.
Okay.
But he is still getting all those, even with all the bodies they have in the receiver room. And I'd say they have way more this year than a year ago. Where last year it might have been out of necessity they were trying to get him out there because they didn't have the same talent they have now in the receiver room. He's still always the first guy in the slot, always.
Yeah, and he's out there with Brown and Dobbs a lot. And I think not playing in the first preseason game when every other receiver did besides Brown and Dobbs, that speaks.
No, that's a good point.
That's all you need to know is if he's not suiting up for that game.
Because he screams gadget player to me. That's a good catch by Booty on the sideline.
That was a good one.
Well,
it's funny. I was just about to say that, if anything, the wide receivers, Efton Chisholm is the clear 7th guy, and then he made a catch from Greg May. So it's like, all right, like they're rotating those guys in. They're getting a look at all those guys. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like come regular season time. I don't think you're going to do like line changes like that, especially when you have somebody like A.J. Brown and maybe even somebody like Romeo Dobbs. But you do see them go occasionally with the 2 tight ends. They at least have 2 tight ends that they can swap out, the 2 running backs that we mentioned. So there's a lot of different personnel that they can like work in and out, which is great to see. A couple years ago, I mean, you're grasping at straws to find a second wideout or even a first wideout.
Bingo.
And so now you're like, oh, you have a lot of different players that can play.
No, I would say it's a good problem to have. I am surprised it's so much Pop and so much Ramondre. Yep. And maybe for all the depth and talent they have, those guys are still playing a lot of snaps, in my estimation.
Well,
By the way,
it is with Pop. It's just because they're going 3 receivers a lot, and when they go 3 receivers, the more slot guy. Like, who would you put in the slot? I guess over Pop Douglas.
Well, I'd like to see A.J. Brown some in the slot.
Yeah.
Hollins played a ton in the slot. He does get lined up here in the slot from time to time. So, like, I don't know. I'd like a bigger and what I would consider better receiver than just a pure gadget guy.
Yep.
I also think they're going to go a lot of 2 tight end, Keith, between Henry and Raritan. They're going to play a fullback with Gilliam. So I wonder how much 3 wide they're actually going to play. But they line up in it quite often here on these practice fields. By the way, a lot of the reports are that the run game, and you mentioned this earlier, Keith, run game has looked the best it has in camp. Callahan among those saying it. So that's something that had been stalling out. Maybe they're finding a little something there today. 617-779-7937. Those are some takeaways from joint practices today. Patriots and Eagles, Jones and Keefe live in Foxborough. Second team offense out here on both fields for the Patriots and Eagles respectively. In just 2 minutes, let's get into the top coach-quarterback combos in the NFL, where the Patriots stack up, where they should stack up, and a few other thoughts on the roster turnover from the Patriots and what Vrabel can get out of it. Ooh, Booty's hands there, high throw from DeVito. So second team offense with a turnover. We'll get to that, the coach-quarterback combo and the roster turnover in just
May led the NFL in completion percentage, passer rating. I'm sorry, those are two important numbers, and he's only getting better. To me, he's the East Coast Justin Herbert. Big, smart, moves, arm, throws it downfield, highly accurate. They were, by the way, the most improved team in the league in some time. I'd put them at 6.
Troy Green.
Colin Cowherd counted down his top 10 coach quarterback combos on his show yesterday. Vrabel and May checked in at 6th on that list. Is that too high, too low? We can get into it with your phone call, 617-779-7937. Jones and Keefe live. Day 1, joint practices, Patriots and Eagles. Eagles are wrapping up what looks like some third-team offense here on the near field, and then I'm wondering what we're going to get in just a few moments. I see May and the other quarterbacks huddled up on the far side field all the way down in the far side end zone, so we might start getting more of that 2-minute setting, that sort of thing.
Action.
So we'll keep our eyes on that because that's when it gets real good here at joint practices. A lot of credit to the crowd that's here. I saw Andrew Callahan saying his 9 years on the beat. It's the loudest he thinks the crowd has been.
Wow.
When the Eagles took the field, they all got booed. You heard that here when we were live earlier, and they walked out. So it's been a good setting and a fun setting, and we'll continue to relay what comes across here on the field in front of us. We'll also get to some Would You Rathers at 11:30. So about 10 minutes from now, stay tuned for that, plus the hashtag Dork Minute at 11:45. A.J. Brown speaks in the noontime hour. You'll hear that live on WEEI. And we'll have Turp on at 1 o'clock to break it all down. So stay tuned. Here to Jones and Keefe. The coach-quarterback combos ahead of Drake May and Mike Vrabel. Keefe, you ready for this?
Yeah, I have a list, but you go ahead.
Number 1 on Cowherd's list.
Right.
Sean McVay, Matt Stafford.
That's fine.
That's fair to be ahead. I mean, that's completely fair to be ahead.
I would put them ahead.
Yeah.
I would just say that
you might not
if you want to put
one.
them number 1,
okay.
fine.
Number 2, which maybe is what you would have 1, Reed and Mahomes.
Yeah, I just think it's a little too easy to be like, they're done. Like, they've just accomplished so much that
I would think
it's almost like
if any fan base would respect it, it should be the Patriots fan base. They're obviously the quickest one to turn on it.
They're washed.
But, like, if anybody should respect it and give it a year, especially in a year where Mahomes got hurt late in the season and things really weren't right with the Chiefs all year, sometimes you have a down year. That, admittedly, Mahomes' down year is more of a down year than when Brady wouldn't miss the playoffs when he was out there. So I get that if that's where you're going with it. But I don't think they're done either. They were 2 on the list.
Yeah, so I think you could go either order, 1, 2, but Rams, Chiefs.
I think both of those ahead of May and Vrabel's fair.
100%.
After that,
I wouldn't put anybody else.
I might have Vrabel and May 3rd. Harbaugh and Herbert?
Absolutely not.
3rd on the list. He calls Drake May East Coast Justin Herbert. That is an insult. That's not the compliment he thinks it is.
I think Herbert, depending on how things go this season, could be the poor man's Drake May. Like, depending on how it plays out, why not? He doesn't win playoff games.
Harbaugh also kind of stinks.
I don't think Jim Harbaugh is this great coach either.
You see the where was he doing the interview? Eisen or somebody like that, where his brain like literally shut off in the middle of the interview?
Yeah.
You're like, hey.
I think he's very overrated. I think he's getting up. He made a Super Bowl. He made a Super Bowl like 25 years ago, whatever the hell it was.
Seriously.
20 years ago. So,
that was like the beginning of Dynasty 2.0 with the Patriots. It was like Gronk and Hernandez were like rookies at that point in time, just about.
Yeah, that one makes no sense to me to put them that high. I think everyone's like, well, they lost O-linemen. So then they get like so much more credit.
Yeah.
Like, remember that one moron that voted Herbert for MVP?
Yes.
Like, what planet is it are we talking about?
Sam Monson, I believe.
Yeah.
Number 4 on the list is way too high. Earmuffs over there, Brian. Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. You like that combo.
I love Ben Johnson.
I bet more than most people, not Cowherd.
I do.
No, but I would not have them ahead of Vrabel and May. That's silly.
I do, because I think if you want to say Johnson's better than Vrabel, I would say maybe.
Yeah, I might give you that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, at least that one's like a fair fight. I like Drake May right now more than Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
But that's also projection, because I think Cowherd had his QB list. He had Caleb Williams super high, even higher than I would have him.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess he's at least being consistent in that sense. But no, I would have the Patriots ahead of
those guys went 1-1 in the playoffs. His team was in the Super Bowl. And I know May didn't have a great postseason, but Vrabel did. Right up until the Super Bowl, where he did not have a good game. No one did.
Yeah.
But I don't get how you put that combo ahead of Vrabel and May with a straight face. I'd listen on this one. I wouldn't personally put it there, but I don't have a big issue putting McDonald and Darnold ahead.
They did just win the Super Bowl. That's the name of the game. So I get it. And you could make the case that McDonald's a really, really good head coach.
And they pantsed
Vrabel
and May.
Yeah. I just think it's one of these things where Justin Herbert, because he broke onto the scene the way that he did, he's already like anointed as this great quarterback when he hasn't really proven it, especially in the playoffs. And then Sam Darnold is the reverse of that. Sam Darnold came into the league and everyone's like, he sucks. And then you need to have he just won the Super Bowl. And some people still think he sucks. So it's like, he doesn't suck. But I do like Drake May more than him. And I would put the Patriots combo ahead of them, even though they just got pants to your point.
McDonald deserves to be a good full tier clear of Mike Vrabel.
We had him above them.
Yeah.
But I also think May's a tier above.
I agree.
So maybe that one's a push, but they're both top 5, I would say.
I'm not kicking and the other two I think are silly. Harbaugh, Herbert, Johnson, Williams, I think are silly.
Yeah,
I'll give you McDonald and Darnold. That's not on my personal list, but I'll give you that. Anybody else in the combos behind Vrabel and May who were at 6th on Cowherd's list? Campbell and Goff, no. LaFleur and Love, no.
Oh, definitely not.
Brady and Allen, no. Shanahan and Purdy to me is interesting. I'd have them behind Vrabel and May, but that might be a top 5 combo in the league.
Shanahan and Purdy, interesting.
As a combo.
Yeah, as a combo.
Anybody else you like?
So they win. I don't like Sean Payton, but I do like Bo Nix, so I'm twisted on that one. But I feel like
that's a good.
I feel like people like Sean Payton
combo.
Yeah, so maybe they're just taking it away because of Bo Nix. But yeah, I just think there's too much unknown with the new head coaches for Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. So 2 of my favorite quarterbacks have unknown head coaches, so it would be hard to have them on the list. But after 1 year,
Minter,
they could shoot up there potentially.
Yeah, or Brady, maybe they wow us. That's true. They're working on some special team stuff, by the way, on the field. Some punting right now, at least on the Patriots field over there.
You wouldn't put the combo here, Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. They did win a Super Bowl.
I mean, they should probably be top 10 if we're being honest.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have them ahead of Vrabel and May, but they probably should be top 10 on a list. 617-779-7937. One other thing before we get to Would You Rathers that caught my eye. This is from Mike Reese today. I just didn't know a lot of these numbers. You tell me how significant they are, Keith.
Okay.
Of the 91 players on the Patriots roster, I thought they were capped at 90.
They must have an exception.
43 were not with the team last year. In comparison, because you might not think that's a ton, of the 90 players currently on the Seahawks roster, there's only 25 new players, okay? Patriots have 43. The Patriots lost 14 players who started at least a game for them a year ago. The Seahawks only lost 5.
Yeah.
The Patriots have lost, Keith, and I think this is the most interesting stat. 104 games started by players a year ago, okay? So combined with those 14 players, they started 104 games. That's the 3rd most among the past 20 Super Bowl teams, meaning the last 10 Super Bowls, the winner and the loser. Behind the 2022 Eagles, 116, and the 2020 Chiefs, 105. Neither the Eagles nor the Chiefs returned to the Super Bowl the following year. So what do you think of that roster turnover? How significant is it?
So I appreciate the stats, and I appreciate the nugget there. I would say once you get down to the 53, it's a more interesting number, right? Because 90, let's see who even makes the team, and obviously you're gonna new blood in here. And I would say 2 of the players that started a lot of games for you upgraded. So Steph Diggs, really good player. I like Steph Diggs. He's gone. You have A.J. Brown. That's better. Jalen Hawkins. Let's see how Byard does, right? I know he's had his ups and downs this camp, but I think he's at least a low bar to step over in Hawkins. Those are 2 guys that played a ton of games for you last year at important positions, but I think you got even better there. And you still have your quarterback. You still have your, assuming Gonzo's out there, you still have, your 2 or 3 best defensive players from a year ago. So I'm not as worried about it. I think the roster's better today than it was last year at this time.
And it's a roster that we think needed an upgrade.
And a lot of times when teams go to the Super Bowl, they lose both coordinators the next year. Patriots didn't lose any coordinator. They've kept their whole staff together, which I also think is important.
617-779-7937. We can talk coach quarterback combo. We can talk roster turnover here along with all our takeaways from joint practices, which to this point, and I think we're going to get, as Keith said, more of a scrimmage type setting coming up, maybe 2-minute type setting coming up as they work on some special teams now. To this point, I'd say it's advantage Patriots in this practice.
I haven't watched a ton of Pat's defense. We did see Woodson come up with a pick on Hurts at one point, but I haven't watched as much of that because they're going on at the same time. And obviously more interested in what A.J. Brown's doing against his former team.
But first-team offenses look good. Hurts with a few turnovers here today, so we'll keep our eyes on this. 617-779-7937. We'll get to Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday next on Jones and Keefe.
Time for
Would You Rather Wednesday.
I would wager that some of you have played Would You Rather.
I got great would you rather.
Would you rather?
Would you rather Juan Soto or Would you rather have a pet monkey or a mini pig? Would you rather be a werewolf or a vampire?
on Jones and Keith.
Choice is yours. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. I think you get with this because this is where it's at. You can get with this or you can get with that.
We got first-team offense out here for the Patriots against the top-team defense for the Eagles. Still seems like, I would say, Keith, same sort of cadence and tempo to the offense. We're not in any hurry-up session yet, but another round of this. So we'll keep our eyes on what's going on with Drake May and the first-team offense out here. A.J. Brown out wide of the formation.
Yes, this is a 2 tight ends, and the 2 receivers are AJ and Pop. Your guy Pop Douglas.
And then Henderson's way out
and
wide.
Hendo, yeah, all the way. So they actually
formation.
go empty backfield.
That was a little
sick.
back foot flip.
Sick.
From Drake May to A.J. Brown up the sideline over.
Oh,
you guessed it, Reek Woolen.
Oh, Reek Woolen. Yeah, Reek
Yet
Woolen
again.
struggling. Reek Woolen also was trying to say he was out of bounds.
No, that was a catch.
No, the referee came in and was like,
ref
right
came
here.
right over and was like, that's a catch. Would You Rathers, by the way,
catch.
brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. Planning a corporate meeting or a private party, book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Go Avellino.com. That is the beauty of A.J. Brown being a big physical receiver.
Oh, yeah.
May just literally tossed that up off his back foot.
Yeah.
And A.J. Brown went up and made a play. They didn't have a guy like that. As good as Diggs was, they didn't have a guy like that last year.
So Diggs was really good. He's really crafty around the sideline, and he would catch everything. But if he was covered, you wouldn't necessarily rip the ball away from the defender. And so I think it's one of the reasons why Diggs had 4 touchdowns last year. And I think A.J. Brown, you're already sort of setting that number at 8, right? Like I think doubling that number is very much within reason, and maybe even more. I mean, he's had some seasons where he's had more touchdowns than that, and so sometimes last year you're talking about like red zone offense and like where they're going to look. I think A.J. Brown's it's one place to look.
Okay, Henderson ripped off a long run, but it's coming back. By the way,
there's a flag on the field.
Run game looks pretty good today, and I'd say the early returns on Will Campbell have come back good. I haven't noticed them much, Keith. There's been a little bit of pressure on May throughout some of these drills. I don't know how much of it's been coming from the left side of the formation, so that's a good sign against what is a deep, talented Eagles pass rush as well. So we'll keep our eyes on this with your phone call, 617-779-7937. Meanwhile, we have Billy back in our Brighton studios on Guest Street. What is first up for our Would You Rathers here today, Bill?
Would you rather a Sox-Yankees playoff series this year or a Celtics-Sixers series?
As great as Sox-Yankees would be in like a real 7-game setting, longer setting than the 3-gamer.
ALCS?
Yeah. I want Tatum and Jaylen Brown in a postseason series.
I do too.
For sure.
I want a 7-game series with those two. We had Red Sox Yankees last year, and it was awesome, and it led us to be like, you just wish it was a longer series. It's shaping up like it's going to be that again. They're going to be the top 2 wildcard teams. But this year, like right after that, and who knows how much longer LeBron, as sort of like another little added layer to it, how long LeBron's going to be on the Sixers. So if you get 1 year after, and then it'll be a direct like, all right, who won this? Who won this trade? Like right away, you can see it play out in the playoffs. So yeah, I would sacrifice a Sox-Yankee series in order to get Celtics-Sixers.
I would too, and I think too many people are like too far down Dobbs of the long catch. That was on Quinyon Mitchell.
Man.
Way down, I don't know, inside the 5.
Yeah.
That was a deep catch out to the sideline. Again, on Mitchell, who's their best corner. So that was an impressive throw and catch there by Dobbs. I think people are too down on the Red Sox-Yankees rivalry. It's not what it was in 03-04. But
but you felt it last year.
No, last year showed. It's still there. When they had the one-off in, 2021.
Yep, that was great.
That was. So the Red Sox are 2.5 back of the Yankees. I would love for that to happen. I would love for it to be at Fenway the way the Red Sox have been playing lately at Fenway. They're back to 500, 31-31. Early on in the year, you didn't want them at Fenway. Now I think you do.
Oh, you definitely do. And in this situation, you definitely do.
That's something to play for, but I prefer the Jaylen Tatum postseason matchup.
Yep, agreed.
Okay, what else, Billy?
Would you rather A.J. Brown and Milt Williams or Devonta Smith and Jalen Carter?
Of course, a couple years ago, the Eagles had all of them.
Yeah. Good point. I want the Patriots duo.
I think so, too, and maybe I'm just getting caught up in it because I would say
A.J. Brown's definitely better than Devontae Smith. Not even a debate.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter's definitely better than Milton Williams.
But is that gap a little bit closer?
I think it's a little bit closer, and even if you think it's an equal gap, What position's more important, D tackle or wide receiver? Wide receiver
Yeah.
to me, tie goes to A.J. Brown. I would rather have the Patriots combo.
I would too. I think A.J. Brown, when we were doing the rankings before, I think we had him as high as 7, 6, 7 probably in the league, squarely in the top 10. Devontae Smith is probably that next wave down where he'd be like top 20.
Yep.
Where I just have been such a big fan of Milton Williams ever since he's come over here. Carter might put up, some better numbers. And it's fair to say he's a better player, but I would rather have the duo that the Patriots currently have off the old Eagles roster.
Same. So I was about to say that the Eagles' first-team offense is remaining out here a lot longer than the Pats' first-team, but they got maybe one extra rep, and now Hurts and the first-team offense after a completion coming off.
You can see Saquon's quads with these, but binocs.
Yeah.
Enormous.
Oh, wow. I might have to borrow those.
Yeah.
If I really want to get into it.
I bet the binocs can't take pictures.
I see him talking to Hurts now. We haven't seen, by the way, any interaction, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. I'm curious if that happens after practice. I wouldn't have expected it in the middle of practice with the Pats offense over there and the Eagles on the backfield and then this near side. So that wouldn't really be the place for it.
Yeah, they'll come together at the end of this
after practice, especially with A.J. Brown talking. I wouldn't be surprised if they just do something for show. I'm sure Jalen Hurts talking as well.
Yeah.
Okay, we'd both rather have the Patriots combo. What else, Billy?
Would you rather a Philly cheesesteak or a lobster roll?
Lobster. Oh, it's best on best.
Yeah.
We're going best on best. Because you can get I think you can get a bad Philly cheesesteak. You probably can't really get a bad lobster roll. But if it's best on best, I'll go lobster roll. I love lobster.
I also would take the lobster roll. I do think people here are way too down. Remember we were talking about cheesesteaks before? They're like, oh, it's horse meat. It's like, no, it's not. It's not bad. I don't think a Philly cheesesteak is bad.
Oh, I actually like it quite a bit.
Me too.
Yeah.
And you gotta go to the right place.
Yes.
Maybe you get one here that's not quite made the right way, or maybe you went to Pat's and Geno's and you didn't go to a place like Jim's or something like that.
You don't know what it is
in Philly. Yeah. So I mean,
mystery meat.
I am not down on a cheesesteak. I know a lot of people are here. They think it's mystery meat or horse meat. They think it's garbage food for garbage people. Which the second part you're right about.
That's fine.
The people of Philadelphia.
It's cats and rats.
But as much of a defense as I just gave for a cheesesteak, lobster roll is the right answer.
That's the answer.
You like it hot buttered? Do you like it cold?
But I
don't know. What's your preference? I know you'll eat anything out of the ocean, Keith, but what's your preference?
I'll eat anything, period. No, preference would be the hot buttered. I like the hot buttered.
I like the cold.
Oh.
Hold the celery, a lot of mayo.
Yeah, that's the thing is I don't need a bunch of junk. Don't dress it up. I want to be. I like the lobster part.
But that's where I'm at. I would prefer the lobster roll. What's the final one here, Bill?
Final question. Would you rather have your own helicopter or yacht?
Not even close.
Same.
If I'm a rich person, yacht.
Yacht. I'm more of a seaman than an airman, so I would say the yacht.
Helicopters are scary.
I'm not trying to be up in a helicopter.
I want nothing to do with a helicopter.
Then you're going to be like, oh, where can we go? It's like, oh, we got to make sure there's a helipad at this other place. You got to go from helipad to helipad.
Well, I'm assuming you're rich. You can build your own helipad like Robert Kraft does every
No, I know, but so great. You have one in your backyard. Where are you going?
Where
are you going? You going to the mall?
Can I also cheat on this and say you could get a yacht with a helicopter? Can you not say that? I mean, if you're rich enough, couldn't you have both?
No, sure. I'm sure there's a lot of overlap in the people that own
but
both.
I'm saying on your yacht you can have that.
I understand
that's
that.
a part of the yacht.
I understand.
I'm not saying you would own them separately. One is on the other.
Yacht living would be good living.
Yacht living would be good living.
Oh yeah, I like that. Just the ocean air. You could take a little dip in there. You go, watch out for sharks. You take a little dip. You get back out. You're refreshed. You might even have a pool on the yacht for all we know.
I mean, I have a chef making
little
omelets
chef.
for me.
Yep. Making lobster rolls and cheesesteaks.
Yeah, I mean, whatever I want is what we're doing. We're going into port. So, yeah, I think that one's not even close. If I'm a rich person.
Oh, yeah.
Which I am decidedly not.
I have decided also not to be. I chose that path.
On some level, this is the path.
Yeah.
This is the path that we chose.
Uh-huh.
It didn't choose us.
No.
We chose this path.
No.
But yeah, if I ever were to be a rich person, which I will not be, I would go yacht over helicopter every day of the week. Helicopter's scary.
Agreed.
Quite frankly. So there you go. That is some Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday here on Jones and Keefe. We are live at Patriots Joint Practices, Pats and Eagles, out here in Foxborough. We'll keep our eyes on what's going on the field with all your phone calls, 617-779-7937. And on the way next, it is the hashtag Dork Minute with Rich Keefe.
What if you could have the most
spoil it. Do not spoil it. What's going on?
Make sure you subscribe to the
Dork Podcast. All right, time for a Dork Minute here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. We are at Patriots-Eagles joint practice day number 1. The offenses look pretty good for the Patriots. They are now kicking field goals, which was a little dicey in the Colts preseason game.
Yeah, these are big uprights, though, for Borregales. He's been going with the tight uprights the last couple of days.
This is like a 33-yarder. So what is this, an extra point?
Yeah, ish. Ooh, bad snap. Low snap. That looks good.
How do we do?
Oh, no, he missed it.
No, he missed it, Jones. Pushed it to the right.
Ay, caramba. Oh,
and we got to break them up. Oh, they're mad at each other. Special teamers are hot.
Borregales, just in case you were wondering, nowhere near the scrum. He's now talking to Reek Woolen behind the play. But
Reek Woolen's like, you and I have had the worst practice today.
Well, I'll tell you, as they break these two up, a little hot there, a little hot.
Oh, boy. You're going to throw some guys out.
As good as the first-team offenses looked, I will take beat writers like Mark Daniels and Andrew Callahan to task. It does not look as good as they're making it out to be. We, I think, properly represented that Romeo Dobbs catch. Yeah. Like, well, that's a nice play down the field, Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah.
I would call it a better throw than catch. Multiple beat writers, Callahan and Daniels among them, are saying he mossed Quinyon Mitchell, which is, I would say, not what happened.
Santana Moss? Could be more Santana, who was very good in his left
I would say he mossed nobody. He
good catch.
Went up and got it, and I would, again, call it a better throw than catch. Huge play.
Yep.
But let's not get carried away with mossing people. He was doing that the other day to Carlton Davis. That makes sense. He was not doing that to Quinyon Mitchell in our estimation. It was going away from us. It's probably even further away from these beat writers. They don't have the vantage point we have. But I would not say he mossed anybody.
Borregales did just make his next kick
good.
a little bit further back.
They just need to be a little angry.
46. Yeah, you got to get the guys all hot at each other.
Yeah.
And, so he's got another kick incoming. But real quick, some of the dork news. This past weekend was D23, Jones?
Yeah.
The big Disney
the 23rd
event?
Ducks movie?
Well, the first, I guess Disney was first formed by Walt Disney in 1923. So that's why they call it that, D23.
Got it.
The X-Men cast was announced.
Yes.
Very good. Especially the ladies in this. So we already knew Sadie Sink was going to be Jean Grey. Samara Weaving is going to be Emma Frost.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
Hell yeah.
No argument from me.
I'm sorry, what's her name?
Samara Weaving.
Samara.
Yeah, she's like a bit of a scream queen.
Weaving.
Her uncle is Hugo Weaving, who is he was in The Matrix.
Samara Weaving. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I got some of what's going on here.
Yeah,
Just for research purposes.
Yeah. Ready or Not series, she's in that. She's very good in it.
Okay.
Indy Navarrete, who.
I'm sorry, spell that. Indy Navarrete?
I-N-D-E.
Yep.
Navarrete.
Oh, yeah.
She's from Obsession.
Okay.
So she broke onto the scene in Obsession. She's now going to play Rogue in X-Men. Some are saying online she's sold out.
Oh.
Others are saying this is a really smart move because you're going to be able to make a lot of money.
Got it.
And I don't really get why she's getting backlash for this because so many like Oscar-winning actors and actresses have been in Marvel movies.
It's a great point.
It's like, who cares?
Seriously.
You can still make your artsy-fartsy movies if you want and then go and make these movies and make boatloads of cash. So the X-Men movie is going to come out May 5th of 2028. So you can celebrate a little Cinco de Mayo, take in some X-Men.
Oh, my gosh.
That's going to be good.
That sounds great.
The Ryan Gosling Ghost Rider movie, also going to be in 2028 in July. And Black Panther 3 is going to be 2028 in December. So that is the lineup for Marvel movies in 2028. They also gave you a watch list of movies to check out again prior to Doomsday.
Got it. So, like, we said you don't need to read the Odyssey before you watch the Odyssey. This is like a little homework.
This is the opposite.
Okay.
Here's 15 movies that have already been made. You need to watch all these movies again.
Okay. Good to
and
know.
then it's funny. So I'm going through the list of movies, and it's like the original X-Men, it's X2, it's like the original Avengers, it's Infinity War, it's all these movies.
I saw the first two X-Men.
And then they, like, throw in Loki. And I'm like, Loki's not a movie. Loki's 2 seasons of a TV show. Trying to throw that one past us.
So how many is that? Like 20 episodes?
Yeah.
16, 20 episodes?
Yeah. It's a shorter season, but like still like longer episodes. So like, I don't know. It's quite a watch list. We do have until December 18th for that. And I'm like, all right. I'll probably rewatch most of them.
Yeah,
Not all, because
I'm
they
sure
also
you
threw
will.
a couple of dump movies on there too. Some of the
Okay.
bad ones. We're like, I don't know if I'm going to really need to see this. Star Wars Starfighter comes out next year. Now, Ryan Gosling is going to be in Star Wars now.
Man, oh, man. Busy
He has
guy.
a badass logo.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen this. So what
No.
they did was they took the Rebel, like the Star Wars Rebels logo, flipped it upside down.
Okay.
And then they took 2 blasters, crossed them.
Oh, I like
so
that.
skull and crossbones, but Star Wars
People say
style.
never cross your blasters.
Oh, cross these blasters. I would absolutely cross these blasters.
You cross your blasters all you need to.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Ahsoka Season 2 had a trailer. That show comes out in January. I love the first season. Looking forward to Season 2. There's going to be a full Bluey movie next August. Now, my kids kind of yin and yang when it comes to like what shows they're into. They're like super obsessed with the show.
Has Gigi aged out of it?
Cece is.
I'm
her
sorry.
name.
Has Cece aged out of it?
No. Oddly enough, Cece likes it
I'm sorry.
more
I said
than
Gigi.
Georgie.
Georgie's got to be the right age for it. I'm
Gigi
sorry.
would be a combination of the 2 kids that I have.
Sorry. See, because I think Lucas
is out.
I just don't think he's going to go watch like a Bluey feature film. But 2 or 3 years ago, he'd be so
been all
into
over
it.
it.
It wouldn't even be fun.
It's funny though, like when the episodes come on, Cece, who's 7, is more likely to watch it. Georgie, who will be 4 next month, is like, let's watch Peppa Pig. Like she loves Peppa.
wants
if there was a 3-hour Peppa Pig movie,
like a
Georgie's front row.
gritty Peppa Pig origin story.
Yes.
He's in. Okay.
How are the pigs created? Let's get into that specifically.
Okay.
How was Peppa born?
Okay, but
how was Peppa conceived?
I didn't.
That'd be a good movie.
So like I would be interested in a Bluey feature film. I don't know. That Lucas,
I don't know.
I don't know if that's his speed right now.
It's too far out to even know if that's going to be something we're into. Maybe the best new show on television. Lanterns.
Oh.
Lanterns. So it's in the DCU.
Mego was asking
I
about
was
this
talking
yesterday.
to Mego about it.
Yeah.
He's like, how much like dork stuff do I need to know? I would say not much.
Okay.
Like, so it's about Green Lanterns, which is as dorky as it gets, which is like a Justice League member. So it's like Superman, Batman, Green Lantern. He's the guy who has a ring on his finger. And then with your own imagination, you can create all kinds of stuff. You could create a helicopter. You could create binoculars. You can create whatever you want, right?
Nice.
And they all kind of take different parts of the galaxy and protect it. But one of the show creators for this is Damon Lindelof, who other shows he's created: Lost, The Leftovers, Watchmen, and Mrs. Davis. All
I've seen
excellent
one.
shows.
They're all great
right.
shows.
They're great.
I actually didn't even finish Lost. I haven't even seen all of those start to finish.
So
I watched like 3 seasons of
I
Lost.
went back and watched Lost.
Yeah.
I really liked it. The Leftovers is one of my 5 favorite shows of all time.
Oh, wow.
Watchmen is a one-off season. Excellent. And then Mrs. Davis was fine. So that might be the weaker one, but it's still really good. And so this guy's in charge of it. And 1 episode in, it's the new HBO Sunday at 9 show, which also is a pretty good recommendation.
That's always
of itself.
a good shorthand reason to watch. Yeah.
So I'm in on Lanterns. Episode 1 just came out this past Sunday, so I would dive into Lanterns head first.
Okay.
MTV Challenge, where are you at on that?
I think
I've
saw
seen 3.
I think I've also seen 3. That sounds right.
Not bad. I'm starting to fit. The first episode, I was confused as to the voting process and like all that. Now I think I get it.
But I still don't like it. I get it.
Okay.
I don't like it. I like if there's 3 teams and then the losing teams, the winning team doesn't go in, and then the losing team has to vote somebody in.
Yeah.
I like that old format that they did on the old Cutthroat. I would have brought that back. I don't like this format, but whatever. I get it. Keanu from Big Brother.
Yeah, he bodied Brad.
Beast.
Oh,
that guy's a beast.
He is a beast. College football player. Do you know where he played college? Did they ever say?
I looked it up. It was
they
like
mentioned that he played college football.
Yeah, it was like Central Arkansas, Southern Arkansas, and he like barely played. So I don't know how good they were.
Yeah.
But he's a monster, and he was quite good on all physical challenges on Big Brother.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I'll see this out. The most recent episodes of the Dork podcast, we reviewed Tires season 3.
Oh yeah.
You know what's interesting? I loved it. I loved the season. Davey said it was a little sad.
Well,
So
I'm going
some
to
of
tell you
these-
right now, you and Billy talking about it yesterday. We were in the shuttle over to Fenway. When you were talking about it, it sounded a little sad.
So some of these comedies, I think, start to turn a little bit towards like emotional
Too
stuff.
dark. Yeah.
So this isn't Louis. This
Not
isn't
yet.
that where Louis
Not
became
yet.
only sad. No, I know.
Yeah.
I think this show could go forever. I think it's hysterical. And Davey still enjoyed it, but he just was like, he thought it was the worst of the 3 seasons.
Okay.
I thought it was like on par with all of them. I thought it was really good. And then we also talked X-Men 97, which is all out. That's on that was season 2 on Disney Plus. Last 2 things: Peacock price increase for the 4th time in 4 years.
Ay.
Peacock is spiking the prices, and they don't really have a lot of great stuff.
No.
So I don't know about that. I don't care for that.
They have some right. They have some live programming.
Traders, though, is the problem. I think
Good
Traders is
point.
on Peacock.
But also,
watch
aren't
that.
they going to have like NBA and some NFL and
right? So
MLB?
that's probably why. That's probably how they justify it.
I'm sure that is how, but like
it's annoying.
I
know.
Okay, so that's going up again.
And lastly, for you Lego fans, the Batman Returns Batmobile.
Oh, I like that.
For the cool price of $229.99.
Okay.
$230.
Yeah.
You round up.
Sure.
Get yourself the Batman Returns Batmobile. So I don't know if that blows your hair back or not.
The Batman. Well, so the way you're
Batman
saying
Returns.
that's a specific Batmobile that I'm having trouble picturing. I guess.
Yeah, Michael Keaton's driving it around.
Okay.
It's not Robert Pattinson. It's not George Clooney.
But
it's not Ben Affleck.
Was the Batmobile not in the first Batman with Michael?
They all have Batmobiles.
Right.
But they're all a little different. This is the Batman Returns Batmobile.
Okay.
For the cool price of $229.99.
All right. Well, now I feel like
something to think about.
I feel like I got to look at that before I feel that way. But
That's fine.
I appreciate that you round up on $229.99 to $230.
Yep.
My wife does the opposite. She would round out. She'd be like, "That's like $200."
Yeah,
that's how
Hold on, yeah.
When I go, "What'd you spend?" She goes, "I don't know. It's like $200." I always shortchanging on her rounding. Okay. Well, there you go. That's the hashtag Dork Minute. Every Wednesday at 11:45 here on Jones and Keefe. You heard a little cheer.
Yeah, what was that?
That was Efton Chisholm picking up, I think it was a punt. I only saw the tail end of the play.
All right.
But it bounced, so I'm assuming it was a punt. He picked it up and had a nice juke moving his way down the field.
Yeah.
So that's what you heard that for ovation for. What does it look like we're doing now? Are we finally getting everybody on the same field? I see the Eagles
Jalen
quarterbacks.
Hurts is on his own field right
Well, you're
now.
right. I see. That's a good point. I see Dalton and whoever their third teamer is, McKee, I think, running over. Hurts is still getting some throws in down here. Who is that? Is that Smith?
I think it's Devontae Smith, who has no helmet all practice, but he does have shoulder pads and pants on.
And he was just catching some passes in the end zone.
But, like, not really running.
From,
that was just
no, just standing. I mean, literally just
yeah.
catching passes is what he's doing. Eagles look like they have somebody going off the field as well.
I think we're cooking something up, though, because
I agree.
They've all are on one practice field. Eagles are on one sideline. Patriots are on the other. So looks like Patriots' first-team offense is out there on their own 20 maybe?
Yep, and it looks like we're set at 105. So we're going to have maybe.
Okay, now we're cooking.
Looks like we're going to have some 2-minute style offense. Here's what we're going to do. 617-779-7937. We'll get your thoughts on this. We'll update you with everything that's going on here at joint practices in just 2 minutes. Jones and Keefe.
Home run came at the perfect time, and the Red Sox are rolling again.
The feed is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Will Fleming on the call right here on 93.7 and the Odyssey app. It's back-to-back wins for the Red Sox after last night's victory over the Diamondbacks at Fenway Park. Sox look to complete the sweep this afternoon. First pitch is at 4:10. Peyton Tully will get the start for Boston in the series finale against the D-backs' Brandon Pfaadt. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
This is Jones and Keefe
on WEEI and streaming everywhere on the Odyssey app.
High noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. First team offense has gotten to just past midfield. They started with 1:05 on the clock. They are down to 18 seconds. Is this a third down we're looking at?
We got a flag down.
And these refs have become flag happy here. So maybe the Eagles jumped. So free 5 yards there for Drake May.
A little encroachment.
So that might have gotten the Patriots the first down, I would think. It did. So they're
running out of time
here. So 18 seconds. I don't know how many timeouts they have. Like, we don't know the exact setting, but they started with 1:05 at about their own 20. Dobbs had a drop. What was your line, Keith, about Romeo Dobbs when he dropped it?
Yeah, Randy Moss would have had it.
I think Moss would have had that one. Although the throw, I would say, in fairness to Dobbs, was behind him. Pop Douglas had a catch. Ramondre Stevenson had a play broken up. Who had the other catch in the middle of the field, which advanced
Mac
down?
Hollins.
Thank you. Mac Hollins is the one who had it. We have not seen much to A.J. Brown, who is lined up on Quinyon Mitchell, left side of the formation here. A little underneath route to Henry. These refs have I'd say a real quick whistle on some of these plays.
What is going on here?
Oh, no, they're running clock. I thought I heard a whistle. So the Pats are going to have to snap
they
it.
need to spike it because they must not have time.
They're
lined up.
They're quick kicking. Here we go, Borregales. You got 3 seconds. 2, 1. All right, snaps off. This is from 50-plus. Does he get it? He got it.
Let's
go.
This is our house.
I say A.J. Brown. Borregales is what I meant to say.
Yeah,
but
you were excited.
Nice kick there.
That was like a fire drill, too. They ran around out there real quick.
Got
it down.
I heard a whistle, and they looked a little disoriented running off, but it was about 18 seconds when that play started.
Yeah.
And then they got the kick from 50-plus. Where did he kick that from? 43 plus 10 for probably 52, 53 yards?
Yeah, nice.
So Borregales, okay.
And that was like really under the gun. He had no time to set up, so that was impressive. It was interesting. The play before that, or 2 plays before that, it was Efton Chisholm out there. And then the next play, I think that was the one that maybe
was that the one? Hollins ran one real deep route and then was slow coming back. I don't think injured or anything.
But then Pop Douglas came in the next play and took his spot. So I don't know if that was one where, the situation is Pop's down, so somebody has to fill in. I mean, they might be working on all kinds of different scenarios here. But so now they flip it, and the Eagles will have the ball on their own 20 against the Pats' first-team defense.
Okay, I think
Byard
Woodson
broke up a Goddard.
Well, I think Woodson sped that up because Woodson came in from the secondary on a blitz. And, Goddard, that throw I would say was behind. And Byard was able to get a hand in there. So, okay, Pat's up 3-0 right now.
Okay.
First-team offense. I would say to this point, Keith, and I don't think that was the greatest sequence from the first-team offense, but they got some points out of it.
Right.
I would say it's been advantage, certainly when the Patriots have the ball, against this Eagles first-team defense, and it's been a big day for A.J. Brown. Started a touch slow, but it really picked up, and it's been a big day for A.J. Brown.
Oh, yeah. I think it's been real solid. Another pass incomplete there.
And another safety blitz. That was Byard that time.
Yeah.
And Hurts does not look like he's loving that on either of these throws. So it's third down.
He's like, God, that was to Saquon, too.
After 2 incompletions. So they got a lot of time, but they're going to have to get some yardage.
Was that Ellis? I thought you said Ellis wasn't practicing. That looked like Ellis.
No. Ellis is.
Oh, he's out there.
I didn't know in what capacity, but Ellis before practice, Randall said is going to be working.
Oh, my bad.
He's with Barmore. Yeah.
Okay, he's out there. So that's a good sign.
Would you agree though? The big takeaway would be A.J. Brown to this. I mean, Gonzalez
and
absent, which I'm not surprised at. But I would say the big takeaway today is A.J. Brown, his connection with Drake May. Some others have made nice catches as well. I think they overdid it on the Dobbs catch a little bit. There's a long completion.
Yeah, but that's a tough one too because like Barmore let up. You know what I mean? Like Barmore got some good pressure and obviously isn't going to hit Jalen Hurts. So that's,
Is
it was a pass completion. They're
is
giving
that a
it to
completion
him.
in a real game?
I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know.
Not as clean as it looked for sure.
Yep. But that was to Hollywood Brown, one of the million receivers that the Eagles brought in this offseason. But, yeah, I would agree with you. I would say A.J. Brown, the connection in the 7-on-7s and the 11-on-11s was good to see. And, I know they've been kind of picking on Reek Woolen, but there's a lot of cornerbacks worse than him. And so, it's a good secondary for the Eagles.
Starting corner on a Super Bowl champion a year ago. But you're right. I would say that's a good point. Most of the production from the Patriots has been on Reek Woolen, although the long catch to Dobbs that I think the beat writers got carried away with, the long catch was Quinyon Mitchell in coverage.
And Cooper DeJean, who's really good. Pop Douglas had a catch on him in one-on-ones. And then I think it was 11-on-11, Efton Chisholm had a quick out where DeJean was the closest guy there. So, I think overall the offenses look pretty good. A couple of holes opened up. I also think it's tough to say, would this have been a big running play? Would this not have been a big running play?
They're walking the Eagles back, by the way. So you might have been onto something with that Barmore play. Because it's fourth down. And they
ran right by him.
They're walking the Eagles back.
Okay, cool. Right,
so 2 incompletions and I guess a would-be sack there for Christian Barmore. So fourth down. First team offense for the Eagles making no progress against a Patriots secondary consisting right now of Carlton Davis and Charles Woods at corner. Now, not like the Eagles have Devontae Smith. There's a nice throw and catch right at the sticks to convert the first down. Who was closest in coverage there? Was that?
Oh, Carlton Davis.
That was Davis. Okay.
Yeah, Carlton Davis. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
That was that Darius Cooper?
I got to be honest, that I do not know. But to that point, again, Eagles are light when it comes to their receivers. It is no Mekhi Lemon, their first-round pick, and then Devontae Smith is here. He was playing catch in the end zone with Jalen Hurts.
He's doing the thing he's in and out of the huddle with everybody.
Yeah, but he's not participating, which most injured players could do. Like for instance, Christian Gonzalez could do that.
I know,
but he's not. Which again tells us, because we're grown-ups, that he's going through a contract negotiation and he's not just hurt, which a lot of people want you to believe.
Just might be thinking about his contract.
It might. Crazy to think, might have something more to do with his contract than like a sore ankle or a sore calf or anything else. He's not even physically here, at least out on the field, like some of these other injured players are. Never mind Ellis and Barmore, who, as you said, Keith, are out here right now with the first-team defense. At least if you're hurt, you can still participate like Devontae Smith is doing, which, again, leads us to believe, because, as we said, we're adults and can talk about it.
That's right.
It's not just an injury for Christian Gonzalez. There's more going on. So that is, again, I wouldn't say the headliner today. It's been the headliner overall at camp, but the headliner today is A.J. Brown and that first-team offense. I'll tell you, very, very familiar watching the Eagles' offense. There's no flow to it. It's like, this is taking forever.
I know.
There's still 40. They started with 105. It's like so slow. And I know they have a new play caller now, and there's some personnel differences, and there's no A.J. Brown, but,
it's clunky.
They just looked like a broken offense last year, and I would say this right now looks no better out of the Eagles.
It's so true. It's like you can see why A.J. Brown was, so frustrated with that.
Seriously. So a quick play in the middle of the field here. I don't know how many timeouts the Eagles have, but the clock is running. Patriots
That was
scramble.
Dontavian Wicks.
Okay. Patriots hit a scramble field goal for Andy Borregales. I had A.J. Brown on the mind, but it was Andy Borregales who hit the field goal from 50-plus. So a nice kick there. As, again, they scrambled onto the field. It's not like they spiked it.
No, that
took
was
a
good.
knee, set him up.
Got it off at the horn. I didn't think they were going to get the kick off on time, and they did. So, yeah, I mean, you could see, the Patriots defense and just how important Gonzalez is. We had Kern on yesterday talking about that. It's like, I like this Patriots defense. I think they should easily be a top 10 defense and maybe even higher, depending, seeing what you get out of your pass rush and some of the unknowns.
High-level Gonzalez is a big factor.
Oh, huge factor. You take a top corner off of any team. I mean, the same thing you could say about Denver. If Patrick Surtain's not playing, it's not the same defense. So, Gonzo, they definitely need him. Because you know what's starting to also creep up is Carlton Davis.
Oh.
How good is Carlton Davis
There's
right
been
now?
a lot of plays from Patriots camp and now the Eagles on him here today, just watching this drill. We have a Patriots timeout defensively now, so there's 11 seconds left.
Okay.
Eagles are still, at the 41, 42, their own 41, 42. Oh, no, they're farther than that. I'm sorry, 44 maybe.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, I would say, even though I was not overly impressed with the Patriots' first-team offense there, it certainly looked better than this.
Yeah, no, this hasn't been great.
No, this has been
has,
clunky and slow.
No
and
tush pushes.
disjointed.
They haven't run it to Saquon at all because obviously it's a 2-minute thing. Like they can't really run. Like that is their bread and butter.
And this is a good point. This is not really advantage Eagles. Hurts running a hurry up with a minute left. That should be advantage Drake May. So that's a fair point. All right, let's stick with this for a minute.
Okay.
Even though it's taking forever.
Yes, it's gonna be more than a minute.
11 seconds. Jalen Hurts in the gun here.
It must be 4th down. I'm guessing, like the way they're lined up right now, the Patriots have no defensive players lined up on the ground. They're all back.
I can't see the down and distance here.
And it gets to like the 50.
Yeah, a little underneath throw, and they are winding clock to. Nope. They say he got out of bounds.
He did?
I take that back. 3 seconds here.
The refs aren't even on the same page. Oh yeah, they're gonna.
No,
they're
they wound it.
They wound it. It's over.
They put 105 out there. So I don't know. Patriots coming out or second team. It looks like DeVito coming out here. So a hold there from the Patriots defense. Real ugly stuff from the Eagles offense. But credit to the Pats defense there, and credit to the Pats offense going down and getting a field goal under the gun from Borregales from 50 plus. Okay, let's stick with this. We'll keep our eyes on it. A.J. Brown was supposed to speak around 12:15. Seems like that's going to be pushed back a little bit, so we'll give you more of what's going on here. Joint practices, Patriots and Eagles, I'd say pretty decidedly to this point, advantage Patriots against Philadelphia. We'll get you more updates here. This is Patriots and Eagles. If Drake May and the first teamers are done for both offense and defense, and there are some indications that they are. May's got his helmet off now behind DeVito in the second team offense. He was chatting with Lane Johnson, who looked like he was coming over shaking some hands after the Eagles got done. So trying to read body language, looks like maybe they're done, but that's a guess. I'm also looking at all the media huddled over here around the podium, Keith.
Yeah, it's going to be for A.J. Brown.
And they're getting ready for A.J. Brown. So, look, second team offense running through it now for the Pats. Second team offense for the Eagles will run through it coming up. Who was that? That's Chisholm. We saw Raritan with a long catch earlier on this drive. DeVito missed Hollins downfield. Hollins and Booty have been prominent on this second team offense. But I would say, and I'll repeat, I'd say it was a pretty significant win for the Patriots today. Offensively, Hurts had some turnovers. When the Eagles got out there in their 2-minute, or not even 2-minute, 105, hurry up, they barely got to midfield. It looked disjointed. It looked ugly. and it looked like their offense from a year ago, quite frankly. Now, look, they don't have A.J. Brown this year. They didn't have Devontae Smith today. To your point, Keith, I don't know that a minute left, having to go 80 yards is Jalen Hurts' strength anyway.
It's not.
They want to hand off and push, and that's not exactly where you're going to utilize Saquon Barkley. So, look, maybe that's not their strong suit. But I would say in the situations today, Patriots first-teamers got a pretty decisive win over the Eagles if they're in fact done, which trying to read things, I would say it looks like they are.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, Philly didn't have Devontae Smith, but the Patriots obviously didn't have Christian Gonzalez. So there's a little bit of a cancel out there. I would say like 11-on-11, 7-on-7s was definitely a big advantage Patriots. And then when they were doing this final kind of scrimmage, just over 1 minute on the clock, get down the field and try to score, it looked a little off at first for the Patriots, but they ultimately moved the ball.
I wasn't blown away with what the Patriots did, but I agree. They at least moved it, which the Eagles did not.
And not only that, Borregales was at least on our list of sort of things to watch after that preseason game.
And he
missed a kick earlier.
He missed his first kick today.
So you're like, oh, and it was a much closer kick, and it was one where they were like taking their sweet time to like line it up, and he still missed it. This one was we don't have timeouts. We have 7 seconds to get on the field, get the snap down, and the kick up. And they did it.
And it
was a deep kick, and he made it. So
that's a sign of a well-coached team. I mean, it really genuinely is. A team that can hustle out there and get the kickoff and do it quickly without I mean, if you're out of timeouts and you're not spiking the football or anything like that, or you're on third down and you can't spike the football, like that's a sign of a well-coached team. That was well-drilled, and they were ready for it today with a kicker who's been shaky.
And I know this isn't, Monday Night Football with 60,000 fans in the stands, but as far as a pressure kick at a practice, this is as good as you're going to get. You have packed house here, Patriots fans. There are Eagles fans here. They're lined up everywhere. You have another team in front of you. So, yeah, good. I'll take that for Borregales.
Okay, some stats coming in. Borregales, by the way, 4 for 5 on kicks, including the 52-yarder with time expiring, which we called live here.
It looks like he's got another one set up. This one looks even deeper.
Oh, so he's coming out to kick now. Oh, right, because of the second-team offense. Sorry, I took my eyes off that. You let me know if that's good. Is it? This looks like 50. No, you're right. It's deeper.
57.
Yeah, right? No, you're right. You're right.
This is a shoe.
Let's see here.
Ball is up and through. Wow.
Andy Borregales.
From the outhouse to the penthouse.
So, no, but reading through, I didn't realize this, Keith.
Yeah.
I guess, and this is Mark Daniels tweeting this, the Patriots had 3 straight sacks to start that Eagles drive. I saw Woodson and Byard break in and then incompletions. I didn't realize they were credited with all those sacks. You called the Barmore one live when that happened. So the first 3 plays all were sacks to start the 2-minute drive.
All right.
Drill for the Eagles.
The pass rush was good.
Drake May had completed 13 straight passes before he delivered one behind Dobbs that Dobbs dropped. I wouldn't let May off the hook for that throw. It was certainly not a great throw, but Dobbs had both his hands on it. He completed 13 passes in a row. So I think stats like that are kind of underscoring what we saw. Never mind Borregales, 5 out of 6 with a long one of 57 or whatever that was. To really be the cherry on top of a good day for the Pats.
Yeah, it's been an advantage.
Against a quality opponent. The Eagles are a quality opponent.
Good point. Advantage Patriots. The Colts last week definitely have some good players, right? You look at, Jonathan Taylor. You look at Sauce Gardner. But this is a much stiffer competition.
I mean, I would think.
I think across the board. No, I think we were doing all those different player rankings this offseason, and the Eagles were pretty well represented, with every different position, offense and defense. So I would say, day one, Vrabel's going to be pretty happy with what happened today.
Okay, second-team Eagles offense out here against second-team Pats
that might
defense.
Be third. I think it's Tanner McKee out there. I don't even think that is Dalton.
Are we even further down the depth chart?
I think, at least the Eagles are going deeper on their quarterback.
Okay.
Everybody else.
So, again, we're guessing. This is guesswork. I'm trying to judge by the media and Drake May's body language here where we're at. But I think after this, we may put the finishing touches on this, and you'll hear A.J. Brown here on Jones and Keefe. 617-779-7937. You can jump in with all your thoughts. No Gonzo today. Good day for the first-team offense and A.J. Brown. Good day for the first-team defense, scheming up a little pressure on Jalen Hurts, an Eagles offense that looked, again, very disjointed and struggled. Andy Borregales even kicking some long field goals here today for the Patriots in what feels like a bit of a bounce-back performance after a shaky preseason game. A shaky couple of days at camp, not that we were here, but some of the reports were that he was missing on the skinny uprights these last couple of days. Vrabel has challenged him, and it looked like he came through after the first kick today. We've had a little scuffle on the field, Keith. After that missed kick.
That's a good point.
A little bit of a scuffle on the field.
That turned it around for Borregales. He needed that.
That's true. Maybe that is all he needed. And a big turnout here today from Patriots and Eagles fans on day one of joint practices. Hopefully we'll hear from A.J. Brown here coming up in just a little bit with all your phone calls, 617-779-7937. We will do that next.
Having health insurance is a must-have.
inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA. I got hustle, though, ambition, flow inside my DNA. I was born like this and born like this.
Jones and Keith live. Patriots joint practices. Our instincts were right. They have wrapped up. A lot of commingling on the field right now here in Foxborough. It's Jones and Keith, brought to you by the Catches Law Injury Attorneys. No fee unless you win. I have lost track of A.J. Brown. I was trying to see if he was going to commingle with any of these Eagles. I've seen quite a bit of it. I've lost track of him. The receivers broke up, and I can't see him now, Keith.
I think he is out there. I think what's tricky, I think he took off his jersey.
Okay, so maybe that's why I lost him.
But I believe he is talking to a couple of Eagles right now.
Is this him at like the 35? He's in like that scrum right there?
Yeah, you give him a hug. You see him hugging a guy?
Yeah.
That's him, yes.
I do not see
a couple of Eagles around. No Jalen Hurts.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I see all the Eagles quarterbacks over here, although I don't think Jalen Hurts is in that group, so I don't know where he went.
Yeah, he's definitely hugging some Eagles.
I wouldn't expect a lot of hugging between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. I wouldn't expect it. I've not seen it if it's happened. But we'll continue to monitor that as we await A.J. Brown coming to the podium here. I'm trying to get an eye on who's talking. I thought this was Akis walking towards us. So a couple of players talking right now. So it might
I
be
think
a minute.
Akis might be talking right now.
I was going to say, it might be a minute before we get A.J. Brown.
Yep.
But he is scheduled to speak from the podium, as is Milton Williams, which –
oh, that's cool too.
I'm not going to say I forgot he was an Eagle, but it wasn't really top of mind until I heard Vrabel asked about A.J. Brown this morning. And Vrabel's like, well, Milt used to play there too, and it's not all that uncommon.
And
like,
there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like, there are going to be interactions. In fact, we saw Milt, I assume playfully, flipping off all of his ex-Eagles teammates.
I would think so.
Earlier today, so there was some of that going on. While we await A.J. Brown, if you see him walking over, feel free to let me know.
Okay.
But as we await A.J. Brown, we can get you some of the details, the numbers coming in from Patriots training camp today, which, again, I would characterize as advantage Patriots. It did start with the Eagles on the backfield, like we saw last week with the Colts, meaning like the rehab fields. There are two practice fields here. Normally the Pats offense is on one, Pats defense is on the other. The rehab fields are back here, barely in sight. Eagles are back there. When they walked over, Keith, and you never know with Eagles fans.
That's right.
Whether it's Eagles fans booing their own team or Patriots fans booing the Eagles, but they got booed pretty loudly and I would say resoundingly walking over to the field, which was entertaining. Andrew Callahan, we highlighted this earlier. He said in his 9 years on the beat, it's the loudest joint practice that he's seen here. So good energy, I would say. No Christian Gonzalez on the field today. We did see guys like Christian Barmore and Christian Ellis not only mix in today, guys dealing with injuries, but mix in on the first-team defense when they held down Jalen Hurts and the Eagles' first-team offense at the end in a 2-minute drill. Drake May started out in 11-on-11, 8 for 8 to 7 different receivers.
Yeah, that was because they do almost like these line changes, and you wonder, is it just for practice? Is it just to get ready for the season? Or if they end up keeping all these receivers, is it something you're going to see on actual game days where they'll sub 3 receivers off and bring 3 different receivers on, and then Drake May's thrown to all those guys, plus 2 tight ends, plus 2 running backs, which we did see a few snaps of that. Ramondre and Henderson lined up next to Drake May in the shotgun.
Which I feel like we get promised every year with the Patriots.
It sounds like it's
the
such a good
pony
idea.
formation.
Yeah.
I've heard enough about it over the years where it's like, wow, the pony formation. It's in Josh McDaniels' bag.
Yeah.
And then they never do it. But, okay, I mean, look, that's a creative way to get those guys on the field for sure. Play of the day, I think, if you listen to some of the beat writers, it was Romeo Doubs mossing Quinyon Mitchell, which I don't actually think happened.
Okay.
He had a nice long catch from Drake May on, I thought, a brilliant throw over Quinyon Mitchell. May also had a back foot throw up the right sideline to A.J. Brown.
Yeah, that was cool.
Which I'm now really trying to remember who that was over. Probably Reek Woolen.
I think it was Reek
I mean, that's a safe guess without actually knowing.
They went after him a little bit. I think they did complete a couple passes on Mitchell and a couple on DeJean, but it was mostly Woolen.
And A.J. Brown, I think, should have reeled in that first one-on-one play. Now, Nick was telling us in our ear he thinks maybe Quinyon Mitchell was holding on A.J. Brown's hip a little bit.
Possible.
Maybe Mitchell knocked it out. Either way, you have a true stud, alpha, number 1 receiver. I'd expect to make that play in one-on-ones.
Yeah.
Not with a safety over the top.
There
huge
is a still
offense.
picture where cheeks are out, as Lou Merloni would say, if you look on Twitter. So
I would say reel it in.
He was pulling on his pants pretty hard.
But I think A.J. Brown after that, and I was nervous because he wasn't doing anything. He was walking through a bunch of running plays. He wasn't even running routes after that. Then he really locked in from there. That throw off the back foot from Drake May to A.J. Brown up the right sideline,
Yeah, that was great.
I thought was the highlight because I feel like that's going to have functionality in games where, okay, there's not much here, or look, pre-snap, Drake really likes the matchup, and he's just going to huck it up to A.J. Brown. That is the difference when you have a real alpha receiver, a true number one, versus a guy who had number one-like receivers and was the Patriots' number one a year ago, Steph Diggs, at one point in his career, and alpha number one, not last year in New England. I think plays like that are going to be the difference, I think, with a guy like A.J. Brown in this offense.
Well, I also think we've seen over the course of these practices that rapport with Drake May and A.J. Brown is there. And the first couple of days, we weren't really sure. And you were like, all right, what is this going to look like? And at what point do you want to see it get going? Well, it's gotten going. And to your point, like that type of play feels like we could see it 20, 30 times during the regular season, right? Like I feel like that could be one that they go to. And, some people want to say, well, he doesn't really get as open as he used to earlier in his career.
Well, I wouldn't say he was wildly open on that play. Yeah.
He may not, but it doesn't mean that the results won't be there. He's now playing with a very accurate quarterback, and he's capable of making those plays. Right, so it's going to look different than last year as far as, like, the connection he had with Steph Diggs, but I fully expect A.J. Brown. Like, the high expectations we had for him when they acquired him and the high, like, predictions as far as, like, yards, catches and touchdowns, it's still there for me, right? I feel just as good, if not better, than I did when they first picked him up.
I would agree with all that. Drake May, by the way, in the 2-minute drill against the Eagles, which all the beat writers are calling 2-minute, it was 1:05 at their own 20.
Well, that's still under 2 minutes.
So, but I would just say it's not like they had a full 2 minutes.
Oh,
they had a minute 5 with maybe 2 timeouts, and they were backed up at their own 20. May went incomplete to Dobbs on a drop pass behind him. I mean, I would not have called that a great throw from May, but
it was a drop, though.
Dobbs had both his hands on it, true, but the throw was behind him, so that was the first play. Then you had Pop Douglas with a catch on Cooper DeJean for a first down. Incompletion to Stevenson, wheel route up the left sideline. What do you think happened on that? Did Bond knock that out?
I think so. Yeah, that was a good play by Bond. He was kind of all over him on that.
He then hit Mac Hollins on a throw, incomplete, targeting Pop Douglas with DeJean in coverage. May had a quick scramble. Then Henry on a quick catch, and then Keefe, they ran up-tempo. Maybe were out of downs at that point in time, did not have a timeout. They scrambled Borregales onto the field, and he hit from 52. He hit another long kick from even deeper, maybe 56, 57, after the second-team offense was out there, so a bounce-back day for Borregales. And then in that last break, with the second-team offense, maybe even third-team offense out there for the Eagles, is Pat's second-team defense, Kindle Vildor wrapped it up with a pick.
Yeah, so a lot to celebrate or to get excited about for the Patriots today. Like overall, offense, defense, special teams all kind of came through with like a big player too.
So I would agree. In your recollection, this is anecdotal. I don't have all the info on this, but my recollection is when a team goes out and has a big day, like a lopsided, I would say pretty decisive day like the Pats, the other team comes out ready to respond the next day. Sirianni will get into them. Yep. I would expect a big Eagles day tomorrow, but look, that's guesswork. Right now, what happened today? 2 high-level teams, or at least 2 high-level we expect teams out there. Big advantage for the Pats is how I would feel about that.
Yeah, I think it is. Now, and not to give the Eagles excuses, but as I was talking about during the 2-minute drill, the Eagles' strength is playing from in front.
Yeah.
Literally doing the tush push.
Run the football, play defense, tush push.
So this is
ugly.
Yeah. I don't know how much you think Saquon Barkley has left in the tank, but there is something like a practice like this. It's going to be hard to really showcase what he does well.
I agree. I do agree with that. I would also say Hurts threw 3 picks today. I think, I think it was 2 to Woodson, and then another one to Marcus Jones.
I would say some of A.J. Brown's reason for frustration was kind of clear today when you watch the Eagles kind of break the huddle, look a little bit lost. Jalen Hurts throwing some interceptions, so you could see why he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I do feel that way where I hear what you're saying on Saquon. And to answer your question, I think Saquon still has something left in the tank. I don't think he's probably as bad as he showed last year. He's certainly not the 2,000-yard back he was the year before. You're not going to get that many times out of a running back at this stage in his career. Is he 29, 30? So you're not going to get that again. But I do think he's probably better than he showed last year. I just don't know how much benefit of the doubt we should give to what was a broken offense a year ago from the Eagles. They lost A.J. Brown. No Devontae Smith today, but as you pointed out, no Gonzo for the Patriots today. I don't know how much benefit of the doubt we should give to the Eagles that they look any better in a different setting. It's been a broken offense now for a year plus, and in 7-on-7s they struggled, 11-on-11s they struggled, and in that 2-minute drill at the end they certainly struggled.
Well, that's why I think we were looking at the Patriots offense a lot more today, and I think that's just a much better test too. Right? There's more to gain out of Drake May against this Eagles defense than there is this Patriots defense versus the Eagles offense. I mean, could you who has a better offense, the Colts or the Eagles?
Oh, it might be the Colts.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so, like,
no, it might be.
It especially without Devontae Smith. Like, you take him out of it, and you're like, all right, what is – although the Colts didn't have Alec Pierce. So, like, you know, the Patriots secondary is not going up against the best that both these teams have to offer. But I would expect the Eagles offense to be sort of fortunate to be middle of the pack, where I think their defense is going to be top 10 again, and maybe even a little bit better than that. So if the Patriots offense, like, I give them a ton of credit for having the success they had today because of who they're going up against. It's a good D-line. They got good linebackers. We've talked about the secondary quite a bit today. So, yeah, day one, big-time advantage, Patriots.
Phil Perry agrees. He said Patriots practice ended today with decisive wins during the 1-minute drill. That's what I would refer to.
Oh, there you go. 1-minute drill. You like that
on
better.
both sides of the ball. I agree with Phil's characterization more than some others. With 1:05 on the clock, Drake May and Tommy DeVito led their units into field goal range. Borregales made both kicks. He also characterized it differently than Daniels did on three. Daniels called it 3 straight sacks for the Eagles. He saw it the way we saw it, Keith, which is the Eagles' first-team offense not getting their kickoff. Byard and Ellis had pass breakups. Barmore with the sack to stall the drive, and then Philly's second team had the pick at the end, Tanner McKee to Kindle Vildor. So that's how that went down here today. A couple of picks of Jalen Hurts from Craig Woodson. So overall a good day for the Pats, again, against a quality opponent. We are still awaiting A.J. Brown.
Yeah, he's still talking with some, I don't know, one Eagle. He doesn't have his uniform on, so I'm not sure. And then a couple other, like, must be family members. Friends.
I saw Booty walking over in that direction. I was pretty sure with Devontae Smith, which interested me. I don't know how many more bodies the Eagles need.
No, I know. I think it would make sense. Well, I thought he was going to get traded to the Colts.
When the Colts were here,
yeah.
You're like, well, maybe Keyshawn Booty makes
100%.
sense because of the joint practices. You see guys get traded after joint practices all the time. Colts went out and signed Keenan Allen. I wouldn't say that means no Keyshawn Booty, but that's another body they have in that room now. So maybe I would certainly call it less likely than maybe we felt a week ago. I mean, you think the Eagles are a candidate for Keyshawn Booty? He's certainly,
I don't know. They have so many bodies.
Certainly cozying up to some of the guys in the receiver room when he was walking over there now. I think this is him on the Eagles field now.
But I think, like,
around like the 50. I'm pretty sure that's him in the vicinity.
So
of
I guess
Brown.
it depends on, like, Mekhi Lemon, who they drafted in the first round. They have Lemon. They have Devontae Smith. They gave Wicks actually some money, and they have Hollywood Brown. I don't know. I mean, you're sort of.
It's a lot of bodies. I don't have any good ones.
Well, but also, like, but if you're Booty, you're like, all right, I guess I'm a little bit better, but you're not, like, guaranteed to be the number 2 receiver.
That's a good point. If you want targets, maybe that's not the place you're going to get him. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I guess we'll take a timeout as we still await A.J. Brown, very chatty, with some ex-Eagles teammates.
He knows a lot of these people.
I would say, well, he's going to see him tomorrow. I would say there's, not a lot of chatting going on that I've seen with Jalen Hurts. Perhaps we've missed it. I haven't seen anybody tweeting about it, but I haven't seen much interaction between those two, but plenty of chats between A.J. Brown and ex-teammates, which I think should tell you all you need to know about his relationship with Jalen Hurts. 617-779-7937. We'll get to your phone calls here, and A.J. Brown, whenever he decides to speak, you'll hear it live here on
Focus on is how fortunate I am to be able to receive the treatment that I'm alive.
With Dana-Farber's help and their research, I'm back to just say I'm.
The first thing that I said back to him was, we're going to beat this.
Seeing their strength and their resilience is amazing.
Stories of hope.
You know what? I'm going to be okay. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be okay.
That has meant a lot to us to have them continue, let him have birthdays, and I get to see him grow up.
And stories that made us smile.
You have cancer? And I was like, yes, I do. And they're like,
come on through.
And I was like, you never know the benefits. You can drive like a maniac. You can go wherever you want.
Thanks to you, we are another step closer to a cure. WEEI would like to thank its loyal audience for once again supporting the annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. Now.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
And streaming on WEEI.com.
It is Jones and Keefe live from Foxborough. Day one, Patriots joint practices, Pats and Eagles down here on the field. Ex-Eagle, A.J. Brown, current Patriot, just wrapped up, or is wrapping up, I should say, talking to the media, of course, basically right when we go to break.
100%. He was like, he was signing autographs.
Waiting for him for 20 minutes. Of course, he goes and talks right when we go to break.
Yeah.
So we will give you the best of what he had to say here as he wraps things up with the media in just a moment. I can give you a couple of highlights, and you'll probably hear some of it in the chunk we're going to play. Number one, he did say Quinyon Mitchell held him.
Okay.
Got a hold of him on that
believe it.
play in one-on-one drills.
Well,
but
there's a picture floating around out there.
Of Cheeks.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. He also said he has to make
I'll look it up for
Thank
work.
you. No, if you could. He also said he's got to make the play, though, which I agree with. Like, yeah, okay, the guy held you. Maybe you get the flag, maybe you don't.
Yeah.
Catch it when it's in your hands is what I would say. The other
You gonna
thing,
say it to his face?
The other thing I confirm, well, no, I can yell. If Kerr wants me to yell it down to him, I know that's what Kerr wants
That's
us
a good
to do
idea.
from way up here. In the middle of these interviews, I can just scream it down to him. If you wanted to be a Patriots Monday guest, we could say it to his face. The other thing to confirm, has A.J. Brown talked to Jalen Hurts since the trade? A.J. Brown said, quote, unquote, no.
Whoa, no. Better relationship, Jalen Brown, Jason Tatum, or Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown?
Ooh, I actually think Brown and Tatum may have a better relationship.
They might.
Maybe.
Yeah, they might. But, yeah, obviously a very popular guy.
Although I guess, why do I say that, actually? I mean, Jalen Brown's like, no, we haven't really talked. This was a flat no.
Yeah.
His was a not really or whatever he said, and they're both on different teams. So maybe I shouldn't be so quick to say that one's better than this one. I don't know.
They are, yeah, that's true. They are on different teams. But, yeah, A.J. Brown had a good practice. He did talk to a bunch of other former teammates on the field afterwards. There's also usually a bunch of, like, family and friends on there. So he was, like, signing a bunch of autographs. He was taking a bunch of pictures and then made his way over there. And we think it was Big Dom. Big Dom was with the Eagles. He spent some time with A.J. Brown as well. But, yeah, then they're going to do it all over again tomorrow.
Yep.
You know, there's going to be another one of these bad boys. And but, yeah, advantage Patriots today for sure. And so it will be interesting to see how the Eagles respond to that and if they come out a little bit different and are getting after the Pats tomorrow. We shall see.
Okay. I would say, again, as you said, decisive win. The way that Bedard put it today is the Eagles' offense looked rough. I would say that's an understatement, that first-team offense.
Oh, yeah, it is a bit disjointed. I mean, part of it is, you don't have Devontae Smith, who they are going to be relying on way more without A.J. Brown this year. But he's hurt. He's there. He was like walking around in the huddle, but he didn't practice. The rest of their receivers is not the best-looking group of wide receivers. And then, Jalen Hurts, you're throwing him in a 2-minute drill where they're not going to hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley. Not a whole lot the Eagles are going to be able to do.
Nope. Patriots forced 5 turnovers today. A couple of picks from Craig Woodson. Marcus Jones had one as well. Those were off Jalen Hurts. Vildor and others had some second and third team picks as well. So the Patriots turned it over. I saw Kevin Byard, who also spoke to the media, said he would like more than the 5 they got. They want more of those tomorrow.
Okay, well.
So maybe
they will.
We'll see if that's the case tomorrow. It looks like Milton Williams now is speaking now that A.J. Brown,
another former Eagle,
has wrapped up. Hopefully we can turn around a little of this A.J. Brown here for you, which I would like to hear.
But yeah, Milton Williams, not as much of a swarm around him, although a lot of people are still sticking around to hear Milton Williams, but there was a lot with the Eagles. I don't think WIP's not here, are they? Because last year
they don't have a setup like DC did a year ago. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
Washington
for sure. So, okay, Milton Williams talking now. This is a chunk of A.J. Brown. Speaking just moments ago, he just wrapped up. Let's at least hear the beginning of that. Again, A.J. Brown speaking to the media moments ago.
Closure? No, it's not about no closure or anything, man. It's love. You know, I won a Super Bowl ring with them, and it's always be love, no matter how anyone feels. You know, I love Philly, and I will always love Philly, but I'm here now, and that's where my feet are, and that's what I'm focused on.
AJ, can you take us back to that first rep?
Yeah. The first rep, man, Q got away with a little holding. But I won, and he pulled himself back into play. I just got to finish the play. You know, my right hand didn't get to the ball quick enough. My left hand got on the ball, and that's on me. Attention to detail, catching the ball high, not letting it get low. So it's those little things. So it was never about like who I'm going against. It's the little things that that could have been a 40-yard bomb, and now it's a long foul ball, right? And so those are the things that I'm focusing on, and just trying to get better each and every day.
Did this Q talking some trash to you on that?
Nah, man, there's no trash talking. So.
Did you let him know that he held you?
No, man. It's love between me and Q, man. That's little bro, man, and I'm not trying to like big bro him either, man. I got so much respect for him. Like I said, man, he's an all-pro, and he's gonna continue to get better.
AJ, would there be a part of you that'll be glad when this week and this stretch is over, and that the questions that you've kind of fielded since you arrived are done? Or will you be glad to just kind of to put it in the rearview mirror?
It's already in review. You guys are doing that. I'm not me. I'm not focused on that. Like, I'm focused on my everyday process and trying to get better each and every day. I'm not giving life to anything other than this moment with you all answering these questions. But once I'm done, I'm going to go home, go with my family, and look at the tape and see what I can get better. But everything else is irrelevant. But so.
Have you talked to Jalen?
No.
AJ, how did you leave things with him?
Philly, man, y'all tough, man. Man, it's love. But listen. I honestly, guys, none of that stuff even matters. Yeah, I think you all should want to report something positive. Asking the question is going to turn negative. So let's not get into that. And let's keep everything positive. It's love my way, and just move forward. That's all.
You guys had a lot of positive.
Hi, good to see you. Am I in a better place mentally? I wouldn't say I'm in a better place. I wasn't in a bad place in Philly. So I leave it at that.
Do you like getting to learn a new quarterback for the first time in several years?
Yeah, it's definitely been some challenges, but he's very special. He's very special, and he makes my job a lot easier, and just learning how he sees the game, and just getting on the same page. So it's definitely a learning curve, and we'll continue to try to keep working at that.
How does he make your life easier?
He's very special. He has a lot of arm talent. He can place the ball anywhere, and the way he sees the game and the way he sees the field.
You and Jalen had a lot of positive moments of success together.
Absolutely.
Do you plan on catching up with him this week and seeing and talking to him?
I'm sure if we run across, our paths run across. Yeah, sure. Yeah. We had a good day. There will always be some stuff that we need to improve on, and no day is perfect. No matter how successful today may look, there's always something to improve on, and tomorrow we have to come out with the same intensity and continue to get better.
How close do you feel like you are? How close do you feel like you are to sort of solidifying that chemistry with Drake and taking it to another level?
Yeah, we're definitely in a good spot right now. We're going to continue to keep building, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
AJ, we asked a lot about Drake.
Yeah.
The guy kind of overseeing this squad.
Yeah.
Have to see it through the same eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, Josh is incredible, man. He's making my job a lot easier, He's creating matchups for me, moving me around. I already shared too much already, and I'm going to get in trouble for it. But he's a very detailed coach, and just meeting with him, just trying to get on the same page and, seeing it quickly as fast as he sees it. I think he's been in his offense for like 25 years. So he has a check for every little thing the defense throws at you, so which is a positive, but a lot of information for me to, take in.
Okay, that is a chunk of A.J. Brown. A lot of Philly questions.
Oh, the
Keith.
Eagles. The Eagles are in there.
Well, you guys should just be asking about positive stuff and trying to bring people up.
I don't really love that answer.
No, me either.
I love A.J. Brown.
That's
don't
a
love that.
weak,
I don't love
soft-ass answer is what that is from A.J. Brown. That's after he confirmed they haven't talked. He said it's all love from his side and that Philly should report on positive things.
I don't love that.
That's a weak answer.
Yeah, but I think you can tell pretty clearly he and Jalen Hurts had and still have a bad relationship.
Oh,
now, it doesn't
definitely.
matter now that they have a bad relationship, and maybe that's more his point.
But it does matter. It's why he's here.
No, but he is here.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
but
He's here now, so it doesn't really matter. Like, oh, are you planning on talking to him? Who cares? I mean, I care. I'm not saying who cares isn't like
and also,
they do. No, but you know what I'm
but
saying?
also
Like,
the answer is clearly no. They had a chance to talk walking off the field. And they didn't.
No, right. No, I don't mean it's not a big deal. Like, if I'm in Philly, I get why it's being asked. I'm just saying, like, he is on the team. The trade went through. He's now playing with the Eagles. So, like, he doesn't need to be his buddy. In fact, if I was an Eagles fan and they hashed it out and they became friends again, I'd be like, wait a minute.
What the hell?
Do it a month ago. Like, if
Good
you find out 2 months from now Brown and Tatum are cool, I'd be like, wait a minute. You guys are cool now? Why couldn't you be cool when you were playing together?
Maybe figure it out
Still
while
be
you're
on
on the same team. That's a good point.
So that's my point. But no, I don't really love the, oh, man, like, you guys just want to talk about negative stuff. It's like,
okay.
All right.
He also was asked about Drake May a couple of different times. You can hear how complimentary he is. He's just so special.
That's great.
Arm talent. He can make every throw. All these things.
That's a fun game, though.
I don't know that he would say about Jalen Hurts.
Well, no, because he doesn't want to lie.
No.
I actually like Jalen Hurts. I think he's good.
No, we do, but I wouldn't say he's got a special arm. That is not where I would start with Jalen Hurts. I think he's got a winning quotient, and he's played his best in some big games.
Oh, he can squat him.
For all the love that Joe Burrow gets for beating Patrick Mahomes one time, Jalen Hurts gets none.
Right.
For playing his ass off against the Chiefs in one Super Bowl, losing, and then beating Mahomes in the other. He gets zero credit for that.
It's bizarre.
So we like Hurts. But I would never describe him as like a special thrower.
We like him way more than A.J. Brown does.
Yeah, not even close. Sounds like Curran's writing about his buddy Josh, too. He got in his Josh McDaniels question there at the end.
Yep.
So we'll keep our eyes out for that. With all your phone calls, 617-779-7937. We got your feedback here. More takeaways from joint practice, day one. Patriots and Eagles. Terp going to join us here in just 2 minutes. We'll get his full breakdown on what he saw out there on the practice field. Again, 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
seeing them move the ball, particularly off the left side today, was pretty encouraging as well.
You mentioned spreading the ball around. It seems like all the receivers are getting run with Drake May. All the receivers are coming up with at least a catch or two. Now, some of it's one-on-ones, but it's still with May. And then 7-on-7s, 11-on-11s, all the different things that they've done. I feel like I was saying to Jones earlier, just when I'm like, maybe Chisholm's getting phased out, catches a pass. Or like, they haven't really gone to Mac Hollins much, then he gets one. It seems like all 7, which I know is a big discussion if they're going to keep all these guys, but they each have their moments where you're like, I guess he is in there, and they're using them in these big drives or whatever it might be.
If you add in Henry and Stevenson, 9 different pass catchers caught a ball from Drake May today. And obviously that's something that's easy to do in practice. They're probably making an effort to try to spread it around, and we'll see how it looks in the game. But it's also pretty clear how they feel about that top 3. When they're going to go the 3 receiver sets, it's Pop Douglas in the slot, A.J. Brown, and Romeo Doubs. It seems like those 3 are going to be the quote-unquote starting receivers.
Let's stick with that for a minute.
Yeah.
Jones hates this.
Well, I just don't like this much Pop Douglas because I think he's a gadget player. He did look pretty good lined up on DeJean, but he looked great last camp as well. And they have more talented receivers now. I can't imagine, even if he is the number 3 receiver in the slot guy, I can't imagine he's going to be a prominent part of the offense, right?
I mean, like, to your point, we saw a lot of this last training camp, specifically in the Commanders joint practice. Like, if we talked about this last time, if you look at the notes from that practice, you're like, this guy had 100 catches and 1,000 yards in the season, which obviously wasn't the case. In fact, in the first couple weeks of the season, he was hardly even playing.
Yeah.
So that does kind of change quick. Like,
when he played, he didn't know where to line up.
Didn't know where to line up. Ran backwards against the Steelers on a 4th down.
I mean, those are 2 tough things.
Yeah, 2 things that are tough there. But these things do change. So I think going into the season, it will be Pop Douglas, but you really haven't seen anyone else really repping in there a ton that's noteworthy, at least.
It is tough to kind of gauge the running game here just because you don't know if they'd get tackled at the line of scrimmage, if they'd break that and rip off a 10-yard run or whatever. But more so looking at the usage and the amount of snaps they get, I think I like Stevenson more than Henderson. Jones likes Henderson more than Stevenson. How are you seeing this breakdown, and what are your expectations?
I'm with you, and I think the Patriots like Stevenson more than Henderson as well. It seems like he is getting the majority of those snaps. And granted, if it is kind of divvied up, it's 60-40 probably.
But he's first up in every drill.
In every drill. Right.
That's pretty telling.
That would not be my preference, but I would agree that my preference is not the way it's playing out.
Let's not forget the end of the year he had last year. Like Ramondre Stevenson, the last couple weeks of the regular season, once he came back from that injury, was arguably their best offensive player behind Drake May.
Yeah.
And, he's shown that he can compete in that offense, be a real focal point of it. I mean, in the receiving game, he looks more of a threat this year than ever before. Like, he's always open on these wheel routes. He's climbing the ladder, going up and getting these balls. I expect him to actually have a pretty big year this year.
Offensive line, anything you jump out? You mentioned Vera Tucker maybe getting beat up the middle, but Will Campbell's always somebody that we're going to point to. I feel like I didn't really notice him much, which is always a good sign.
There were a couple plays that he might have gotten beat, but the play was on the backside anyway, so it didn't even really matter. It wasn't really consequential to the play itself. So overall, I think he's actually had a really good camp, and this is a good front to go against. Obviously, this Eagles front, one of the best in the NFL. And for there to be 1 sack, quote unquote, because it's all kind of eye test. There were refs out here today, but they won't blow it dead for a sack unless it's really, really obvious.
They did for that Barmore one,
which
right?
they did for the Barmore one. The one on Elijah Vera Tucker, the defensive tackle got him on the stunt move. They didn't even blow it. Actually, Drake May stepped up and hit Henderson the flat. And I'm sure, if you look at the completion numbers from different reporters, some people probably had him at 16 of 19 because they gave him that completion. I took it away because that was definitely a sack. There was another play there, actually on the A.J. Brown deep pass. If that was in game, Drake May would have been absolutely lit up. There was so much pressure in his face. Both the defensive tackles right there stepped up and delivered a pass. But if that was a real game action, he would have been crushed. But all in all, it was a good day for the offensive line against a really good front.
So just real quick, in the one-on-ones, and I agree in the team-wide stuff, it seemed like May had some time. One-on-ones, Will Campbell was one-on-one with, according to Callahan, a bad loss in there. Lomu also 1-1. Onwenu 2-0 with a win against Jalen Carter. Jared Wilson 2-0. Vera Tucker, I guess, had a bad loss as well, along with Campbell. But I would say, and I was saying this, Keith, going back to a few weeks ago, we're not hearing much about Will Campbell, and people are saying he has a good practice. How the hell do you know? The Patriots have no pass rush. So how would you know? Well, the Eagles certainly have a pass rush, and I'd say the fact that most of the reports today were that he at least held his own. Maybe he got beat in one-on-one pass rush drill. I'd say the fact that he held his own, I mean, that is a good sign.
You would know in these practices if the offensive line had a bad day, right? It'd be very obvious if
It
was
was actually
out.
Was it the Eagles 2 years
Yes.
ago that they couldn't even get a playoff?
Yep.
Yeah, that was like, it's obvious in these practices. It might not necessarily register again as sacks because they don't really track those. That's on kind of everyone's up to everyone individual discretion on those, but it would be an obvious kind of thing if you're watching this and seeing the offensive line struggle, and I didn't feel that way at all, and I really haven't all of training camp here. Will Campbell, I think, has had a good camp so far. Jared Wilson moving back to his natural position at center has looked good. Elijah Vera-Tucker, when he's been out there, he was limited a little bit earlier in the camp, obviously coming off the injury last year, same with Morgan Moses, but when those guys have been out there, they look good. So you feel pretty good about what you have there. Lomu's still a work in progress, and I think we saw that in the training camp, or preseason game, the preseason opener last Thursday against the Colts, a little bit today as well. But that's to be expected when you're talking about a tackle moving into the NFL, making that transition. We did it all last year with Will Campbell. It's not an easy thing to do.
Any whispers down there about Christian Gonzalez?
Nothing. I mean, we were talking about it yesterday. The timing on this is just a little bit too convenient to me.
Of course it is. But I just and teams treat these injuries or quote unquote injuries different. And so like today, the Eagles obviously they have guys that are hurt. Devontae Smith is one of them. He has no helmet, but he has his pads on, and he's like in and out of the huddle, just like listening to the play calls. Then he's getting out, and so like he's like actively taking part of a practice in which he's physically unable to perform. I'm not saying Gonzalez needs to do that, but it's like, all right, the guy gets hurt, quote unquote, on the eve of joint practices. You have these 3 massive practices, one with the Colts, 2 with the Eagles, to get you ready for the season, and he's not going to be involved in any of those.
I will say the biggest competition he's going to see all throughout, up until week 1 when they see JSN and the Seahawks, is A.J. Brown. And he's been lining up with him. When the Colts came to town, Alec Pierce is their best receiver. He didn't participate. Devontae Smith doesn't participate today. Lemon didn't either, their first-round pick that was a receiver. Yep. So they haven't really been, there hasn't been top-tier competition out there anyway. So, yeah, you'd like to see him out in these more competitive environments, these simulated environments, but really the best iron that sharpens iron example is him on A.J. Brown, and that's what we have seen.
But you wanted him out here today.
I did.
Today was the day you wanted him out here.
I did want
and he
him
wasn't
out
here.
Yeah.
And as far as we know, is he even physically in Foxborough? Like, I don't even know. To Keith's point.
He's with Kettle Marte?
Yeah, like to Keith's point, Devontae Smith is here. He's not in the practice, but he's here. Plenty of injured players were here. Guys who didn't do everything today. Plenty of them were here. He was not. He might be in Foxborough. He might be inside for all I know.
Could be in the backfields.
But where the hell is he?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen him on the sideline or anything. Like, sometimes you see the guys in a bucket hat or slides. You talk about that. I haven't seen him in that. Maybe that could hint towards him going through rehab process. That's why it's away from everything else. It's not strictly like a hold in, because if it was, he'd probably still be out here. Maybe he is going through some of that rehab process in the backfields or in the training room or whatever it may be, and that's why we're not seeing him. But I didn't even see him on the sideline last Thursday in the preseason opener. I had my binocs up there. I was looking around, and I didn't see him out there.
Does he ever practice again without a new contract?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, it really depends on how where this thing stands, like how far off. Obviously, when they made the original offer, that number has now moved with the Witherspoon deal, even the Denzel Ward deal. That was before that offer was made by the Crafts to Christian Gonzalez. So it depends on how far off they are. And I mean, if he's trying to reset the market for next year, that's really not how these things work. Like, if you wanted to reset it for next year, you have to wait.
I just don't believe that.
Yeah.
I just don't believe his agent is not acting like anybody wants to reset the market for next year. They just wanted $1 million more than the market this year,
which seems like something that should have been done
yes.
by now. Don't
I mean,
you think?
I'm sorry. I know what Curran's reporting, and I know what others are trying to say, that he wants a percentage of the cap and he's being unreasonable and this and that. His agent's not acting that way, and that's a tangible thing to go on. All these other things are intangible, and what the team is telling reporters, my guess. And that's not tangible. What is tangible is what this agent asked for in Seattle, which was not resetting the market for next year or a percentage of the cap going up and the market contract not being obsolete. That's not what happened. And so, I'm skeptical that's what they're asking for, but I guess we'll see. Terp, we appreciate it. Thanks so much
for
your reviews on joint practices. You're here tomorrow as well, right?
I
You
am.
and Mego?
Yep.
Okay.
Red Zone Day tomorrow.
I think, big Red Zone Day tomorrow.
That's when things get chippy.
Well,
Only one little fight today.
It's a lot easier. I was gonna say, it's a lot easier for the Eagles to move up the field when they already started in the red zone. They had some trouble getting down there
push
today.
Push tomorrow
all
in the red
over
zone.
the place.
We will be. Okay. Well, Turp, thank you so much. You can follow him on Twitter at Justin M. Turpin. We're back with some thoughts on the Red Sox, including the return of Roman Anthony. We'll get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Thank you to the most generous audience.
Deep right field, Roman Anthony, welcome back. On to Fitzpatrick Field, take a lap. Seagulls lead 4-0. It's the return of the Roman Empire here in Portland.
Roman Anthony, great rehab return in Portland. 2 for 2, Keith. A single that went 108, a home run that would have been a home run in 30 out of 30 big league ballparks. A couple of walks yesterday as well. Although, as a caller pointed out earlier, it was off a glorified high schooler.
No, too strong.
In Portland. That's
I get his point, though, because
that was the call we got off the top
some
from
are getting
Joe.
too excited, so he's trying to knock everybody back down a little bit, maybe be a little bit more realistic, because I get the spirit of that call. I think at the beginning of the season, the expectation was through the roof for Roman Anthony. And prior to his injury, wasn't exactly living up to it.
No.
It's not like he was a house of fire, then got hurt, and then this long lingering injury, and there's a debate as to what the injury even is, and blah, blah, blah. No, he was kind of struggling anyway. Now, he wasn't struggling as bad as Duran, Story, or Durbin.
Yeah.
But he wasn't doing very well either.
No.
And so there was a lot put on his plate because they were like, oh, you were really good last year. You were really good in the World Baseball Classic. You're going to be the leadoff hitter this year.
It wasn't even just last year. It's like in the spring he looked so good.
Yeah. No, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great in the World Baseball Classic. And you're like, he's going to be an all-star. At the beginning of the year, we're like, the only 2 all-stars they have is Garrett Crochet and Roman Anthony. It's like, those guys are out. And so even if he comes back, I was hoping you could have him hit 7th or 8th or even 9th.
Ease him in.
And let him get his feet under him. I don't know. They've been playing like musical chairs with the leadoff spot that it seems like he has a performance like this and people are going to be like insisting that he's back in the top spot. And then what if he goes 1 for 15 in the top spot? You're just going to keep forcing him there.
So I would say none of their leadoff guys have been great. I mean, the offense has been fine, but between Sogard and Seagulls and even Yoshida, who I think had been the best out of the 3 leading off, it's not like they've had great returns out of any of those 3.
And that's another reason why, because Yoshida's out, there might be even more of a push to just say, hey, Roman's back. He's maybe the DH and leading off or left field leading off.
I'm with you. I am not putting him there in his first game back, whenever that is, with the Red Sox. But in October, that seat's warm for him. He's in left field and or DHing and leading off for the Reds. I mean, that is now my plan for the lineup going forward, because I don't really know who else it could possibly be at this point in time. So that's Anthony with a rehab return last night. We do have an update, by the way.
Ooh, on what?
The record-setting.
Oh, my God, this is crazy.
Jimmy Fund Telethon yesterday, for the 2nd year in a row, you out there have helped us raise a record. Last year it was $5.7 million. This year it is $7.3 million.
Jeez.
We have revised upwards
from
the $7,158,135,000 that we had earlier. That has been revised upwards. $7,301,616. Our big thanks to the Hale and Ivinson families, among others. Incredibly gracious. Every donation mattered. So we're very appreciative of that, as that's you guys out there donating and helping us achieve that record, which we're hoping one day will lead, and I think will lead, to a cure for cancer. So we appreciate that. A special couple of days, and you guys were a big part of it here on Jones and Keefe and throughout the entire station here, WEEI, the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon. Meanwhile, Keefe, real quick before we keep going with the Red Sox, a few comments from the Eagles coming off the field. Now, I don't know where they held their media session, maybe coming off the backfield over there.
Maybe. The Colts did theirs last week, over here, but I didn't notice it if the Eagles were there.
I didn't either. So a few players talk. Quinyon Mitchell was asked about A.J. Brown. Is he the same old A.J. Brown? Quinyon Mitchell looked a little better. Looked a little faster.
Well, he has to say that because he did get beat and then he had to pull his pants down. So,
like I said, he's a great receiver. So, okay, that's Quinyon Mitchell.
Well, they really like each other. Brown really hyped up Mitchell as
he
well.
Was like, he's like my little bro. Yeah. Devontae Smith was asked, did he speak to A.J. Brown? No. Did he see any of A.J. Brown's big plays on the day? He said, no, I didn't see any of it. I was on the offensive field.
That's true.
It is. Did A.J. Brown make any plays 11 on 11? I don't think he did. Sorry, when they were all condensed in the 105, I don't think he did.
No, I think most of them were when the teams were split.
There was a point where you guys were all on the same field, but I think to Devontae Smith's credit, I don't think A.J. Brown made any plays in that portion of practice.
Did they have a bad relationship?
Well,
anything come of that?
I don't know. I mean, he said no, they have not talked, but I don't know the full extent of it.
Maybe they're not like friends or whatever, but it seemed like last year those two guys were actually on the same side. Didn't it seem like they were annoyed at the running game?
How could you not be?
Yeah, right.
That offense is impossible to watch. Like, how could you not be? By the way, Jalen Hurts also asked about, I'm sure, a variety of things. The clip I see here, he was asked what advice he'd give to Drake May about getting the most out of A.J. Brown.
That's a good question.
Hurts said, I think Drake has had a lot of success already, so I don't know what my advice would do.
Oh,
which
good answer.
is
Good question, good answer.
It's a nice way of complimenting Drake May with also being like, dude, I can't help you with this guy.
Honestly, if I knew, he'd still be here. Was what Jalen should have said. It's probably what he was thinking. But he's like, all right, this is a compliment to Drake May, and it's by no means saying anything about A.J. Brown.
So
at least outwardly.
Those are a few of the comments coming off the field. I'm just checking a few of these just rabid Philly beat writers. They were all over A.J. Brown earlier today. Good for them.
Yep. And then Drake May's going to speak. He's going to hold a Q&A tomorrow, so we'll have that live for you as we'll be back here for joint practice number 2. But, yeah, A.J. Brown, I think he's got to be pretty pleased, right? I'm sure he had this date circled for a little while, practicing against his former team, and he went out there, performed pretty well, answered a bunch of questions. Even though I don't love his, hey, guys, let's not be negative, answer
Oh,
to Philly.
so soft.
I don't care for that, but on the field, he was very good today.
The only other update, and I meant to mention this when we were talking about the rehab for Roman Anthony. Garrett Crochet spoke to Alex Spear yesterday, Keith.
Okay.
He said he thinks it's most likely, quote unquote, he's going to max out at 2 innings pitched when he comes back. So he's not going to be a starter.
He could be Bayo's opener. He could actually be a starter.
So that's true. If you wanted to handle it that way and do a bullpen game and go Crochet for an inning, 4 or 5 outs,
Crochet
even
Bayo
2
might be
innings
the
into
greatest
Bayo.
combo of all time.
Yeah, I wonder if you want to treat him more the way that Cora treated some of his starters in 18 and even 21, where now Crochet's coming in for an inning or two. You don't think that with a rehabbing player?
Well, I kind of think because the Bayo experience is so unique that maybe you do use them as a combo platter, and you're like, hey, Crochet, you don't have to worry about like getting up in the 7th inning because all of a sudden we got the lead, or like, wouldn't that be more difficult for a player that
yeah,
has
because
back?
the
You
difference
don't know what
is
day you're going to pitch.
Guys like Sale and those they might have been wearing down, but they hadn't been not pitched
Right.
all year.
No. So you're like,
that's
hey,
a good point.
You're going to start, and yeah, you're only going to go 2 innings, maybe 1, and you're going to do that 5 days from now. Now, you could argue, is that worth a roster spot come playoff time? That's a good debate.
Yeah.
But I just think most teams that would do that, or most teams, I'd say, wouldn't do that, but they also don't have somebody as odd as Bayo who can only pitch out of relief but can throw like 6 innings.
It's so weird.
It's really strange.
I really don't want to give him any credit for what
No,
he's
I
doing.
know.
I really, really
But,
don't.
like, flip it. If Crochet gave you 6 and then a reliever gave you an inning, you'd be like, that's amazing. And now it's just Whitlock, assuming he's healthy, and Chapman. But you have to flip it now. It's very strange to think of it that way, but if Crochet goes 1, Bayo goes 6, like you're cooking with fish grease, as they would say.
You should be in kind of a good spot. That's true. Okay. Well, there's the latest on some of the Red Sox rehabs. An update to the Jimmy Fund against $7.3 million. Very, very impressive. Plus some comments from the Eagles coming off the field about A.J. Brown. Day 1 of joint practices in the books. Keith back here tomorrow for day 2. Patriots and Eagles. You can dial up Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson, 617-779-7937. That's how you get in touch with Rich and Ken with Ted. We'll get you the clip du jour before we get out of here. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
Oh, it certainly is. Time for Grab Back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI, as we broadcast live from Patriots training camp. Joint practice between the Pats and Eagles in the books. They're going to have a second one tomorrow.
Is Mac Hollins doing media right now? He's just been running. He is. Look,
There's 3 people.
There's like I was going to say there's like 5 reporters. Hollins is so good at like.
Is that Turp back down there?
I don't. Is it
Sitting down? Is that Turp?
No, it is.
No.
Oh, I thought.
Oh no, that's no.
But no, Mac Hollins is so good at like hanging out with fans after practice, and then he's like sprinting up and down the field, and then he's down here with like 5 media people.
Strange.
Huh.
You get an exclusive with him if you want.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. This is one we actually probably could yell questions down. Kurt might have a point on this one. We could yell questions. He might answer them. It's like a skeleton crew down there.
If you got a question for Mac Hollins, let us know right now.
We'll
Text in a question. We can scream it at him. But Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And, fun day here. It was a warm day, a big crowd. And the Patriots, especially their offense, had a particularly good day. But we'll have much more on that tomorrow as well. Red Sox, Jones, back-to-back wins. So really 2 unbelievable days. We set a new record, or you guys out there set a new record. WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, $7.3 million.
Yeah, it has been revised upwards even from the start of our show.
The record was last year. And again, this has been going on for 24 years. The record was last year at 5.7, which was an insanely high number.
And that was a big jump. The previous high before that was 4.9 in 2008.
Yeah.
So, like, it was a huge spike, and it was an incredible number last year, and you guys blew it out of the water this year.
Yeah, really, really amazing. And on top of it, the Red Sox won both games on the field, and they scored 1 million runs. So it was good vibes all the way around at Fenway Park, and they will go for the sweep of the Snakes today, day game. So 4:10 first pitch, 3:10 pregame right here on WEEI. Best friend of the show, Hoss of the Year nominee.
Oh, man. He had a good moment last night. Did you see it, Peyton Tolley?
Which one?
I forget who had a hit, and they signaled over him. They did their little hit thing.
Yeah.
And Tolley is there with just his gut out, like lifting his arms up. You know, he's top step of the dugout, which For starting pitchers, Keith, you don't always get a starting pitcher leading like the rally and the emotions and everything. And he is like top step into the game, gut out, mustache on display, having the time of his life. By the way,
that's the man.
In the middle of the Jimmy Fund, this is a guy who lost his mother years ago and has been very open talking about that. It seems like Garrett Whitlock has taken him under his wing. Whitlock has been the captain of the Jimmy Fund the last 4 years. And so on top of all that, and now he's on the mound today going for the sweep, Keith, and he has been on an absolute tear his last few outings.
Yeah, he's been awesome. He's 8-6 with a 2.97 ERA, but he's had some unbelievable performances. At the 14 strikeout game, and the other game where he went, was it 8 scoreless?
Yeah, and like only a couple of hits in that one, leaning on his curve more than he ever has, so learning how to pitch as he goes, which is, I would say, scary for the
I would agree with that. The Snakes are going to counter with Brandon Pfaadt, who is
don't gamble and lose on a Pfaadt.
You
don't want to do that.
Pfaadt's been nice though. Look at his last. How about this? His last.
You don't want a stinky Pfaadt. He's a nice.
He's good Pfaadt.
Oh, okay, good.
This guy's one of the best Pfaadts. He went 7 scoreless in a game, 6 2/3, one earned or 1 unearned run.
Yeah,
7 scoreless, 7 scoreless.
You're saying he's a hot Pfaadt.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you don't want the hot Pfaadt.
He hasn't given up an earned run since July 23rd.
Wow.
He's nice.
Yeah, he's a real nice Pfaadt.
Sneaky Pfaadt. Not a wet Pfaadt.
No.
He 7-1 with a 3.11 ERA. What do you think of this? So we talked with Tori Lavello about the City Connects for the Snakes.
Yeah, beautiful.
We love them. The Serpentines.
Not as good as
Serpientes.
Not as good as the Red Sox City Connects.
Serpientes. I really like the ones they've been wearing the last 2 nights.
Yeah.
The black
me too.
uniforms.
Me too.
Real nice.
Hat looks good.
We need some Snakes merch.
Here's what I don't get.
Afraid of snakes, though.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. How are you so terrified of snakes, but you like that?
The logo.
Serpientes. But
I look away. I have to look away.
It's like a snake skin. I don't get how you can possibly like that.
Well, the one last night has no snake on it. It's just cool colors.
I would say the logo is kind of like what you would see on the snake. What you would see on a Diamondback. Yeah, it has like the kind of
Oh,
it's got like the diamond.
I don't let my mind go there.
Yeah, I guess
I kind of put that aside.
Yeah.
But anyway, Sox and Snakes 4:10 today on WEEI.
Okay.
When the truth is found,
to be lies, and all the joy within you dies. Don't you want some bag to grab? Don't you need some bag to grab? Wouldn't you love some bag to grab? You better find some bag to grab.
Well, there are a lot of people that say we don't want AI ones, so there you go.
True.
You're going to get something
So
like that are not AI ones.
He sent a new batch, apparently.
Yeah, he's in a bunch, I think.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think he did. A couple of injuries to update you as you update your fantasy football charts. Texans wide receiver Jaden Higgins. Torn ACL, out for the season. This is a guy I liked coming out of college a couple years ago. Hasn't really got things going, right?
No. Well, I mean,
wait, he was rookie last year.
Yeah,
he was rookie last year.
I thought he had an okay rookie year. But yeah, I think he's the guy they had some high hopes for, but he goes down with a torn ACL today, which is awful.
The other one, Alvin Kamara, running back for the Saints, out at least a month with an MCL sprain.
Yeah, I would say that's one where he didn't have much of an offseason. He's old. I would say that's one you could probably see coming.
Yeah.
It's time to grab the bag. Time to grab the bag. It's all about the bag and how you grab it. It's all about the segment. If you can host it, it's random baseball player. See if you can guess it. It's all about the bag. Let's see if you can grab it.
Have you been following this Lakers sale drama?
Yeah,
I can't really make heads or tails of it. So
Jeannie Buss hates all her siblings.
Yeah.
And they probably hate her back, and they strong-armed her into selling the team.
There's 6 Buss kids.
How different is it than Wick kicking and screaming having to sell his team? Daddy and his sisters forced him to sell the team. It's not that different.
Do you think Wick is the Ginny Buss scenario?
Yes.
You know what's amazing? Ginny Buss is now either married to or has had a long-standing relationship with Jay Moore, who I would argue is a very underrated actor.
Huh.
Seen him in Suicide Kings? You ever watch that?
No.
Jay Moore, really good.
I've seen Jay Moore in
stand-up comedy, SNL. He was in SNL.
Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, Bob Sugar's great.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
But really good, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He was quite good, yeah.
He's not in enough movies. Now he's married to a billionaire, so I don't think it really matters for him. But he also would, randomly fill in for Jim Rome.
Okay.
He's a big sports guy, too, evidently.
When did her and Phil Jackson fall apart? Long time ago, I guess.
I think a long time
ago. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess that was not on my radar that she was with Jay Moore.
But yeah, this will be a good 30 for 30 though. I think at least on the Lakers sale and how the Buss family hates each other.
They do.
All right.
Operation paid up front. Now I show all my friends my new designer
grab bag.
They think I'm kinda weird, but that's okay with me. 'Cause now I kick their ass. Played from the ladies' team. There's nothing finer than having a
grab bag.
Okay. Revolution in action tonight, Jones, taking on the D.C. United in our nation's capital.
It can't be here. You seen you seen the field inside?
Unplayable.
What the hell is that?
I don't know what they're doing.
It looks like floor hockey. It looks like you're having a floor hockey tournament out there.
Cool.
There's not even turf.
Maybe they could do that.
Not even their crummy new turf.
I don't know, getting a haircut.
What the hell's going on?
I don't know
in
what
there.
they're doing.
They're definitely not home. I knew that.
No, it'll be Revs though and United tonight, 7:30 from the nation's capital.
This is for Freddie Adu.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a grab bag.
All right, a lot of people want to know, it's been a few days, does Tracy Bingham, beautiful, talented actress, follow me on Instagram, at Rich Keefe WEEI.
No.
Does not, no.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, Jones, has Bob Ryan tweeted? Of course, we didn't update this during the Jimmy Fund, and I realized we missed a golden opportunity.
Ask Shaughnessy about it?
Yes.
I thought about that too.
The
fact
about
that Shaughnessy didn't bring it up to us means he's soft snitching on himself. He's not listening to it. But I agree. We should have probably asked Dan about it. It occurred to me as well. Yeah.
Well, Shaughnessy famously not a Kiefer Madness fan. I don't know what his thoughts are on the grab bag.
Not one of the stronger segments.
No. But yes, Bob Ryan has tweeted a couple of standalone tweets before I get to his replies.
Oh, great.
Which are usually plentiful.
Yeah.
He tweeted out August 18th. This is from yesterday, so an anniversary.
Sure.
August 18th, 1967. Tony C's Cooperstown journey was derailed. The Fenway silence as he lay at home plate was deafening.
Man, so that's when he got drilled. I didn't realize that was yesterday.
That's a downer.
Okay.
That's a downer. But then on a lighter note,
yeah,
he said, "Want to hear something funny?
Sure.
I just dreamed I saw Mickey Gasper hit a 414-foot homer to dead center."
Oh, I see the joke.
I think he did.
Because he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't think Mickey Gasper could do it. Okay.
He didn't
I
think
was
so.
sleeping on Mickey Gasper, but okay.
So then somebody took that line, that funny one, like, "Hey, want to hear something funny?" Jason tweeted him, "Stop eating after 8, Bob." To which Bob responded to him.
That gives you
said,
nightmares. Yeah.
"Just a little ice cream."
Yeah. Oh well.
Bob had a little
Dessert.
ice
Now
cream.
you want to
Yeah.
eat that before 8. You don't want that sitting in your stomach. Never mind. It's gonna give you bad dreams. It's gonna give you nightmares if you eat too late. Yeah.
Another eye test from Michael Malvin is a photo of an AI girl. It's an AI woman,
Okay,
but
yeah.
it's Michael Malvin, 78.
All right, what about?
Your eyes might really be deceiving you. Can you find which number is missing?
Oh,
Bob on it as always, 25.
25. I see it. Yeah. Yep, that's
it
not
goes
there.
from
Yeah,
24
yeah,
to 26.
I got it. Yeah.
Wrong.
Got it. Okay.
Jesse tweeted out, "Be honest, who still actually listens to music from the 1960s through the 1980s in 2026?"
Bob's like, oh, the new stuff.
Bob said every day.
Yeah. Okay.
TB Ego. Oh, stole our tweet. He stole one of our tiers.
Oh, this is that same guy.
Yeah.
Ay.
He said, "Without saying Tom Brady or Drake May, who is the first player that comes to mind when you see this logo?"
Okay.
And it's the Flying Elvis.
What would you say? Chris Slade?
I would say.
Norman Loy?
Yeah,
Same
Ty Law.
Same cash.
Ty Law. Bob Ryan. This is confusing.
Uh-oh.
John Hanna.
Oh.
Famously never wore that uniform.
No, I would say he was a Patriot.
Yeah,
but
so I like where your mind's going. I
that
see where the connection
logo,
would be.
Yeah.
Makes little to no sense to me. He does have a few Donald Trump tweets in here.
Those are good.
Nimra Aslam tweets. I don't know if I walked into that one.
Yeah, you might have.
What is the only U.S. state that doesn't border another U.S. state?
Gotta be Hawaii.
Bob said, "Not biting on this one."
Oh. Okay.
Not answering it, evidently.
Okay. Is it not Hawaii?
Probably Alaska, too.
Does Alaska dip down and touch anything? I don't know.
Excuse me?
I think it might.
Talking about Alaska, my ex-wife.
Alaska's hanging a little low. It might graze a little of Washington.
All right. He also commented on what was described as a very hard eye test.
Okay.
No one's found the number. Bob claims it's 1543. It's in there somewhere.
I don't see anything.
Another one, Horse Sphere tweeted out, "If you are a genius, get the right answer in 10 seconds. Can you solve it?" And then it goes 6, 11, 21, 41, question
81.
mark. That's what Bob said.
Is he right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it goes by 5, it goes by 10, it goes by 20. Then, yeah, I'm a genius. Nice.
And then once again, I'll end on this one because he tweeted quite a bit since we've last been on.
Okay.
Another one of these. Here are 50 things. How many have you done?
Those are the best.
Bob did 30 of the 50.
Okay.
Rode a horse was one of them. Rode an elephant was one of them.
What?
Not sure Bob did that. Doesn't say. He just says 30 of them.
Those are some of them. Okay, got it. Got it.
Rode on a motorcycle. Owns a company.
It's probably Bob.
Swam in the Pacific. All right. Anyway, that's plenty of that.
Grab bag.
With me, oh yeah.
Grab bag.
With me tonight. The record company's gonna give me lots of money and everything's gonna be alright.
All right, who was the best baseball performer from yesterday? Was it Joe Adele?
Maybe.
3 for 4, Dong.
Oh, actually, no, it's not. I know who it is.
6 RBI.
Yeah, nice night.
6 RBI. David Hamilton, 3 for 5, home run, 4 RBI, 2 runs, and 2 steals.
Brew Crew put up 22, I think.
Yeah, 22-0 was the final there. Did you see Julio Rodriguez lost track of the out? It was 19-0.
No.
Caught a fly ball in center field, threw it into the crowd. Lost track of the outs.
Nope.
So it gave him like 2 more runs.
Oh, boy, I did not see that.
Does that end up being a home run, I think?
Yeah.
So he caught it, threw it into the crowd. They're down 19-0. He's like, can of corn. Yeah. And they're like, hey, dude, there's 2 down. Fernando Tatis.
Yes.
2 for 5, 2 homers, 3 RBI.
You see the grand slam he robbed, too? He pulled back the grand slam last night and, stared down whoever hit it. Maybe Lindor. Yeah, it's him.
Oh, that's pretty sick. Yeah, they beat the Mets 5-2. Was it Cal Quantrill, 7 scoreless with 5 Ks, or was it George Klassen, 7 scoreless with 7 Ks?
It's tough.
All right.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips.
Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, we're on the road, so that means Nick is back in our studio. He's got the random player today.
All right, well, we have a former center fielder who broke into the league in 1998. Cup of coffee, though, because he didn't have any.
Okay.
He actually finished second.
Chris
in
Young.
Rookie, nope, he finished second.
Roger
as the rookie of the
Cedeno.
year. Again, hold on.
Okay.
This is what happens now.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. He finished second in Rookie of the Year in 1998 with the Florida Marlins. And then he...
Juan Pierre.
No, he did not.
Preston,
Juan Pierre?
Preston Wilson?
Preston Wilson?
He got it.
No, who got it?
Preston
Keith?
Wilson.
Yeah.
Keith got it.
Yeah.
Not Juan Pierre. Keith, nice work.
Thank you.
About to guess Luis Castillo, wrong position.
Second base.
Yeah, but nice player.
Fast.
Yeah, well, that's why I was thinking
Fast.
center
Had a good
field.
hit
Yeah,
streak
right.
one
Yeah,
year, I think.
I think he did it a couple of times,
I
actually.
think he broke Joe DiMaggio's record.
He was on his way. He's well on his way.
Yeah.
All he had to do was slap it to second. He could beat it out.
True.
But okay, we're not talking about him. We're talking about Preston Wilson. One monster year for him in Colorado.
Yeah.
Which I remember.
Yes, it was.
Which probably tells you all you need to know about.
Yeah, he finished
The thin
16th
air
in
there.
MVP voting that year.
In Colorado?
Yep,
That's
he had
it? He put
141
up like,
RBI.
yeah.
Oh, he was insane.
Hack Wilson was nervous.
He was insane.
Having the long sleep, he was nervous about it. But okay, that is our random ball player.
We're rooting against him in the sky.
Each and every day here in the grab bag on Jones and Keefe. We'll wrap things up with the clip du jour on the way next.
What
the Odyssey app, and listen on demand anytime.
All right, back here on Jones and Keith, WEEI. We would normally do the clip du jour here, Jones, but we were running a tad behind because we were going through some of the Bob Ryan eye tests.
Well, there's so many days
Random
of
player,
tweets from Bob Ryan. Yeah.
But we do have a little bit of a potentially interesting nugget from the training camp practice.
So I saw Booty on this side field.
Keyshawn Booty.
Correct.
Not just like loose booty.
No, not just any booty down there.
Yeah.
Keyshawn Booty on this side field, which was mostly Eagles at that point in time. This one had consisted of mostly Patriots. Certainly we see tons of friends and family for the Pats on this field throughout these camps. But I'd say for the joint practice today, it was mostly Eagles. So I thought it was odd he was kind of over here on this field. And apparently who he was interacting with was his agent, Drew Rosenhaus.
Interesting. Now, before I would jump to any kind of conclusion, my guess is Drew Rosenhaus represents several players between these two teams.
And it also doesn't look like Rosenhaus was seeking him out. Booty was way over on this field. So
like,
maybe he's like, hey, my agent's over there.
Hey, my guy, any update?
Also,
like, no,
with Booty, there are potential different updates. Now, one I think is much more realistic than the other, i.e. trade versus a deal. Like, it is possible. Rosenhaus is like, they're going to give you a little pay bump. I mean, it is possible they could be talking about him staying here.
We're going to keep
as
you for
opposed
the
to going
year,
elsewhere. But
and here's a little extra money kind of thing.
Interesting.
Maybe. They have another contract I would hope that they would hammer out first. But I know you can do two things at once. I guess that's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Patriots weren't worried at all about paying Hunter Henry, so apparently they can just go ahead and pay anybody not named Christian Gonzalez on the roster, and they can make that happen. But okay, I mean, certainly interesting today.
Add that to the list of things that happened today, where the offense was good. A.J. Brown was really good. He spoke after. He has not spoken with Jalen Hurts at all.
If I were to make a prediction, I would say tomorrow the Eagles are going to be ready to go because they were not today. But that's predictive. That's looking forward today. Pretty decisive win for the Pats. Not just their defense kind of dominated today as well. So
and if they're doing a lot of red zone stuff tomorrow, it'll be a good test for this Patriots defense, right? Because for years we've seen Patriots defenses, the old bend but don't break, right? They might give up a bunch of yards, but then they're really stout in the red zone.
And to your point, red zone's probably where Hurts and the Eagles are going to do their best.
Yeah, they got Goddard. Like they have some places to go.
Okay. Well, that'll do it for us here. Jones and Keefe, presented by the 99 Restaurant, where kids eat free the day after the Red Sox get a win. Get a free kids meal with every adult entree purchase. The 99 Restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. Stay tuned for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way in just 2 minutes here on WEEI.
Let's get that thing pumping. But $7.3 million, that is $1.5 million more than a number that we didn't think could be topped. And it's truly, as I said, it's humbling. Like, it's amazing because it wasn't just, we saw a lot of the donations that are coming in. It's not just the $1 million donor. It is the people who called in and $25 here, $100 here. And to be able to see that and watch the way that this city rallied around these kids and these patients over at Dana-Farber and these doctors who do miracles, man, it's just awesome. And, as much as, we crap on things and we do all that, it's the one section of time where you can just look and say, maybe we're not all a-holes after all. Well, and you're right. And it all comes back to the patients in the end, because their stories are what triggers people to be so generous. You just can't help but, listen to some of these stories. Carson, who was on with us, and, so many she's different a star. people. I mean, I don't want to point, but, it was just 10 minutes of just, you're captivated, and you just want to help in any way you can. Yep. And we got to see Cam Neely laugh when Craig Breslow brought up Caleb Durbin's pinky. And I just that still to me was one of the highlights of the whole thing. He just said, and Caleb Durbin fought through this pinky, and then you see Cam Neely just went. He just did one of those. It was almost like a Beavis and Butt, And I think that's cool too that you got them together. Sure. Two very similar people. Of course. I think I kind of threw a little bomb into the segment there because I couldn't stop laughing at Cam Neely laughing at that. And by the way, Durbin was awesome when he was on with us. I mean, really, great. Everyone was great. Tony Siegels? Siegels was actually, those two are like buddies. No, they should do some sort of show together. It's a great man. dynamic. I'm telling you, the Red Sox have something going here. They do. No, we overreact so much this year. I mean, we've said they were the best. They're dead. They're the best. But just to watch, slowly but surely, personalities like this are emerging, which I think are important. Yeah, without a question. And that's when you. And that's when you know that the chemistry's there. And they were all busting each other's balls, which was great. And as I said, to a man, they all came and helped out with the Jimmy Fund and stuck around, took pictures with some of the families and the kids. And I'm not just singling out the Red Sox. Obviously, there are some Bruins players like Jeremy Swayman was awesome to come by. And I know on the TV side, McAvoy was there and Tuca as well and so many others. But, man, what a great couple of days. As I said, if you think that everyone in the world is an a-hole, for 2 days they aren't. And now we can go back to crapping on everything and, making fun of all this and that. But for 2 days, damn it, you rose to the occasion. And I couldn't be happier because I've seen firsthand just the magic that they do there and the lives that they save over at Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund. All right. You know what happens, Stiz? Some sports happen, baby. Let's go.
What just happened?
Sports happen.
Yes, and Sports Happen is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. You can call all sevens at 617-777-7777. The old Jimmy Fund karma leads to another good old-fashioned ass-kicking at Fenway.
0-2 pitch. There's a deep drive down the right field line. It's hooking near the pole. It is a towering fly. It's a home run. Hard to judge from here as it went past the pesky pole, but it's fair and a home run and a tie game on Rutschman's first as a member of the Red Sox. It's 4-4.
How about Rutsch Hour? What do you think?
Geez,
it's Rutsch Hour.
I like it.
Thank you,
I like
Stiz.
it.
I mean, come on. It's his first home run. We already got nicknames and cool little mottos. We can't do that yet. Although I did text. Don't rush to judgment.
Man.
This
I love it.
This is bad. Where's Ted to kick your ass when we need it? What are we doing? No, but I texted Will Fleming this morning, and I said, how much did you want to call that Adley Rutschman home run last night? And, of course, he was all class. But how cool is that? After just a dog turd of a start for the newest member of your Boston Red Sox, all of a sudden, Adley Rutschman's becoming who he thought he was. And he's benched today, unfortunately. I was looking for a little momentum. They put Wong in. That's fine. It's a day game. Why did they bench him? Just they get to give Wong that. I get him off his feet 2 days or whatever. I guess they're taking it easy. Now, Wong isn't officially Tully's guy, right? That's not why he's doing it, is it? I don't think. I think they're just trying to ease up on Adley. He had a good game and let him feel good going into the weekend.
Sure,
why not when someone's hot as hell? You just cool him down on the bench.
Yeah, you're right. That is a little weird.
That is kind of weird.
See, that's why the interim tag's on.
I guess so. That's right. Damn it! I was for keeping the interim tag the entire season. So I guess I was right. Well, last night, obviously, Notch's first home run. The Sox win at 9-4, and after having one hit in his first 17 at bats as a member of the Sox, it was great. Got to see him go 2 for 4. a home run, a walk, 3 RBI.
It was a huge run, too, because they had just given up the grand slam.
Yeah.
So you're up 3-0, and then Ranger gives up the slam to really the best hitter in their lineup.
Yep.
2-0 pitch meatball, and it's quiet at Fenway, and then Rutschman ties it, and then your guy takes over after that. Our guy, Lorenzo's guy.
Lorenzo. By the way, how about our hometown boy, Mickey Gasper, huh?
2-1 pitch, swing, and a well-hit ball straightaway center. The center fielder Lawler back of the wall. It is gone. Mickey Gasper homers for the second time in as many nights. His first 2 career home runs at Fenway Park, and the Red Sox lead 7-4.
All Gasper, no break.
Jeez, man.
I mean, I had all night to.
It's going to be a day.
It's going to be a day. We get to see each other. It's funny. We're all excited because the money we raise. I think we're all feeling ourselves a little bit.
Hey, those are good.
I'm not going to hold you back. I will not hold you back.
Thank
2 games, 2 dongs. Gasper had reached base 4 times from the number 9 spot. That was awesome. But as cool as it was, by the way, I think we all agree. Caleb Durbin had a slide for the ages yesterday.
Incredible.
And seeing it live was awesome. But man, the slow-mo, the way he rolled on his side, like to avoid getting tagged. It was like when Neo went bullet time in the Matrix. It was like this awesome slow move. And, Durbin, you do our show, good things happen. That was it was cool. I mean, as I said, when you see it, because I was at the game, it's great. But the minute you see that replay, you realize just how amazing that slide was.
And I saw Merlone, back to Gasper for a second, just talking, because Yoshida's the one injury that we think is probably stuck. He's
Yeah.
probably done for the year, unfortunately. The bullpen guys, they're hopeful. But Gasper can kind of fill that role to lose point if he's just a lefty bat, because he's a switch hitter. But if you just keep him as a lefty, don't need to start him, and maybe you're better off for it. Because I know Yoshida's been good, but he's been streaky.
Yep.
I think Gasper could fill that role off the bench, and they're kind of finding a good group, a roster. They're all fitting together all of a sudden.
It's been nice. Yeah, it's been nice to see that when, you put a piece in, for the most part, they've been able to deliver, because that's obviously it doesn't always happen that way. By the way, Adley Rutschman addressed something yesterday that I asked Durbin during his interview with our show yesterday.
Can you describe the Ollie experiment?
The experience? There's not a great visual coming out of that thing. So, yeah, and it doesn't smell that bad. So, I promise.
They stole your question.
Oh, I mean, listen. I had to ask Siegler and Durbin about the Wally head, because do you have it right there, Stiz? Okay, because whenever I see them do this, for some reason, this is all I think.
Does somebody wash that Wally head? Because does it smell awful when you put that thing on?
You think it'd smell worse, honestly.
Yeah,
they must wash it.
Yeah,
it doesn't
they
smell
have
nearly
to wash
as bad as it should, especially with this guy putting it on. I mean, you got Bowser putting it on.
Yeah.
It smells way too good for them not to clean it.
I just personally, I'm not like when I put it on, I'm not sniffing it and smelling it all around. So I guess Derbs.
I guess I'm the only
that's
one.
what Derbs does.
I'm the only one.
Oh, yeah, admit it, you are. I mean, it's a bunch of sweaty guys running around the base. Put that thing on, you're just wiping the sweat all over it. I don't know. Sitting at home, just like, that thing must smell awful.
It's like every time they put it on, I just think of that scuzzy Pepe the Frog looking thing with like the hard breath of a dozen sweaty people who just ran full speed around the bases.
Well, that's stuck from last year, obviously, the Wally head, and I think it's fine. But so now they're doing this thing when they get on base with the hands over the head, which I think is mocking Roman Anthony. There was like a TikTok video of Roman when he was a kid, like dancing awkwardly. So, and I think that's stuck. Arcane was saying that the Diamondbacks were mocking that last night, which is kind of an interesting approach. So when they got on base, they were. I don't know if they do that to get like for every team, which is kind of brilliant. Like if you just get on base and do the other team's celebration or whatnot.
Okay, that's a great point, because I've never known why they do that. It's a Roman Anthony mocking thing.
It was a viral TikTok video he had when he was a young kid.
Okay,
of him dancing.
He's doing like hip thrusts and like. But by the way, the man is coming back. I mean, so he's got maybe I don't know. You asked some of the guys about Roman and. Interesting responses.
I want to play Wilson Contreras' response when I asked him about the return of Roman. As a matter of fact, let's talk about the guys who are coming back, because you had 2 of them have themselves a day yesterday, and really 2 different types of days. But Roman Anthony, I'll tell you what it was such a big day that the announcer overmodulated. I mean, it basically sounds like a heavy metal call when you take a listen to it. But we will play that also. We will give you the update on what's going on with Trevor Story as well. We'll be back into Not Going Anywhere right back.
Is that a hip-hop version of the Welcome Back Kotter theme?
Yes.
What a great
That's
show.
Badass. You want to talk about mustaches? Gabe Kaplan's in the damn Stash Hall of Fame.
It's a Tully day.
It is indeed a Tully day. It is. Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson, Stiz, Jackson, right here on 93.7 WEEI. You can call us at 617-779-7937 or listen to us on the Odyssey app.
Maybe it's a 70s day for Stiz because he comes in today and he says, I just discovered this great Allman Brothers song called Jessica. I'm like, you just discovered the Allman Brothers?
Jesus, Ken.
Melissa?
Oh, Melissa.
Oh, sweet Melissa.
Yeah.
Great song.
They have an
I'll be
album
learning to
called
play that this week.
Well, they have an album called A Decade of Hits that is front to back legitimately amazing. Yeah, I'm all right with the Allman Brothers.
See, that's the thing about me. I was a hip-hop kid for so long, and then, 10 or so years ago when I pick up the acoustic guitar, I start learning about all this other music that I had never paid attention to.
You're going Uncle Cracker on us.
Kind of, sort of. Yeah.
Go back and watch Welcome Back
Follow
Kotter.
me.
You'll love it.
Or Posty. You're going like,
Yeah, a little Posty.
a little Post Malone there.
I love showing Stiz new songs and seeing his eyes light up. He's like, whoa, I got to learn to play that.
It's like having a toddler in there. He's just like, what is this?
It's
What is
awesome.
this internet?
But that's so much better. It's like, what's this? What's this? It's great. Like I love when people get excited about something that you tell them about because you don't know how many times I've been excited about something and I've told them and it's like, well, this sucks. And then you just, it crushes your soul a little bit. By the way, speaking of crushing my soul, how many of you guys have Nessun 360, like the Nessun 361? Okay, it's good. It's actually a good app. It is. I mean, listen, I've joked about the cost and everything.
Yeah, if you take a second mortgage out on your house.
Yeah, I know. But one thing they have to do is they need different commercials. Every commercial break.
Is it just the women of Nessun like we get on the regular channel?
No. It's literally the Blake Shelton Car Shield commercial.
Oh.
I could
I
lip
kind of
sync.
like that one. Of all the car shields, I'm okay with that one.
It's
The
like,
car's going backwards and
You're so wise. I'm just a country singer. Let me pop these bubbles. Look at what you did with your wife over there. You wrapped her up like a serial killer. What are you doing?
I don't know how the Gwen Stefani thing happened. That blows my mind every time. I'm like, how? No doubt chick is with Blake Shelton? What?
Country hunk. She's been enough with ska guys right there. All right. So Roman Anthony, first day out in Portland, and what a way to start. Listen to this call. It gets a little overmodulated because I probably don't yell this much during a.
Is this your Cape League guy again or no?
No. This is someone who's very good. It's just unfortunately it's a little overmodulated. Let's take a listen.
First pitch. Crush. Deep right field. Roman Anthony, welcome back. On to Fitzpatrick Field. Take a lap. Sea Dogs lead 4-0.
All right. I mean, listen. I think you get the idea of what happened there. A lot of excitement, but Roman Anthony was awesome. He was the designated hitter. He went 2 for 2 with 2 walks, a home run, and 2 RBI when he was up in Portland. Have you guys? Yeah, Sis.
Can I play you guys just the sound of him cracking that ball?
Yeah.
All right, ready for this?
I love a bat crack.
That is so badass.
That's like an isolated guitar track or something.
He whacked that thing.
Nice.
That was me on my wedding night. Took about that long, too. Catholic boy, you wait.
Yeah. Curtis and I have one benchmark on Saturdays, and it's off the bat. And we play a crack of the bat. That's going to be the new call. Right
I got to be honest. That is some good ASMR right there. Like I can listen to that over and over. I just want to have that sound follow me around. Like whenever I crack a joke. Oh yeah. Oh, it's like Dice's. Oh. But you gotta have.
Jack and Jill went up the hill. Oh.
Yeah. Hang on. Ready? But make sure the applause is there. Jack and Jill went up the hill, each with $1.25. Jill came down with $2.50. Oh. There you go. It works every time. By the way, have you guys ever been to a Portland Sea Dogs game?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm sure you have.
Yeah. Of course. Matlock Field. It's a great take.
Yeah, it's great. Stiz, Jackson, have you guys ever been
I've been
there?
to a Lowell Spinners game, not a Portland Sea Dogs game.
Okay. First of all, Portland Sea Dogs, awesome place to go.
Mm-hmm.
But my first experience there was somewhat surreal because I'm in the stands, and at one point comes this mascot, like fully dressed mascot, and he turns around.
Sea dog?
It's a weird-looking goblin. It's not a sea dog. It's this weird-looking goblin, and it looks up at the crowd, and all of a sudden I see this guy take a half-fill cup of Coke and just pelt the thing right in the face.
Oh, man.
And Coke
What for?
flies everywhere, and then all of a sudden people in the section start just throwing trash at this thing. And I'm like, what did this guy, why are you guys being a-holes to the mascot? And then I realized that the mascot has a mouth. And it catches.
It's the trash monster.
It's the Portland Sea Dogs
Yeah.
trash monster, which is this like mascot that you just pelt him with trash and it goes in his mouth. And I was thinking two things. I was like, either A, that's the worst possible job that an intern has who's in that thing, or it's some creepy guy with a trash kink who's loving life and has found he's found his heaven. Oh, please throw me in the briar patch. Don't throw your trash in my face.
Well, let's do that.
No.
Out on Lansdowne, get Dale Ordway with the trash costume and just that'll attract people right to the window.
I used to be
Awesome.
Chuck E. Cheese. True story.
Yeah, I'm down.
The thankless job.
You were Chuck E. Cheese?
I was Chuck E. Cheese.
How many
You were
fights?
Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, when I was like 16, 17 years old.
How many fights did you see?
Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese can get wild because they serve alcohol at Chuck E. Cheese's. So these parents can get a little wild. And then also, I was a rambunctious teenager, so I was nuts as Chucky, running all over the place, jumping on things. I was out of my mind.
Every time, it seemed like it was a regular thing. Like once a month, there was some sort of story about a big ass fight at Chuck E. Cheese.
And the Waffle House is the new Chuck E. Cheese, really.
Oh, yeah, well, Waffle House, that's an old staple. I guess there been fights there for generations, but Chuck E. Cheese is just the greatest. But yeah, so Roman Anthony looking good. Let's go to Brian and Milton on line one. Brian, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm actually on my way into Fenway right now. I'm sitting right behind the plate today, and I'm just fired up for Tolley today. You know, I'm ready to see the emotions fly, and I'm not tolerating any loss today. If he's on the mound, I know what's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no question. And it's amazing how like he is somebody who's past his he's never pitched this much in his entire career. Yet every game he keeps getting better and better and better. It's been a lot of fun to watch. And you know what I think about that? I think that guy is gonna he's gonna do it. Oh! Bang up job tonight. I just can't get enough of that stupid sound.
Good pitching matchup today, by the way. Brandon Fott, one of the Diamondbacks' best pitchers. This could be a quick one today. Could be a duel.
You think so?
Tolley versus Fott.
That would be nice. That would be nice. I was just about to do another Andrew Dice one, and I figured, no. I realized I had to swear right in the middle of it.
You gotta be careful.
I don't remember any of the other Dice ones. What were some of the other ones?
Hickory Dickory.
That's the one I was going to do, and you can't do that.
Too much fame.
Little Miss Muffet sat by her tuffet.
Oh, I got one. Little Boy Blue. He needed the money.
Even that one's borderline.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's the name of a very famous nursery rhyme.
Have you seen his new shtick now? He walks around New York with his phone and walks to random people and says, Oh, you wanted my autograph? Okay, here you go. Oh, you wanted the picture? And just takes pictures with random people, like pretending that they're his fans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's
like most guys in Times Square.
You're probably right. By the way, Trevor Story, if you're wondering, went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts last night in Worcester. This is going to be interesting how they're going to be kind of wedge these guys back in. And Roman Anthony, you know, that is because of the way things went down and, you know, some of the rumors and things that you heard, I did ask Wilson Contreras about what he feels about Roman Anthony coming back to this team. And do you have that, Stiz? Okay, let's take a listen to this.
So, Wilson, it was just announced that Roman Anthony is going to be coming up to, I think, Portland. He starts tomorrow. Yeah. What's the feeling amongst the team that Roman's coming back?
We didn't know that. I didn't know that.
There you go. Oh, really?
Being honest.
There you
go. I mean, I think Roman is a big piece for the lineup, and he's a huge bat for sure. Hopefully, he's back to being healthy and ready to go. Because at this time, games are going to get tougher, especially getting close to the playoffs time and all this stuff. It's like we cannot waste any more time. Hopefully, he's ready to go, full healthy, and he's ready to come back to the lineup for sure.
There was an old lady who lived in a shoe. She had so many children, her uterus fell out.
So, Wilson, it was just announced that.
Stiz. Blew it. You had one job.
So, Wilson,
what the?
She had so many children, her uterus fell out.
My God.
All right. I think on that note, we'll take a break.
Well, real quick, can I get a Roman quote in? So he was asked about Meyer after the game.
Okay.
Quote, I was sad. Obviously spoke to him. Still speak to him quite a bit. Hope all goes well for him always.
the friendship or the relationship when guys get traded, it doesn't really change. I have a lot of friends that have gotten traded along the way and a lot of great people that I still talk to on a consistent basis.
Okay.
I think there's something there. It was a little cold. He didn't seem emotional. Didn't seem like he was all broken up. I know you don't believe all the stories. We don't have to go into the Reddit forum.
Yeah,
and all
when
that
someone
stuff.
tries to hook up with your sister,
I'm telling you, you hook, and then he punched her in the face, and he's got his hands all broken.
But that Wilson Contreras answer is interesting because he's like, first of all, nobody told them. That's odd.
Yeah.
That
is
just the fact
interesting.
that they're hiding the information from him. It's going to be a very delicate process to get him. If he comes up and is not ready, they're going to be pissed, right? Isn't that what you read from that?
I did, and the thing too about all of that is I also see the other side. It's got to be tough to be Roman Anthony.
Sure.
Like, I mean, this whole time you've been gone, you've seen this team bond over being the worst and rallying and becoming a playoff team. It's just when you go through something like that I think builds chemistry and it gets you tight, and you don't want someone coming in from the outside and screwing all that up. So Wilson Contreras with his answer and the way he answered it, and to be quite honest, the way he was looking at us when he answered it, I just have a feeling they're like, dude, you better be good.
He looked at you like you're joking, right? Wait, Roman's back?
Yeah, right.
I hadn't heard that.
That's so crazy.
That is like when I told him that. And by the way, that had been news for a day, I believe, almost a full day. And he was like, "Really?
We didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. We're good.
I mean,
Take your time, Roman.
That does say a lot. All right, 617-779-7937. A.J. Brown got swarmed by the Eagles media. They're like doing those joint practices down there, and it's kind of funny the way he talks about Jalen Hurts. It reminds me a little bit of the whole Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum situation that's going on. And man, I do like the Philly media. They were not letting him rest. We will get to all that right after this.
Sports Original, WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. He'll be back with us tomorrow. Stiz Jackson, is this the new down?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
The
so
new
excited.
what?
Down.
The new down.
It's Phil Anselmo of Pantera, Corrosion of Conformity, Jimmy Bauer from EHG, we will call them.
EHG, we'll call them.
And one of the dudes from Crowbar, I believe,
yes.
also.
Yep, Kirk from Crowbar and Pepper from Corrosion and Conformity.
They're playing
awesome
with,
band.
Playing with Helmet next week, who's one of my all-time favorite bands. Ooh. But first of all, we were just talking about Roman Anthony, and that, I mean, there's really nothing better than seeing him in his first game jack that home run. And you said that somebody on text was at the game?
Oh, yeah. So you can text the show, same numbers you call. I was at the Sea Dogs game last night. The ball was demolished. It left the stadium. People, it's amazing how instant the excitement comes back. This guy's been out since May the 4th, 3.5 months. He's been the subject of ridicule and scorn. One home run at Hadlock Field, and people are already talking him up like he's Judge.
Awesome.
You know?
Yeah. You're right. All of a sudden, Judge is coming back.
Which, by the way, speaking of Judge, we're out of the dry swing era. Now for the Yankees, Aaron Judge, according to Aaron Boone, is doing, quote, swing-related stuff in the pool, end quote.
Swing-related stuff. I love that. Very technical. Somebody on Texas, Rich is a good host. I'm glad he's here. But the more he does that awful conspiracy theory voice, the more I think that one is his real personality. It could be. Let's quickly go to Paul on line one as we just completely get sidetracked. Paul, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How's everybody doing?
Hey, good.
Ken, tell me the truth. Are you like 30 seconds away? The Dice Clay jokes. Are you like 30 seconds away from a stroke? Somebody keep an eye on him. Make sure the one side of his face doesn't start to droop. All I can do is picture like beads of sweat like gathering on his forehead, pulling out what hair he has left.
Dice,
oh my God!
Dice is not an FCC approved artist. Let's put it that way. He's a little, it's probably best for the dark web.
A little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider, sat down beside her and said, "Hey, what's in the bowl, chick?" Of course, he didn't say chick. That is FCC
right.
Cleared. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Patriots. They are having joint practices right now with the Eagles. According to some of the writers down there, it was the loudest that the crowd has been in years. And why not? I mean,
with Eagles fans there, according to Jones and Keefe, who were describing the action live. So I guess Philly people came up for the practice, which is cool.
That's a big deal. I mean, think about it. It's, I don't want to say it's as big as like someone from Boston going and watching the Sixers practice or something like that. But I mean, it's A.J. Brown, and there was definitely some drama there. I mean, wasn't Jalen Hurts the only one that wasn't invited from that team to A.J. Brown's wedding? Was that the whole thing? Like, he essentially just got left off the list. Jalen Hurts, by the way, gets way too much crap as a player. I know that there's that weird stuff like that, but Jalen Hurts is a very, very good quarterback.
I agree, but all my friends always crapping on on Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I mean,
Drake May. Drake's going to double his production this year.
I mean, listen, we shall
see. Maybe triple.
We shall
300 catches for A.J. Brown this year.
The way practice is looking, man, the Drake to A.J. Brown thing is real, and we knew it was going to be, but it's been fun to watch. All right, 617-779-7937. I want to play this clip right here, Stiz. This is, you've got A.J. Brown and all this Eagles media. And there's a lot of unanswered questions when he left. As I said, this does feel a little bit like Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and going to another place. But this one was, I think, a little more animosity involved. Some of the passive-aggressive stuff that A.J. Brown put on social media. Let's take a listen. This is A.J. Brown at his media availability right after the practice today.
Talk to Jalen.
No.
AJ, how did you leave things with him?
Philly, man, y'all tough, man. Man, it's love. But listen. I honestly, guys, none of that stuff even matters. Yeah, I think you all should want to report something positive. You know, asking the question is going to turn negative. So let's not get into that. And let's keep everything positive. It's love my way, and just move forward. That's all.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'll say this. So A.J. Brown has been so far A+, right? There's no problems.
Yep.
Maybe it is just a particular issue with him and this other player, but I do wonder if down the road, Is this part of his DNA where he's going to want the football? What really caused the rift here, and could that ever be a problem here?
What's the best indicator of future behavior?
Yeah,
Past behavior?
but that's not always fair. Like in this case, maybe he just hates Hurts. There's personal. But if it was football reasons, he wasn't getting the ball enough. That's a different story.
You know, with wide receivers, it really is a delicate balance between wanting a guy who is a good soldier and wanting a guy who's cocky as hell and wants the ball all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think A.J. Brown leans a little bit more towards the latter. Like, you know, I want the ball at all times. And obviously, when you have a coach like Mike Vrabel, you know, someone that A.J. Brown says he respects, and it's very tough not to. I mean, a lot of these guys, you know, he's a player's coach, despite all the stuff that people are saying could ruin his reputation amongst the players that happened with Tanner Rossini, which I don't believe. But I think that he's just got a little bit of that edge in him. And the edge can backfire if things aren't going well, absolutely.
Well, that's what I mean, and especially because Vrabel's his guy.
Yeah.
And there's a perceived Vrabel-McDaniels awkwardness that maybe is gone because they went to the Super Bowl together. But at least last year it was like, oh, why does he keep bringing up Ashton Grant? Why does he keep bringing up Todd Downing, the receivers coach? So let's say A.J.'s not getting the ball enough. Does A.J. go to Vrabel and complain about McDaniels? You know, that sort of thing. I just – it's something just to keep in the back of your mind. I'm as excited as everybody. You watch some of these clips that Terp put up and people who were there.
Yeah.
It's exciting, you know. It's just to see the possibilities of it. And then you see the Eagles media swarm in, and it's like, man, the Sharks are in the water.
Well, let's hear some more of this. It just is. You've got a couple more clips of the Eagles media trying to get under his skin. Let's take a listen.
I love you, and you know, I'm not looking in the past. It's a game. That game, no, I didn't play my best, but I'm not going backwards. You know, it doesn't exist, and that's the last question I'm gonna answer about the past. So.
Okay.
Oh, shut it off.
I know. Shut it off. Listen, I understand where he's coming from. He's like, dude, all right, I don't play for them anymore, but I don't like him. I wish he was more like Jaylen Brown. The one thing you could say about Jaylen Brown is Jaylen Brown's answering questions and he's talking. And I know it may not be the best for him, but it's great for us. Like, I mean, there was that clip that when he was on Kimmel the other day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was just like, you know, are you pissed off or do you think it was dumb that the Celtics let you go? And he goes, man, we're going to see, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going to find out. I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, I said, you know, because we played that over the weekend as well, somehow I've come to like Jaylen Brown more now that he's gone.
Yeah.
I don't really understand my own emotions of it. And I get why some Celtics fans would be pissed because he took a shot at, you know, the favorite season of my career. He kept going back to that, and it definitely was odd.
Yeah.
You know, the behavior there at the end. But I do think he's been fun in the way he's handled it. I think he's been pretty classy since he's left. I'm looking forward to the shoe event in the Common later this month. He's coming back.
It's like with bands and everything. It's going to be enormous. It'll be enormous down there. That's cool that he's doing that, too. I like the fact that he's saying goodbye to the fans here. You know, I've got no problem with that whatsoever. I'm telling you, I think the Celtics team is going to be better than we're all dreading. I know that this, and it's not because of Paul George. As I've told you this many times before, when I imagine this team next season, I don't even think about Paul George being a part of it.
Even Paul George was finally on the record. The Celtics put out some stuff with him, and he seems excited. And even that, I'm watching. I'm like, all right, maybe he's got a few games in him. You know,
yeah, right. You might right. One or two times that the sun might shine on a dog's ass.
Yeah.
They go out there, and all of a sudden he's fantastic, like he was in the playoffs. But I don't even think about him. I think about Mitchell Robinson, who apparently is a big redneck. I didn't realize this. The dude's like totally like has like a gigantic truck. Loves like
but the
like
trucks
country.
are like pimped out though, aren't they? They're not like
but it pimped out in a monster truck type way.
Oh, really?
Like he loves country music. There's a video of him on the 4th of July in these big overalls, just like launching stuff with the cowboy hat. Yeah, like he's kind of a big redneck, which I think is awesome. But you find you've got some size on the team. And you've got Mike Conley, who's his veteran, and I just think it's going to be a cleaner type of offense. I for some reason, I almost think that when you make it more basic, and I think Pritchard will get better, he will not become Jalen Brunson, so stop with that. But he is going to get better, which is a great thing because Peyton Pritchard's already very, very good.
Well, just sitting there at Fenway last night, and you're watching like what the start of a run here, which could lead to a playoff series, and you know we're hoping a long one.
Yeah,
and then the Celtics are still interesting, obviously. You got A.J. Brown coming in.
Yeah.
This has been a tough decade for the most part, other than the one Celtics title. But you're starting to feel like turn a corner here. Don't you like feel that? We're getting close to the fall. Pats just made a Super Bowl. They're going to be good again. Red Sox are going to make the playoffs again. Celtics are going to be a playoff team. I don't know if you can consider them a favorite.
I mean, the only team that I can honestly say there's probably no way they're winning a championship next year or like upcoming would be the Bruins, and that's just because of where they are.
But even them, they made a postseason appearance. They hung in there with Buffalo for a little bit. Like the NHL's weird. You just get in. We've had 8 seeds go to the Cup finals. So
Sure.
it's a long shot. You're right.
And if Swayman gets hot, obviously,
some of the young guys come along.
But I'm just saying the only one that right now, I don't think I could make a very good argument for the Bruins.
Right.
I think I could make a pretty good you could definitely make an argument for the Red Sox. And, the Patriots, I do think that they're being underrated this season. I think they're going to be very good.
Yeah.
And obviously, they went to the Super Bowl last year, so you can make an argument for them. Then, when it comes to the Celtics, I don't know what the Sixers are going to be. I don't like that they got LeBron because there's an adult in the room now. When he was gone, I like that it could have been chaos and imploded.
Because you wanted LeBron here, which is mind-blowing.
Well, no. I'm complimenting LeBron being with the Sixers. And I hate doing it because I hate that guy. But he's the adult in the room, and he's going to calm things down. Now, the one thing that might hijack it, if he's way too interested in this stupid documentary that he's doing and the outside of basketball stuff, oh, that would be great. And then it will all implode. That will be fantastic if that happens. But yeah, I think that the Celtics have a good enough team to have a puncher's chance to make it to the Eastern Conference Final.
And they could be interesting. You're right. Like 850 texter. Mitchell Robinson comes from the redneck Riviera of Pensacola. Nothing Florida about it other than the beach. It's lower Alabama.
Yeah. He goes from L.A., lower Alabama.
But if he's like a fun guy to follow, that's great. You know, if they're a 4 seed and they're kind of fun.
Yep.
Cool. Like we can take one sort of gap year.
Sure.
And then get Steph Curry in at the deadline.
That's right. Then the deadline, Steph Curry changes everything. All right, 617-779-7937. We'll be right back with your calls. Oh, yes, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird, our buddy Teddy J will be back tomorrow. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. We're in the Ketchesaw Injury Attorneys studio. No fee unless you win. I can't say it enough. Thank you to everyone who donated to the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Telethon. I just, in my wildest dreams, I never would have thought that the amount of money raised would have been $1.5 million more than last year.
Crazy.
$7.3 million.
Arkin says that's John Hanna, not McAvoy. That's who you should. 7-3.
What's
the great 73.
I see. Okay. Oh, yes.
He won it in on the 73 discussion. $7.3 million. Incredible.
It's truly astounding because, as I said, last year I thought it couldn't be topped because that number was so ridiculous. But, once again, we're seeing firsthand just how this area continues to protect their own. It is a cool thing, and as cynical as we can all be, yesterday was just awesome. I encourage you to watch some of the videos. I know that, on EEI's Facebook, they're on there, and some of these awesome kids. Watch Carson. She was an all-star. I mean, matter of fact, I sent that to my wife, and she posted it, and just the amount of people who want to she should be in every ad for the Jimmy Fund. Just central casting. If you watched the game last night, she was the girl in the little red dress who went walking out. I think she was with Monasterio last night, and man, what a great time. So
even right off the hop, we had Maggie with the pink headbands. I mean, I was the only one that wore the headband.
I wore the headband.
You wore it over the hat. I mean, it didn't quite count. We had so many cool kids, though, and it's not just kids. It's the thing. It's like you're right. It's every slice of life.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this stupid disease is still around, but we're getting closer, and this money helps.
Yep.
It matters.
No question. And the type of technology and stuff that they're able to develop with that money, as I said. So my wife, on her fourth relapse, unfortunately, she is now taking a pill for her leukemia that 10 years ago wasn't even around. It was something that wasn't even, they were working on it, but it hadn't been invented yet. And thanks to Dana-Farber, because they were the ones who developed and made it, there's a drug now that's just a pill that essentially has saved her life. So, I mean, they are miracle workers there. Thank you very much. $7.3 million. Hey, next year, let's go 8 figures, baby.
As you said, I never thought we'd touch 5-7 again, but next year being the 25th anniversary, maybe we will go crazy, you know.
Yeah. And it was nice, too, having all these different people call in, like Bill Chisholm. This was great. So Greg Hill had Bill Chisholm call in. I think this is the first, as the owner of the Celtics, the first radio interview that he's done. Is that right?
It's totally true. Kudos to Greg for getting him on. I know the Celtics, hey, credit to them for making him available. I think that, they want to support a good cause, as a lot of, we've had contributions from everybody in the city and all the teams, and that's awesome. But, yeah, I think they knew it was going to be, all right, this is not just an easy, sure, Bill Chisholm will come on. It's his first interview.
Yeah, yeah. And it's kind of his introduction immediately after the city basically said, what the hell are you doing getting rid of Jaylen Brown when you ended up getting peanuts in return? And so I do like the fact that Greg asked him about that, and I do like the fact that Bill Chisholm answered about it. I don't know if I like the answer itself. And now that the telethon's over, we can crap all over him again. Let's let it roll. I want to hear this if you don't mind. This is from the Greg Hill Show with Bill Chisholm, owner of your Boston Celtics, about Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. It's one that I struggled with at the time, and like you said, I have so much. I mean, I truly believe we have the best front office in the NBA, and I think it's a source of advantage for us every day, and so I definitely have a level of trust in Brad and his team. But man, as a fan, that was tough, and I really I really need to be convinced, and to take the fan passion out of it, because I'm a super fan, was tough, and to frankly to put aside you have to kind of I think you have to be a sociopath if you don't worry a little bit about what other fans are going to think. And so to put all that to the side and just, do the job. I step back and realize, you have a responsibility, to protect and advance the legacy of the Celtics. And, we've got the best, brains in basketball. And this is something that they were.
All right, I think that's enough, Stiz. You can stop it there. I mean,
that's a lot. Wow.
I wouldn't have done it, but
We
you
got
know.
sociopath in there. We got, a lot of stuff in there.
I just, listening to that, I don't like how it was. Well, it wasn't my idea. You kind of had to convince me.
I have no problem with it. He's coming out and telling you Brad is on a bit of a hot seat. This was Brad's call, and I think he's telling the truth.
Yeah,
I think Brad had some kind of personal beef going on. Brad and Tatum probably with Jalen. They wanted him out, and the owner was like, "What?"
I've said this from when it happened. Before it happened, there are basketball reasons why you would want to trade Jaylen Brown. I actually didn't have a problem with them looking to trade him.
Oh, you've talked to Ted.
What's that?
You've spoken to Ted and whoever the hit piece guy we had,
Oh,
the
yeah,
stats
yeah,
guy.
that's right. The stat,
No, there's 180 million reasons.
No, but to me, the problem I had was you got jack for him. You got nothing for him.
Two kicks at the can, according to Brad, in 2027 and 28 or whatever.
Stop with that. I know. Like that just to me, that's what I got pissed off about because I can understand the logic of, okay, we've got these two guys. It has not worked in the past couple of years. And looking at what's around us, what the Knicks are, what the rest of the NBA is becoming, I don't think we can win again with these two guys being our two highest paid players. And I don't mind that mentality. The problem is if you're going to get rid of one, don't get a dude that literally the Sixers were trying to give picks with to make you take on his contract.
Right. Get Giannis. And don't let it go past that.
Sure.
And don't create a super team in Philly. Sure, the owner should be pissed. Like, this didn't go well.
No. Well, they need, listen, the Baylor Shireman was a line they couldn't cross. They would not give him up. Or Ugo Gonzalez, isn't that what it was?
Right, both.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so I mean, it's to me, I did not like that answer. I understand why you would get rid of him. It's the crap you got back. And I apologize to Paul George. But man, it's just, you can't give away a dude that was in the conversation for MVP. And you know what that is? That's on Brad. Brad didn't do a good enough job as a general manager to up the value of him, to get your maximum dollar for him.
Right.
Now, do I think that this team's still going to be good? Very good. I think they're going to be very good. I think they're going to surprise you. I think you're going to see Tatum ascend the way that Jaylen Brown did last year. Tatum's already a great player. You watch next season. What he becomes. And then take a look at what Peyton Pritchard becomes. He's already very good, and he's going to get better. Not Jalen Brunson, as I said. I feel like I have to say that every single time.
Otherwise, I will.
That's right. I'm stopping you before you actually have that take. All right, 617-779-7937. We got your Red Sox coming up here in just a few, and you can give us a call before we take off. 617-779-7937. Back in 2.
This hour of Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
This is Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird, and Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird. Our buddy Teddy J will be back in tomorrow, and we're just about to take off here. After we talk a little Red Sox with Joe, as the pregame's about to start, and the game starts at 4:10. Is that right? First pitch at 4:10. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct on the money.
All right. Peyton Tolley.
Yeah.
Should be a good one. 617-779-7937. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app as well. And by the way, we were talking about Roman Anthony earlier, and Roman Anthony. I mean, you can't start any better when you doing your rehab stint. Home run last night, looked very good, very good. And afterwards, he talked about how he felt. And as I said, I don't envy him right now. I know everyone's talking about the team, and they're in a weird spot too because Contreras made that face to us when we asked him about it. Was so crazy how
it was just like shock. It was like, what?
Yeah, he's coming back.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He went from shock then to. Almost like, I don't want to say concern, but it almost seemed like as if he was saying, he better be ready.
Well, I think you caught him in some honesty because he's processing it in the moment like, oh, wait a minute, he's coming back? Well, if he does, better be ready to go, dude.
Yeah, because look what we're doing.
Yeah.
And look what we've been able to do.
Yeah.
And we don't need to have somebody here with, the toddler wheels on the bike. We need you to be actually someone who can help us. As a matter of fact, I want to hear that answer one more time, Sis, if you don't mind. Wilson Contreras, we had him on it. And by the way, shout out to all the Red Sox who came by and helped out with the Jimmy Fund. They helped raise a record amount of money, and they're all in. That team was all in over the last couple of days. But we had Contreras, and who was with him?
Monasterio.
Monasterio? Or Cedon?
Yeah, Cedon.
Okay, Cedon.
Abreu.
It was him and Willier. I mean, so many came by. It's a thing. But we asked them about, hey, what's your feelings on Roman Anthony returning? And listen to the shock from Wilson Contreras when we asked him this.
We didn't know that. I didn't know that.
There you go. Oh, really?
Being honest.
There you go.
I mean, I think Roman is a big piece for the lineup, and he's a huge bat for sure. Hopefully, he's back to being healthy and ready to go. Because at this time, games are going to get tougher, especially getting close to the playoffs time and all this stuff. It's like we cannot waste any more time. Hopefully he's ready to go, full healthy, and he's ready to come back to the lineup for sure.
Are you ready for the most sports talky take ever?
Good.
We don't need to be wasting any more time, as if he's saying Roman Anthony was wasting time getting back. Is that
I
sports?
could follow you.
Okay.
I could follow you.
Some people in the organization felt that way. That's just a fact. I mean, how could you not? I mean, he was out for so long. They initially said it was like a 15-day IL stint, 3.5 months later. By the way, update on him today from Chad Tracy at the pregame. He's off today, Roman Anthony.
Okay.
After last night's homer.
Sure.
But that was the plan.
He's tuckered.
He's going to go back-to-back in the next two, and according to Tracy, they're going to build up the volume. And no timeline yet, but they're going to keep adding to it. So.
The more I hear that answer, the more I'm starting to read things into it, and I swear I'm getting sucked into the sports talk hot take.
Can't turn back
vortex.
now, Rich.
I know.
You signed up for this.
It's the chair, I guess. But that's the weird thing, though, is that it's like now I'm I'm glad a guy like Contreras is there, aren't you? For when Roman returns,
yeah.
Like a dude that's going to keep him honest, going to keep him checked. Like, dude, you do not jack around now that you're back. I kind of like that. Everything happened the way that it did because, if for some reason you believe that Roman wasn't taking things as seriously, if you're one of those people, when you come back, he's got this a little bit of guilt, you would think, that I wasn't part of this special thing that they had here. I'm no longer the cock of the walk that can get away with whatever I want to.
Yeah. And that's good for Wilson to be a check for Chad Tracy, who managed Roman in the minors and could be soft on him. But Wilson's not going to allow that to happen. You remember his answer about Tracy. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Well, Wilson's he's not messing around. This is like, hey, Trace, this guy's not coming back unless he's ready to go. I think it's very good to have these veterans in there, sort of running the show a little bit.
No question. All right. Well, once again, I want to thank everybody over the last couple of days.
Great
$7.3 million is nothing we couldn't have even imagined it. And I hope that you never have to experience what a lot of these patients are experiencing, or their families, or the doctors, or anything like that. But if you do, just know that you have the greatest place on the planet to be right here in Boston. Dana-Farber are miracle workers. The Jimmy Fund, you've got kids getting cancer treatments who can't wait to go because it's fun. Your money went to the best possible place it can go to. And just because a telethon's over does not mean you need to stop donating. Please, jimmyfund.org. Thank you for everything you've done. Red Sox baseball, baby! Peyton Toley on the mound! Let's go! We will see you again tomorrow. Actually, we're going to be here for a couple more minutes, but we will see you with our show a little bit later. Bye.
You spend enough years in locker rooms and the radio business, and you learn to spot the difference between
of 500 or better, and they are an MLB best 22-10 since the All-Star break as well. Let's get you today's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. And as I mentioned, the vibes are high, so why not have the ultimate vibes guy on the hill for the finale? It's the lefty Peyton Tolley going up against the righty Brandon Pfaadt. Tolley 8-6 with a 2.97 ERA across 20 starts, coming off 8 shutout innings against the Blue Jays 6 days ago. Pfaadt this year 7-1 with a 3.11 ERA in 22 outings in 12 starts. So exciting times at Fenway. I didn't even mention Roman Anthony returned to action yesterday in Portland, going 2 for 2 with 2 walks and a no doubt about it home run. And he's not the only guy that's on the mend working their way back. Trevor Story, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa set today to play for the Woo Sox. So in the theme of bringing guys back, let's bring in Rich Schertenlieb and Ken Laird to talk a little bit of some Red Sox returns, additions to the second half. And guys, I wanted to pose this question to you as we're all feeling good about where the Red Sox are right now. And I have an answer locked and loaded for this as well, but I want to hear from you guys first. Who will be the biggest addition down the stretch for the Red Sox in your guys' mind? And the options I have here, Adley Rutschman, Eric Miller, Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, and then Garrett Crochet as well if he does end up coming back. Who do you guys think is going to be the biggest addition?
I'm just going to go with recency bias because I just was played the audio of the crack of his bat last night at the Portland game. But I'm going to go Roman Anthony. And, you know, it's funny. We have Rob Bradford on all the time, and he goes, in the postseason, you need the big bats. And if Roman can just show up and be partially what we all expected him to be this season, oh my goodness. That's exactly what you want. Like a reliable big bat in the lineup. And it's been nice that we've been getting, you know, a lot of, you know, huge hits from so many different players. But if you've got that one guy like Roman who can be in there and just be just a 70, 80% of what we all wanted him to be, I think it's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, but what other audio did we also play? Wilson Contreras talking about Roman Anthony and sounding a little skeptical that, like, hey, when you come back, you got to be ready to go. And it's not Eric Miller, Joe Weil. It's the dump truck. So when you've got a nickname like the dump truck, at least that's what we're starting to call him. I honestly think he's going to be the most impactful. When you lose Whitlock at Slayton, like, you need a guy at the back end of the bullpen, and he's been very good. Yeah. So between him and Tyron Guerrero earlier in the year, good on Breslow for finding some backup arms.
So I like the dump truck as a nickname, too. And it's funny. I've been out to Seattle. I've seen what they've done for Cal Raleigh as well, you know, when he has a big hit. So maybe we need to work in dump truck on the scoreboard for Eric Miller when he comes in. So, okay, so Rich, you went with Roman Anthony. I actually was going the same way. And I came into this as I was walking into Fenway today thinking I'm going to go with Adley Rutschman on this one. But the more I think about Roman Anthony, and to your point about what it could look like with him back in the way he swung it last year. If you can get him to any version of that from a season ago when he had 336 in the leadoff spot, and then you guys, like, if you write out the lineup of Roman Anthony, Cedon, Wilyer Abreu, Wilson Contreras, Adley Rutschman, and then Caleb Durbin, like, that's a pretty good 6, guys. And I'd feel good putting that 6 above any team in the American League, and I don't know. I mean, I'm starting to feel like that could match up against the better teams in the National League, of course, like the Los Angeles Dodgers. But the clubhouse dynamic part of it, and I heard you guys play the Wilson Contreras sound. I heard you guys talk about it too. What do you think about that dynamic and that part of it? The fact that they've been able to turn this thing around without him, and which is amazing in its own way, considering the hole that they dug themselves in.
I'm nervous for Roman, to be quite honest, because he has been away from all of this. And while he was down in Florida and away from the team, you want to talk about the ultimate in chemistry and team bonding. To go from historically bad to historically great. And that is something that brings you together. And you could hear it, and I know you heard that clip. You could hear it in Wilson Contreras' voice when we asked him about Roman Anthony returning, and it was like, he better be ready because you better be ready to play at the same level that these guys have been playing, because it almost seems like this is our team. Don't mess it up. And if you're Roman Anthony, that's an intimidating place to be.
Well, not only that, like, Joe, do you think he replaces Duran as the everyday left fielder? Because that, if you're going to bench Duran, he's pretty popular, I think, in the clubhouse. I mean, he's kind of a polarizing guy with the fans, but I think he's well liked by the team. So if you're going to bench one of the sort of team favorites, then the pressure's even more so on his shoulders if that happens.
I see, Ken, that's an interesting dynamic that you bring up. The part about that, though, that gives me pause in terms of not thinking it might be too big of an issue is that Duran's not hitting. He really hasn't figured it out. So I do think, right, he is a beloved guy in that clubhouse by some, and that there might be something there. And Duran has still been here, been present. He's been playing every day as they've been able to figure this out, but he still hasn't been able to hit. And I actually wonder if they can still find Duran some at-bats, especially with Yoshida going down. Chad Tracy again today said it was a significant injury, so you figure for a significant period of time he's going to be out, so that does allow the opportunity to DH Roman, get Duran out there in left field. But I do wonder in some part with this, because I think this is going to work. It's going to find a way to work because he's so good. We had such high expectations for Roman. Like, I was thinking about the World Baseball Classic and just you had all these veterans talk about how this guy is going to be the future of the league. And then, of course, he got off to a slow start and got hurt. I think they'll eventually be able to figure it out, but there is a dynamic in place here that has worked, and now you're bringing in the guy that was supposed to be the franchise that hasn't really been productive this season and has been hurt for a significant portion of the year.
You know what's wild is that I'm not that nervous in Roman coming back. I think Roman is talented enough. I think they're going to handle him correctly, that when he comes back, he's going to be effective. I'm more worried about Trevor Story. And we talked to Chad Tracy this week about that, and the one thing that actually made me feel pretty good was he said Mona's going to play. So, I mean, at least they're going to find some sort of way to have Trevor Story in there and Monasterio as well, which is obviously, you need his bat. He's been playing so well. Are you as nervous as I am that the Trevor Story thing might not go as smoothly?
It's the reverse Roman. It's like a veteran who's guaranteed his spot, which also might come back and not be the right fit, whereas it's like the young guy who hasn't earned a spot getting put in.
Yeah.
So Chad Tracy's got some tough, I'm assuming he's not making these in a vacuum. Breslow's probably they're in a meeting room with a bunch of nerds, and they're all talking about who's going to go where. But yeah, I totally agree. Not that Monasterio's been elite defensively, but it is now messing up a little chemistry that you found here over the last couple of months.
Doesn't it seem, though, every time Monasterio screws up or has like an error, he makes up for it and does something unbelievable at the plate?
Yeah.
It's very strange how the universe has been, kind of like yin and yang for him. But yeah. But I do like the fact that Chad Tracy seems to have already made that decision, that Monasterio is going to stay in. We're going to figure out a way to make it work even when Trevor Story comes back.
Yeah, he's been swinging it so well. I just don't know how you can take his bat out of the lineup consistently. And I think the reality, too, is like at second base, that hasn't fully been figured out, although I do hope they keep Nick Sogard and they find a way to continue to have him on the roster just because he's been so special and to have that versatility, too. When I wrote this out, I wrote Garrett Crochet with a question mark because I think that's still a TBD. But how much fun do you guys think it would be to see him be the opener for Bayo in a playoff game? Because I'm starting to allow myself to dream just a little. No? No,
you got three starters. You got Ranger, and you've got Sonny, and you got Peyton Tolley, who's going today. I guess you're thinking of a 4-game series. Is that where we're going?
If you need to get to that fourth game, because I'm sure you guys are on the same wavelength with Jake Bennett. I worry a little bit about where he's going to be by the end of the season.
Yeah, that's fair. If you get into a 4-game series, a good problem to have. But I think Crochet is like an 8th inning guy. He even said I'm a 1-inning guy probably at most, which is fine. Bring him in there to set up Chapman. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I don't see him. Oh, man, you want to talk about getting thrown into the fire immediately. To be the setup guy for Bayo, listen, we all know what Bayo can do when he has some dude who just steps out there. For some reason, he can't be out there for the national anthem, and then all of a sudden he's amazing. But I don't,
emotional.
Yeah, I guess so. But I don't know if Crochet should be that guy. That almost seems unfair, doesn't it, to just throw him into that position immediately? I know he's so high paid, and I know he's supposed to be your ace. It's just when you're coming off of an injury that's a year now, I don't know if that is really fair for anybody to be put in that position.
All right, I got 30 seconds left with you guys. Very quickly, do the Red Sox host a playoff game this year?
Yes, catch the Yankees. The Yankees, better run differential, right, Joe? Do the math.
Yes.
Crunch the numbers. Yes.
You know what? Why the hell not? Yes, they've got the Jimmy Fund karma going for them.
Right.
They helped raise $7.2 million.
7.3.
7.3. Man, I can't shortchange them. So, yes, the karma's going their way. Absolutely, they will be hosting a home playoff game. No question.
I don't know if you can hear it. I'm knocking on wood here back at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, hoping we can all be there for that. Guys, thanks so much for the time and great show today.
Anytime.
Thank
Thanks
you,
so much.
Walton.
All right, that's Rich Shirtlieb and Ken Laird, and you can watch the Red Sox pregame show here on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. With so much love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we are going to hear Will Fleming's sit-down interview with Red Sox manager Chad Tracy. And Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford puts quality first, and now they're the first in quality for the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. Coming up next, though, we are going to hear Rob Bradford's 2-minute grill with Red Sox catching instructor Parker Ginn, where he talks about Adley Rutschman's great defense. Should be a fun chat to listen to coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Again, it's Sox versus Diamondbacks. Final game of a 3-game set at Fenway Park. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Celestial Seasonings invites you to experience a life full of flavor. At Celestial Seasonings, they're passionate about crafting extraordinary teas that invigorate the senses. From relaxing herbal teas to energizing black and green to refreshing cold brew iced teas and everything in between, there's a Celestial blend that's perfect for any occasion. Plus, they blend their teas using the finest herbs, teas, spices, and botanicals while packaging them in engaging, thoughtful boxes representing the goodness inside. Experience Celestial Seasonings today.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Get moving for dairy deals at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Joe. Today through Thursday, get select varieties of 6 to 8 ounce Lucerne bar, shredded or sliced cheese, and 16 ounce sour cream, just $1.99 when you use the digital coupon. Find savings like this, plus rewards, points, and recipes in Shaw's Deals and Delivery app. Short on time, order free curbside pickup or get delivery. Deliciousness from the dairy aisle now on sale. Shaw's and Star Market, official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Wild with you inside the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio as the Sox go for the sweep against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And how about this? Boston is going for its 8th sweep in its last 15 series, dating back to that 4-game set against the Yankees that began on June 25th. Just for some context, they had only swept 2 of the 26 series prior to that. Just goes to show the turnaround that this club has now 10 games above 500 at 68 and 58. And of course, yesterday's game had a lot of stars, one of which Adley Rutschman. Offensively, he pitched in a couple hits, including his first Red Sox home run, also drove in 3 runs, but his defense already with the Sox has been really solid. So who better to talk to about that than Red Sox catching instructor and bullpen catcher Parker Ginn, and he is the star of the McFarland Energy 2-Minute Grill with Rob Bradford, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. So here is Bradfo with Parker Ginn.
There's no human being I'd rather be talking to more than Parker. So obviously you haven't had a ton of time working with Adley Rutschman, but you looked at him before, you've seen him, you're familiar with him, and now you get to see him in person. What is the thing that jumps out for you defensively?
Well, he's very improved this year, and credit to those guys in Baltimore that have done a good job with him, and he's obviously come in and hit the ground running with us. The receiving has been in a really good place for him this year. Depending on where you look, obviously he's been a top 5 defender in the league. The throwing has improved a lot this year as well. So I know that there was some good adjustments made from him in the offseason, and it's clearly paid off for him this year.
Obviously you want to improve, everybody wants to improve, but when you actually do something different and you see the tangible results, you're like, oh, okay, and there has been tangible results for him, right?
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, it's not always the case, but you hope that when guys even like him that have been in the league for a while, that they continuously want to try to get better, right? And that was obviously a goal of his, and he made some clear adjustments, and don't always know if they're going to pay off, but they clearly have. And just watching the technique and stuff, there's a lot of common traits to things that, the top performers in this league do. So it's not shocking to see the results that he's having.
One of the stupid things that I always like watching was how he greets the pitcher, right? And I don't know if I've seen that. Like, at first, I'm like, oh, why is he running out to the pitcher? Like, that he did it again and does it again. For you, how important is that to just that little thing where after when pitch is coming off to be the first person to talk to?
Yeah, it's something he's done at least from back in college. So I remember when I was coaching college baseball against him, he did it back then even, right? And it was always something that even in the opposite dugout that we always talked about, that's like it's a clear leadership quality that doesn't matter if it was a 6-pitch inning or a 30-pitch inning, he's going to go out there and greet the guy and let them know, like, hey, that, stay with it, or great job, that he's with them thick and thin.
All right, we solved a lot of the world's problems. Thank you.
As they always do on the 2-minute grill. But how about Adley Rutschman? He's in the 93rd percentile in fielding run value, caught stealing above average, 96th percentile, framing 88th percentile, blocks above average, 72nd percentile. And if that's too statty for you, I'll just say this. He's a really good defensive catcher. Time now for today's transactions, which are brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on real-world events with federally regulated prediction markets. Download the Kalshi app today. And no moves for the Red Sox, but we'll talk about some stuff on the farm, which is the rehab assignments. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is set to begin his rehab assignment today with the Woo Sox. And, of course, he was diagnosed with a stress reaction in his left forearm in late June. That put the Red Sox in a position where they needed to put him on the injured list. But he was cleared to begin a hitting progression shortly after the All-Star break, and now he's ready to take his next step in his recovery process, as he will be joined by Trevor Story in the lineup today on the road as the Woo Sox are taking on the Syracuse Mets. Coming up next, we are going to hear Will Fleming's sit-down interview with Red Sox manager Chad Tracy. That conversation is presented by your New England Ford dealers as we continue to get you ready for Boston versus Arizona. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Hey, it's Greg, and some of my favorite nights have great music, great vibes, and, of course, Keno. The Mass State Lottery supports your favorite sports pubs, restaurants, and the community one Keno game at a time. So grab your friends, fill out that bet slip, and snag a seat to watch your numbers pop while cheering on the hometown team. With Keno, every night is a home run. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Whoop. Sleep better, train smarter, recover faster, and feel healthier. Understand and optimize your sleep. Get coaching and insights for every age, stage, and cycle. Track over 140 habits. Get a 360 view of your training and workouts. Never miss a second of data with a wireless and waterproof charger. Expect all new features all the time.
Get moving for dairy deals at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Lou. Today through Thursday, get select varieties of 6 to 8 ounce Lucerne bar, shredded, or sliced cheese, and 16 ounce sour cream, just $1.99 when you use the digital coupon. Find savings like this, plus reward points and recipes in Shaw's Deals and Delivery app. Show it on time, order free curbside pickup, or get delivery. Deliciousness from the dairy aisle, now on sale. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Let's be wicked honest, Boston. Everything around here costs a fortune, but your internet shouldn't be a budget breaker. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, you can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month. No hidden fees, no games. It's a dependable connection you can count on, unlike the T during rush hour. Switch providers for a fresh start. Go fast and save your cash for that lobster roll. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
You spend enough years in locker rooms and the radio business, and you learn to spot the difference between somebody who wants to learn your name and somebody who actually wants to help you. Ted Johnson here, and before I endorsed Awaken 180, I sat down with Paige. There was no corporate pitch deck, no pressure, no sign here and we'll figure it out later. She asked about me, what I wanted to change, what had frustrated me before, and gave it to me straight. That told me everything. Paige has built Awaken 180 around people, not volume. A client is a person, not a number. Coaches know who you are, what's happening in your life, and when something needs to change. I felt that from day one, then I experienced the results. 22 pounds gone, for a guy who thought he knew everything about nutrition. That's why I'm still proud to endorse Awaken 180. Not because somebody handed me talking points, but because the company earned my trust and then backed it up. For more information, go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. It is a totally day here at Fenway. The Sox have won each of his last 7 starts, and he is on the bump again today as the Sox take on the Diamondbacks. And before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Chad Tracy. And Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford puts quality first, and now they're the first in quality for the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. And here is Chad Tracy with our very own Will Fleming.
Finale with the D-backs, chance at yet another sweep with the manager Chad Tracy on a beautiful Fenway Wednesday afternoon. Finale, you know, it felt like in the early part of last night's game, it was going to be one of those cruise control games. And then, you know, things changed a little bit, but your club responded in so many beautiful ways. Once again, it feels like mid-July. You had to be really happy with all that your team did last night.
Yeah, we've, you know, some of the things that made us so good and, you know, got away from us on the road, we've started to do again. Like we had traffic throughout for the second day in a row, pretty much threatening with a chance to score in most innings we've played the last couple of days, which is exactly what you want. And to your point, I had jumped out to an early lead, and they get the big swing from Moreno to take the lead on us. Takes the wind out of your sails a touch, and we punch right back the very next inning. So those are all important traits and things that made us good, and we're playing good fundamental baseball. We're executing. It's been really good these 2 days.
When you're 125 games into a Major League season, Chad, I think, you know, numbers speak for themselves, and your pitching staff, the ERA, the way that the starters have performed, it's no accident. And even though, as you say, Moreno gets the one swing, I mean, Ranger kind of got dinked and dunked all over the place. He makes the one mistake, but then he gives you 2 more innings. Don't you think that stuff, as much as electric stuff on the night where you have your best stuff, is the reason your staff has been so good?
It's important, you know, you got to stay in the outing. You're right about what you said, like there was a soft flare over here to right and then a jam shot flare to left, and obviously you hit Carroll with the pitch, but until Moreno hit that ball, it's like there wasn't a hard hit ball throughout the game at that point. So and it happened to go for 4 runs because it was a mistake in an area to hit with 3 guys on, right? And I don't think there was another one hit really hard until Perdomo, which was his last hitter before I went and got him. So sometimes there's outings in baseball where you look at a stat line and say, oh, he wasn't very good, and it's like, no, it was actually pretty good, especially because they drug some ABs on him early. he had some good middle inning part there to get the pitch count back in order. But for me, like when you're winning and your pitcher's still getting outs in the sixth, that's important. Like it really is. Those outings are what sets the bullpen up for success more than anything. Is when your starters get you through six, or at least he's getting an out or two in the sixth. It positions you well especially when you get to that point, you're actually winning the game. So to your point, the subsequent innings after the home run were very, very important to let us get the lead back, put up some zeros and keep it there, and then allow us to unload the good part of our bullpen, those back end guys that hadn't pitched in a little bit.
It's also important when people you trade for come up with signature moments and signature swings. I mean, Adley puts you ahead, and to me, no question, the biggest swing of the game is the ball he hits way over the pesky pole to tie the game. How nice has it been to see him settle in a little?
It's been great. Actually, I'd actually challenge you and say that the biggest swing was the two-strike hit in the first inning. Yep. We had bases loaded, and he's got 2 strikes on. Now we got 1 out, and he's got 2 strikes on him. You're kind of you're a strike away from being like, this could be a squandered opportunity, and he rifles one into right field for 2 runs, then sets us up for another one. That was very important. But to your point, like since that last game in Pittsburgh, the swings and the contact point and the synced up and the timing has started to just look better and better each game, which is great to see. I think now he's taken a deep breath. He's settled in. He's now felt like I've made a big impact on this team for 2 days in a row offensively. And I think between what he's doing as far as contact quality now, plus his plate discipline that we already knew was there, he's set up to make a big impact on us.
You have been in this dugout throughout all of this run, and I don't think this is unique to your team, but it is definitely a characteristic of the club. When you score first, everybody breathes a little bit. Eli had the big swing to do that the other night, and to your point, Rutschman doing that the other day, what does it feel like just as a group when you get that first run? Does everybody just kind of take it a little easier?
Yeah, but see, you're a baseball player. You're no dummy. You understand. They understand what our pitching is capable of. They understand what the back end of our bullpen can look like. So they understand when they get a lead, and once they get a lead, if it's multiple runs, let's say 2-0, they understand that as long as that guy goes out there and puts up another 0, in their mind it's like, all right, now we just got to keep stacking. And the further we stack, and the closer we get to the back of the bullpen, the better position we're in. They know that, So important on the first day was we had struggled a lot with runners in scoring position on the road. The first 4 runs we scored on Monday were all with 2 outs. 2 out hits with runners in scoring position. Those are backbreakers, and we got 3 of them. Those are big at bats.
When your team is at its best, Wilson is rolling. He looks, maybe he's still dealing with a little whatever in his hamstring, but he looks very close to being all the way back. Is that a fair assessment?
He's looking a lot better. It really started with the right center field stroke in Toronto. He hit that double into right center field early in the game. That was like, okay, that usually gets him dialed, and then from there he homered off Soriano, and I think we're definitely seeing some aggression in the swing and confidence in the swing, and you guys know when he gets going, he gets on a heater for he can carry the club on his own as far as like big swings with men on base. So we're right now we're up and down the lineup. We're putting ourselves in good position as far as people starting to feel really good about themselves.
Well, speaking of Cedon, he carried your team for a week. And then, he swung a lot, but that's just part of his DNA. How did you guys get him to kind of rediscover himself? And I know everyone overreacts because he's had a fabulous season, but it was a ton of swing and miss. Then he takes pitches and he goes off again. Talk us through that process a little bit.
Yeah, he knows that. Like the conversation around that with him is constant. He knows that swinging at the right ones is important for him. He knows he's going to be aggressive. He knows, getting rid of the egregious swings is important. So he's with Pepe and John in there and looking at it and examining, how high the swing has gotten. You get him back on trajectory, and it does some things to lock him back in as far as seeing pitching and what am I supposed to swing at or not. And he's looked fantastic each of these last 2 days. So with every player, there's always something there that's like, hey, when they go bad, it's this, With him, it's the swing, and he has a very good understanding of that now, to where if you go, 4 or 5 days where you see that, you try to rein it back in, and he realizes pretty quickly when he swings at the right ones, he's a really good player.
That's really interesting what you just said. I just want to follow up a little bit on that, because you guys did this a little bit with ABS a couple of times. Are you telling me that at some points it's worth just standing in that cage with the trajectory machine and saying, we're not swinging right now, but I want you to tell me whether that's a pitch you should or should not have swung at?
Yeah, whether it's that or just seeing, you're being in swing mode and seeing pitches and just I'm ready to hit, and I take and be able to look up there and go, oh yeah, that was a ball. That's it's not a tool that needs to be used every single day, but it's a really good tool as far as live pitching is concerned, where if you're going through something that it gamifies things a bit, and it gives you a very direct knowledge of the zone, and being able to look and say, yeah, I really wanted to swing at that, but that ball was 3 balls out of the zone, and just put some context and a visual to what you should or shouldn't be swinging at. So those are important things.
Our fans are a little bit excited about what happened in Portland last night. We've all been waiting and hoping that Roman could get healthy. He is. It's a ways away. Nobody wants to get over their skis, but 2 walks, a missile, and a massive home run really could not have gone much better.
No, especially as long as he's been down. Obviously, this was the part of the progression, going through like short work and flips, right, and then going to the hack attack and getting the velocity, right, and then a long period of time of like hitting off traject. So, and that simulates live ABs. So going into that game, it at least gets you moving. Traject gets you moving at game speed before you actually go play in a game. I think that's probably a result of being able to see a guy go out there, hadn't played in 3.5 months, and put the kind of swings on the ball that he did. So that's awesome. But at the same time, like, he needs to, keep accumulating volume while he does it.
One of the great players in the game wants to say hello to you, so go ahead, Trix. How cool has that been at this big league level, Chad, to have people like Nolan Arenado come over and just say, hey, what's up?
Yeah, it's cool. He's a great player. Nolan was rookie when my dad was there in Colorado, so like spent a spring training, and that I actually spent a spring training in that locker room in spring training with going to AAA with them. But Nolan, great dude, great player. You could see that before. He had a great spring that year, and they were talking about as a very young rookie, he's going to make the team out of spring training. So familiarity there, but yeah, that's cool.
You're a ballpark rat. I've found the longer I'm in this game, one of my favorite things is watching the great defenders take ground balls. And I've sat on the third baseline with him and Machado, and it's just jaw-dropping how awesome they are with their hands.
Yeah, he's probably the best I've ever seen. I've definitely seen highlights of Brooks Robinson and some of the greats, but like as far as my lifetime and watching somebody play third base, I don't know that I've ever seen anybody better than him. He's incredible.
Lastly, Peyton. I mean, he's been an animal. The progression, it seems like now he's adapting to each opponent, pitch mix different each start. What are you looking forward to today?
Just see him attack the zone. I thought was cool about the Toronto outing, I thought he got stronger as the outing went along. He actually battled finding the zone a little bit in the first couple of innings, and then by about the fourth, it was like strike one mania, 0-1, 0-1, 0-1, 0-1, and when he gets in that position, he becomes awfully difficult. So just seeing him go out there, I love to watch him compete regardless, but just to see him go out there, attack the zone when he's on the offensive, it's difficult to hit. So be on the offensive, and hopefully, like we've been doing here, he puts up some zeros and gives us a chance to build a lead.
Appreciate the time. Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, Will.
All right, that's Trace with Will, and you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. With so much love, don't miss the Subaru of New England, a Lots of Love event. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Coming up next, the Grab and Go, starting lineups, lock of the game, and a Subaru of New England scoreboard update as well. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
You've spent all winter waiting for baseball season. Now it's the time to make the most of summer. Just a short drive from Boston, Maine feels like a world away. This is a destination forged by nature and made for adventure. Rugged coastlines, lighthouse views, fresh seafood, and welcoming small towns full of character. From family vacations to spontaneous weekend escapes. Discover why Maine is a favorite summer tradition. Plan your next trip at visitmaine.com. That's visitmaine.com.
Boston sports fans, it's Will Fleming. Summer baseball is in full swing. If you're gathering friends for cookouts or watching the game outside, TimberTech Decking is built for the season. Innovative engineering delivers the beauty of wood without sanding, staining, or splinters. Order free samples or connect with a contractor near you at timbertech.com. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
Before first pitch, here's something worth thinking about. The Red Sox are off to a great season. Shouldn't your Medicare be too? Eternal Health, Medicare Advantage, reimagined. Benefits you'll actually use. Plans made for Massachusetts. This enrollment season, add Advantage to your Medicare. Learn more at chooseeternalhealth.com. That's chooseeternalhealth.com. Eternal Health, proud partner of the Boston Red Sox.
Now back to number one fan, the search for the top Sox diehard.
I have a tattoo of every Sox logo since 1908. Want to see?
I know every batter's walk-up song.
My husband proposed, and then a foul ball broke my nose. It was perfect.
Sound familiar? Enter MassMutual's Grand Slam giveaway for a shot at tickets and signed gear. For rules and entry, visit massmutual.com/Red Sox. No purchase necessary. 50 U.S. and D.C. 18 plus ends 5 p.m. Eastern on 9/30. Grand prize entry period through 7/31/2026.
CVS knows where you get your medicine matters. It matters every day and every night. It matters that we're not just in your community, but we're part of it, making sure everyone feels welcomed and rewarded. It matters that we're here for what the doctor prescribed, and also just what the doctor ordered. Welcome to CVS, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox.
Hey, college students, looking for an easier way to grocery shop and save? Download the Shaws and Star Market app and sign up with your valid student email address to unlock 10% off your groceries every time you shop through the end of September. It's simple to join, easy to use, and packed with rewards to help your budget go further. Plus, students get free delivery once a month on orders over $30, making it even easier to stock up without leaving campus. Download the Shaws and Star Market app today and start saving with your student discount.
Marcelo Meyer here. In baseball, stats can tell you a lot. When your car breaks, you want a company that has all the right stats on your team. CarShield's been in business for over 20 years. That's staying power. They're America's most trusted auto protection. That's reputation. They sold over 3 million contracts. That's a whole lot of happy drivers. CarShield has paid over $1 billion in claims. The numbers speak for themselves. Let CarShield help with costly repairs when an unexpected breakdown happens.
Don't get caught looking. Get a free quote today at carshield.com. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love everything the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback has to offer, like standard, symmetrical, all-wheel drive. Buy with 0.9% financing or lease for just $299 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Weil with you in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio as the Sox go for the sweep against the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's time now for a grab and go presented by the Bees Knees Benefits app. Here's Bradfo with an update on today's most important Sox news.
It's time for the grab and go. A quick look at the biggest Red Sox storylines of the day. Here's Rob Bradford.
All right, we're grabbing and going. Series finale against the Diamondbacks. Good news elsewhere. Roman Anthony hits the home run in his first rehab assignment. It's good news because you don't know what the availability of both Masayushi and Curtis Mead are going to be before September 9th rolls around. With that is, of course, when the playoffs start. So this could be a huge development. Speaking of huge developments, has anyone noticed the Red Sox are really, really good at home after being really, really bad? The win against the Diamondbacks, the latest one, makes them 31-31 at home, makes them 500 at home for the first time since early April. Up until they went on that run in June 25th, they had the worst record at home, 12-25. Then they swept the Yankees, and they took off 19-6 since then. The second most runs in the league at home, a plus 58 run differential. And now, can they get a home field advantage game? Well, 2.5 back of the Yankees. We'll see. Leading the way, Wilson Contreras, 109.4. Caleb Durbin, 950 OPS. William Abreu, 856 OPS, all at home, all since June 25th. Also, Adley Rutschman, good vibes also. 4 for 9 in his first 2 games at Fenway. That's what's grabbing and going.
All right, and Bradfo Grab and Goes are presented by the Bees Knees Benefits app. Make it part of every game day and get 50 cents off per gallon on your first fill-up or $5 off in store. Download the Bees Knees Benefits app today and start saving. Terms apply. Time now for today's starting lineup, brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. So let's meet today's Red Sox players. Nick Sogard at second, Sadon in center, Willier in right, Wilson at first, Durbin at third, Gasper the DH, Monasterio the shortstop, Duran in left, Wong the catcher. Time now for the lock of the game, presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit interlockroofing.com and never re-roof again. I'm going with Peyton Tolley, 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first inning. That's at plus 110 odds on FanDuel. He's on 5 days rest. I like it for Tolley, and the Sox have won his last 7 starts. Time now for a quick Subaru of New England scoreboard update. With so much love, don't miss the Subaru of New England, a Lots of Love event. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. One final today. Pirates take down the Tigers by a score of 4-3. You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Hang tight. Sox versus Diamondbacks coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Mass Mutual. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
At Meineke, we are totally transparent. It's all about trust and doing car care right for you. At Meineke, our experienced and certified technicians perform a free digital e-inspection and send updates with pictures, videos, and notes directly to your phone or email. We want you to see what we see. That's Meineke Transparency. Visit Meineke.com today and schedule an appointment. Each Meineke location is individually owned and operated. Trust your key with Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
You love baseball season. Window Nation lives for the other 4 seasons, too. Window Nation's premium seals and top quality materials mean the cold New England winters are kept outside. Your expensive summer AC stays inside, and they easily open for those nice spring and fall days. So while the Red Sox are playing towards a winning season, you'll be winning no matter what the season. And as the official replacement window of the Boston Red Sox, when you get a consultation with your local Boston pros, ask how you can get Red Sox tickets. Visit windownation.com now to get started. Get fresh, game day flavor at Shaws and Star Market and feed your hungry fans without missing a single play. Shaws and Star Market make party prep effortless, from delicious hot Wicked Good wings to made fresh sandwiches and party platters. Add fresh guacamole, crispy chips, sweet treats, and don't forget the ice, because cold beverages are a must. Order ahead now at shaws.com or starmarket.com. The fastest way to get fresh groceries, especially for game day. No membership required.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spring is in the air, and while everything outside is fresh and clean, your building may be still holding on to the mess of winter. Greasy vents, clogged drains, and rebellious laundry stacks are ready to act up. Duggan Mechanical Services tames them before they stage a full-blown uprising. Commercial kitchens, parking garages, rooftops, laundry stacks. Duggan Mechanical handles the mess so you don't have to. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services keeps your business flowing.
Ah, summer, the smell of sunscreen, backyard barbecues, and... Wait a minute. Why does your bathroom smell like that? Summer fun can be tough on your plumbing. Between extra house guests, cookouts, and the kids home from school, your drains are working overtime. That's why you need Drains by James. From expert drain cleaning and pipelining, they'll keep your pipes flowing all summer long. Because at Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Don't let a clogged drain ruin your summer vacation. Visit drainsbyjames.com today.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells.
Like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game. And now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It is gone! Say done! Say good night!
Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over!
And the Red Sox win!
Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win!
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Subaru of New England. Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event.
23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Nissan. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com. Arbella. Here for good. By Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. 110 Grill. Visit any of their 33 locations all throughout New England. McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services.
Way back by the wall! Off the wall, the Red Sox win!
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig.
Way back! Grand slam!
Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com and never re-roof again. North Shore Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problems, visit NorthShore.com. Veterinary Emergency Group. Sponsored by Veg. ER for Pets. The official emergency veterinarian group of Red Sox Radio. By VisitMaine.com. Mass State Lottery in Keno. It's a vibe and a home run.
Two-run homer!
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming, Sean McDonough, and Lenny DiNardo.
On a hot and summery Wednesday afternoon at Fenway Park, Red Sox visiting back home, and they host the visiting Arizona Diamondbacks for the finale of a 3-game series. Sox are red hot all again. They have blasted open their offense in the first 2 games, wins both over the D-backs, and they hand the baseball to their ace. Peyton Tolley on the mound this afternoon looking for a 3-game sweep. He'll be opposed by Brandon Pfaadt on the other side. Pfaadt has been red hot for the Diamondbacks, so a test for the Red Sox offense. And they've got all kinds of good feelings offensively. Adley Rutschman, who's had 2 great days in this series against the Diamondbacks, gets the day off, but the Red Sox otherwise loaded up in the order. Along with Sean McDonough and Lenny DiNardo, I'm Will Fleming. Red Sox come in 10 games above 500 and looking to really keep this winning streak, especially at home, going, Lenny. They really have, these Red Sox seem to have fed off the energy of the crowd at Fenway Park.
First of all, is it spelled hot? H-A-A-D-T? But, listen, this offense, they've been rolling. They continued to pile on yesterday. What stuck out for me is Suarez goes out there, pitching well, beginning part of the game, gives up that grand slam, and the offense bounces back. They punch back continually throughout the night. Brian Bayo goes in there, continues to do what he does. After Gamboa goes out there and gives them 1 1/3. This offense, this defense, the pitching, they continue to go out and roll. You're seeing them do a lot of the same things they were doing in July after coming off that tough road trip. That was kind of the question mark. Who is this team? And you're starting to see them bounce back, and this is who they are.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And, Sean, one question we've never asked, even from opening day as the Red Sox, they stumbled out of the gates, is do they pitch? They pitch as well as any team in baseball, and that's headlined by the guy on the mound today, Peyton Tolley.
Yes, indeed. 14 strikeouts the last time out. You know, it's kind of become must-see TV and radio, must-listen-to radio when he's out there. You know, he's fun to watch. He's got a big personality, and it's obvious he really enjoys pitching here in Boston. He talked about what a special city this is and how he feeds off the energy when he's out there, and there'll be plenty of energy here this afternoon.
Yes, there will indeed. Looking for a 3-game sweep here at Fenway Park. Time now for the National Anthem, brought to you by Ace Ticket. Ace Ticket always has the best deals on the Red Sox and all your favorites in sports and entertainment. Visit aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner or the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Just a marvelous rendition of our Star-Spangled Banner. Danielle Andrews and the D-Side Band here on a glorious day at Fenway Park. We've had a couple days that make you feel like October is right around the corner, but today it's right back into the middle of summer. The Red Sox will deal with heat and a little bit of humidity, and the Diamondbacks are going to deal with the heat of Peyton Tolley here today. Injury report brought to you by CVS. CVS knows that where you get your medicine matters. That's why CVS is by your side right when you need them most. Welcome to CVS, the official pharmacy of the Red Sox. Sean McDonough, you know, it's a Double-A rehab start, but that does not diminish the fact that after 4.5 months, Roman Anthony went down to Double-A. He walked, he hit a 108-mile-an-hour single, he homered, and he walked again. And just, it's a reminder of the limitless potential that we've seen last year in the World Baseball Classic. It's hard not to dream on how Roman may well impact this season.
Yeah, he was so impactful when he got here. It's hard to remember that he's still just 22 years old. And so uplifting. I mean, he hadn't played in a game since May 4th. Admittedly, it's Double-A, but still, he went out there and put on quite a show. And particularly uplifting because for so long while he was out, it didn't seem like he was making any progress. You know, every time you heard or read something about it, it was, well, his finger's still bothering him. He's still not swinging a bat. So not only did he have the big night last night, but he's talking about how he is good to go and very close to a return. And if he plays as he's capable, as we've seen in his brief time in the major leagues, he's going to be a big lift to this team down the stretch.
There's no question about that. And, you know, unlike Trevor's story where the Red Sox have Andrew Monasterio carrying the weight at shortstop, he's been an invaluable bat for them. There is a need in the leadoff spot. And, I mean, Jarren Duran has played great defense out in left field. He's hit a bunch of home runs. The runners in scoring position numbers are good. But, Lenny, I think the situations are totally different, where I think you can afford to be patient with Trevor. You should be patient with him, make sure he's right. They want him to come back and play every day and anchor the middle of this infield. But I think with Roman, assuming that there's not a lot of soreness, that he bounces back, that he recovers, you know, a week, 10 days, I think there should be a little urgency to get him right back into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Offensively, you could use him out there. Left-handed bat, you know, with Massa going down that hamstring, he's probably not going to be back until the end of the regular season. And with Jarren having his struggles, you know, chasing outside the strike zone, and he's been really good with runners in scoring position, but you need that stable bat, the left-hand side. You talked about what Roman Anthony brings. When Rafael Devers was dealt, It was the emergence of Roman Anthony, and that's the biggest reason, in my opinion, this Red Sox club was able to get to the postseason last year. You could see as soon as he got injured at that point, they started to falter because his bat wasn't in the lineup. So tons of potential. I know we're all looking forward to getting vintage Roman Anthony back here.
Lineup cards are being exchanged. Jose David Flores is out at home plate. Lenny will get you the lineups in just a moment. But, Sean, I was struck earlier today. Peyton Tolley was in the home clubhouse hanging a banner from the patients at the Jimmy Fund. We raised more than $7 million yesterday and the day before. Record-setting fundraising from this wonderful fan base and city of Boston. And, of course, Peyton has as direct a tie to cancer as anybody on this roster. I mean, he lost his mom as a teenager, his best friend, as he called her. And so seeing his face throughout these last couple of days, he would embrace kids over and over again. I think today he probably even, I mean, he's always an animal. He's always an entertainer on the mound. But I think there's probably even a little extra emotion for him taking them out after all that's happened these last 2 days.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. He was on Nesson during the radio telethon a couple of days ago with Garrett Whitlock, who obviously is the Red Sox Jimmy Fund captain. And Garrett Whitlock talked a lot about what a good person Peyton Tolley is. You know, you see the kind of lovable personality and the energy and personality on the mound as well. But, you know, behind all that, there's a sincerely good human being who has been impacted in the worst possible way by cancer. And I'm certain, as you said, that what transpired here over the last couple of days was particularly meaningful to him.
I think that's, Lenny, why he's so special in Boston and why people love him so much, because it'd be one thing. We've got a lot of sort of showmen on the mound in our game. I mean, it's just part of it. It's not unusual to find people who have flair on the mound, who just go crazy. But the human side of things for Peyton, I do think, unfortunately, a lot of that is informed by the fact that he lost his mom. And his dad would drive 5 hours in the minor leagues to spend 10 minutes with him. He's got a soulful nature about him, and I think those two sides to him endear him even more to this Red Sox fan base.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. We are a byproduct of the things that happen to us as children, as young adults, and into adulthood, and everything that's happened to him. You mentioned his mom, his best friend. I believe that's kind of, you know, forced him to want to live in the moment and be as authentic as possible. So when he strikes somebody out and he gives that fist pump and that roar, that's coming straight from the heart, and you can appreciate that watching him every 5 days. And with that said, it's time for the Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest law firm. So let's meet tonight's players for the Diamondbacks. Batting first at second base, Ildemaro Vargas. Batting second in right field, Corbin Carroll. Batting third, doing the catching, Gabriel Moreno. Batting fourth at shortstop, Geraldo Perdomo. Batting fifth at DH, Nolan Arenado. Batting sixth at first base, Tim Tawa. Batting seventh in center field, Jordan Lawler. Batting eighth at third base, Jose Fernandez. Batting ninth in left field, Ryan Waldschmidt. And for the Boston Red Sox, batting first at second base, Nick Sogard. Batting second, playing center field, Cedon Rafaela. Batting third in right field, Wilyer Abreu. Batting fourth, playing first base, Wilson Contreras. Batting fifth at third, Caleb Durbin. Batting sixth at DH, Mickey Gasper. Batting seventh at shortstop, Andrew Monasterio. Batting eighth in left field, Jaron Duran. And batting ninth, doing the catching, Connor Wong. And there are your starting lineups, brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Really, I think Sean would probably agree. I cannot remember many 4-10 first pitches in many years here at Fenway Park, but that's what we've got as Peyton Tolley is ready to face Ildemaro Vargas. Red Sox find themselves 10 games back above 500 and looking for yet another sweep. Kind of the theme of July was blasting away against really good teams, and Peyton Tolley looking out toward the Diamondback bullpen doors, which are still open for one reason or another. Close the doors. Peyton's ready to go. They get shut, and here we go. Peyton making big circles with that left arm. He is just about ready to throw the first pitch of the game on a hot, summery Fenway day. Cocked left elbow into the wind. He throws, and it's the first pitch strike on the outside corner. Underway. Because of the Diamondbacks bullpen, we start a minute behind, 4:11.
I always make the joke that Peyton Tolley's kind of like a big golden retriever out there, and he was looking at that gate the same way my 2 golden retrievers look at home when I leave the gate open. They want to run.
0-1 is fouled back to the screen. 85 humid degrees. Time and temp brought to you by Plymouth Rock Auto and Home Insurance. Made for Boston sports fans. PlymouthRock.com/Red Sox. I think it's always a good analogy. Peyton is many things, and all of them beloved by Red Sox fans. The 0-2 is a check swing fastball. When he throws strike one, he is lethal. And what's been so fun about Peyton